Celebrating by both wearing hats today. The rare double hat day. I don't know. I figured Steph 452. I'm throwing on a TimberTech hat.
Why the hell not?
Good morning, Marcus.
What's up, Murph? It was a two-screen Tuesday yesterday where you had to have two screens available to watch the greatness of Steph Curry, but also Logan Webb going 7 strong in another Giants victory.
It's the down the hall. They did the 2 for Tuesday.
I
mean, 2 Leonard Skinner back-to-back. And last night was a 2 for Tuesday.
It was.
And I had to kind of juggle. You know, I'm not a 2-screen guy, so I had to go phone, big screen. That's what I wound up doing. Giants on the phone, Warriors on the big screen.
Now that counts. It's still 2 screens,
Okay.
Murph. It's not the size of the screen. It's how you use it.
Well,
it's how you watch the game.
Me, yeah, we you know, that's what they tell us, and then they tell their girlfriend something else.
Yeah, see, that's an issue.
Yeah.
But you would think with like Rory and Deck being savvy teenagers like they are, they would have the iPads, the laptops, the Nintendo Switches going with all types of screens left and right.
Interestingly, they have not really like conquered that yet. Like in terms of multiple screens. I don't know. Somebody I know turned me onto a way to do it, so I'm just going to leave that alone. But yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So anyway, I wound up enjoying the Giants on the phone, and they ended like within 20 seconds of each other,
almost instantaneously.
Yeah. They say that's good when you finish these things.
Nice.
What am I? Wait, hey,
nice.
What are we doing? Getting spicy?
I know
here?
it's early. It's early.
My God, but dude, I mean, listen. As great as the Giants are, and the Giants remain just enthralling and enticing. Anytime a Giants game's on TV, it's hard not to watch it if you're a KNBR head. But man, oh man, you had to give your attention to Steph.
Yes.
Even though, I mean, not to like spoil the party here, but like most of the fun happened in the first half. The closing stretch, he actually, believe it or not, only hit like one big shot. But it doesn't matter. He scored 52 freaking points. And he's unbelievable. He's 37 years old. What's going on out here? Oh my God, he's breaking barriers everywhere. He's getting people to go bananas. Even at ESPN, the show when I drive in, I toggle around to my 3 different shows to steal. And the Greeny Get Up show that always, the big D stands for drama. The big D stands for debate. The big D stands for I'm going to kill myself. They opened with Steph Curry.
Wow.
And they did like 7-8 minutes on Steph.
Steph Curry changing the system of how ESPN does radio.
And then they went to the Cowboys.
Of course.
Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones' agent.
You still got to squeeze that in.
Then I drove off the Golden Gate Bridge.
Well, I'm glad you made it to the studio still.
In my hat.
Yeah.
My TimberTech hat. I got to take care of my good people at TimberTech.
Repping today.
But, dude, incredible. I mean, the Warriors get the win. We should probably tell everybody the score and maybe call them in bright and early because some people might have just been watching the Giants. They don't even know.
Or people would just read the headline that Steph dropped a 50-burger and assume that they blew out the Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh, gosh, no.
But Memphis kept it close the entire game.
All the way down the stretch. In fact, the biggest buckets down the stretch were not made by Steph. I'm going to go ahead and call Brandon Pajemski's tip in.
How about that putback from Pods?
Coming charging in out of the darkness from off your screen. I think it was actually off a Steph miss.
It was.
It was off a Steph miss. It would have been his
13-3 of the game.
And Pods came in, and the Warriors were up, I think, 1 at the time, and Pods came flying in like a freaking banshee and tipped it in to give the Warriors a critical lead. Also, Moses Moody, a few moments later, hit a critical back-breaking 3. So those are the guys. And then Jimmy Butler hitting a couple free throws, which, by the way, the Warriors didn't miss a single free throw all night. 28 of 28. What?
Perfection from the free throw line, led by Jimmy Butler going 12 for 12. And real quick, you mentioned Pods and Moody hitting those big shots down the stretch. Now 12-0, undefeated with that starting 5 in the lineup. And there they were closing out the game with that lineup, too.
And it gets even juicier tomorrow night at Luka and the Lakers, at LeBron, at the Lucers. So that will be. Let's focus on last night, though. Because it is April, and I saw the post-game video, the artful cinematic post-game video that the Warriors social media team put out. You're able to put a filter on it. It makes it look like a movie. Makes it look like a Scorsese movie. I don't know what that filter is. Looks cool, though. Looks like you're watching a feature film.
Oh, they have a filter for everything these days, Murph.
It's the feature film filter where Steph comes into the clubhouse, the locker room, and everybody daps up and everybody's cheering and whooping. I think Buddy Hield gets a great line off again when they're giving him the basketball, the game buckets. He passed Jerry West for 25th all time in the NBA scoring list, and you hear off screens, I think it's Buddy going, "How many basketballs do you have?" And it's just a classic Buddy Hield off-screen
Buddy
one-liner. But Steve Kerr says, meaningful basketball, guys, meaningful basketball. When I looked up and I wrote, it's April basketball. It's April. We wait so long. These NBA seasons start at freaking Halloween. We're like, yeah, whatever. Wake me in the spring. Well, it's spring. So now we can wake you. And we can have Bruce Frazier call Adam Silver And Silver said, is it April? He said, it's April, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 134, Memphis Grizzlies 125.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Oh, I want to dance with Steph Curry.
There it is. It's like a jolt. It's like a cold shower at the end. Wow.
Steph Curry.
I was jumping
can
my
I have
chair.
This dance.
I want to feel the heat with Steph Curry. Anyway, brother, I mean, we continue to marvel at this guy. I don't know, like, how much longer can he go? Indefinite, I guess. And I guess one of the big things about this is that Draymond used the word rejuvenated. And while the pelvic contusion was not anything anyone was looking for, it afforded him rest that you can see was on display last night.
Yeah, he got a little bit of rest. Even this past weekend when they took out San Antonio and blew them out of the gym, every starter only played around 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So not just Steph Curry, that was almost like an off night also. And then Steve Kerr was out here talking about how Steph got a couple rounds of golf in too.
Yeah, we need to talk about that.
That reset his mind a little bit.
I think the word was he might have snuck out to a little tiny municipal course called Augusta National.
Ooh.
But I don't know if that's right because the
Tiny
Masters is
little
next
course.
week. Are they letting Scribinis out there the week before the Masters? I'm not sure about
it's
that.
not a Scrubini, it's Steph Curry.
That is true.
That's the difference
He could probably beat half the field.
I mean, Steph Curry snaps his finger, he can get on any golf
Probably
course he
log
wants.
like a T61 if he went out there. You know what I mean? Probably like just scrape it around, maybe like even par, maybe one under, one over, make the cut, finish 61st, go get a peach cobbler. You know, that's what Steph does. But yeah, he played a couple times, they said, and he said that he acknowledged that it helps his head.
Yeah, good for your head.
He said, fill the cup.
Get
That's
out
what he
on
said.
the green a little bit.
I said, was he fill the cup? Does he mean putting he fills the cup? Because I have trouble filling the cup when I putt. Particularly in a match from about 18 to 24 inches.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You got to be like Steph Curry, filling the cup and filling up the basket, Murph.
When the guy doesn't give you the 2-footer and then you miss it.
What is the etiquette there?
Well, it's a match.
Isn't it supposed to be like a club length? You're supposed to allow the guy?
Yeah, well, that's what she said.
Yeah, I know. Here am I, just making up golf rules like I know what the hell I'm talking about.
But yeah, no, it's inside the leather, they say. But in a match, you got to make everybody haul everything out, and then you go, and then you miss it, and that's why I didn't give it to you, bro.
It's a make or miss league.
It is a make or miss league. And last night, Steph made how many threes in the first half? 8?
Yeah, 8 in the first half.
And he finished with 12 from 20 from 3. He still can't get that Klay record of 14.
I thought last night was the night. I mean, he started off a perfect 5 for 5, 8 in the first half. It had that feeling that something historic was going to happen. And Steph even addressed his postgame. Said in the fourth quarter, I threw up a couple threes early, thinking about that Klay Thompson record. But then he had to reset his mind once again and realize that winning the game was more important than breaking the record.
And they did, as we called it in. 18-2 when he and Jimmy start together. Oh, by the way, Jimmy Butler, a quiet 27.
Yeah, quiet.
And 12 and 12 from the free line. Draymond Green, quiet triple-double, 13, 10, and 12. As you mentioned, the 28 and 20. His 15th 50-point game, passing Rick Barry on the all-time list. He's only 100 behind Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, still a ways to go.
So, anyway, it was really, really, really fun. And at the same time, the Giants were getting their win. So we'll have to call that in on the other side. Get the guest list and go. I mean, it's getting hot and heavy because we're going Warriors-Lakers tomorrow night, which will be really juicy. This could be the playoff matchup. Oh, by the way, did we bury the lead? They're the freaking 5 seed.
Yes.
They're the 5 seed now. Now, again, that's touch and go. That's day to day, like Jonathan Kuminga's hip, because the Clippers play tonight. They play New Orleans at home. You'd think they win that game. That's the team I'm worried about. So you look at the 3 teams behind them. It's Minnesota. Dude, believe it or not, we'll say this for the first time all year. Memphis is now behind them.
I'm from Memphis.
And the Clippers. But the Warriors have the tiebreaker over Minnesota and Memphis. That's why last night was so gigantic.
Well, also last night, not to digress, because I know we got a break. Did you see what happened in that Denver-Minnesota game? Double
last
overtime.
night, yes.
Russ missing that layup when they had a chance to win it.
And also Nikola Jokic, 61 points.
Yeah.
Double OT. Had people gushing. But Denver lost that game.
Yeah,
Minnesota
Denver.
won.
Yeah, Russell Westbrook
missed a lay- he missed a
sold
lay.
it, as the kids would say.
Is that why he went after a fan after the game? Did you see
Well,
that?
I'm sure somebody yelled at him, Russell
I saw
Westbrook.
he was jogging in the locker room, then he stopped, abruptly ran back, and started getting some guy's
That's what
face.
happens when you break the potential game winning.
Is that what
layup.
happened?
Yeah.
Okay, I went to sleep before that game was over. All anybody was talking about was Jokic.
Oh, yeah. The last couple sequence, I'll show it to you during the
Okay,
break.
he biffed a layup. Okay, I know that. But Minnesota, but again, the Warriors are effectively 2 games up on those guys with only 7 to play because they have the tiebreaker. I mean, you can't blow them off. They're there, and Memphis is there, but the Warriors have the tiebreaker of Memphis. They do not have it over the Clippers. That's why the Clippers are the fearful team, and the Clippers' schedule is fairly easy, and the Warriors finish the season against the Clippers at Chase Center on Masters Sunday. Will Steph sit out that game to go watch the Masters in the locker room?
Will he play in both and win both? 808 KNBR.
Well, don't forget he won in Tahoe, right?
He's a
Made
winner.
that hole-in-one.
He's a
Made
winner.
that eagle on 18 when he had to.
Holy moly.
He's unbelievable. Steph, do what you do, right? Yeah. All right, we'll get the guest list on the other side. Ooh, guest list. For today or for tomorrow?
Ooh.
Because tomorrow features a spicy guest list. Maybe Marcus doesn't even know about it.
A lot of teases going on.
Wow.
A lot of teases.
Wow. I wouldn't go anywhere. I'd rip off the knob on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Trevor Noah at the Mountain Winery up in Saratoga on May 23rd. We want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you win. It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Adames pulls one down the left field line. That's a fair ball, base hit. Headed toward the corner. Altuve can't cut it off. Bailey around third. He'll score. Here comes Koss around third. And he will score with a head-first slide. Into second, a double for Willie Adames. Ramos at the plate. 1-2 pitch. He drives this one to left field. Altuve turns, looks. It's gone! Up over the wall into the Crawford boxes. And there is some Giants history.
Slider, a one-hopper to short. Adames has it to throw to first. And the Giants have won again. The Giants over the Astros, 3-1.
There it is, man. It was a marvelous day in the BAY. What's ironic is neither game was in the BAY. The Warriors won out in Tennessee and the Giants won down in Texas. But we will have a marvelous day in the BAY Friday when Marcus and me and John Joe Curley, not Young Tone, he'll be back here manning the ship, manning the mothership.
But he will be at the game after the show if you want to hang out and have a beer at 58 Social post-show at 10 a.m.
Ooh. That sounds delightful. Why don't we plan on that? Anyway, Giants get that win again. Look at the freaking San Francisco Giants. I know the Warriors gobbled up a lot of attention last night, rightfully so. Steph Curry's 52, and the Warriors slide into the 5 seed. But man, oh man, Bob Melvin's Giants. Wait, Buster Posey's Giants are 4-1 now. They've guaranteed a winning road trip. They have a matinee today to try to. Wow, get really greedy. I mean, the Astros are a prideful team, and I imagine they would fight back today, and the Giants are going with their number 5 starter, Landon Roupp. But the way this is going right now, the way they're pitching it, the way they're hitting it, and Marcus, the way they're catching it, another error-free game. Knock on wood or whatever the heck this is.
And Murph,
Timber
they
Tech.
are now the last team in baseball to not commit an error this season. Every other team around the league has committed at least one error.
It was at the Giants Roundtable a week ago when we had that fun and electric reunion featuring a boombox, featuring Lar Russell, that I remember you and me sort of wound up teaming up against Greg Papa, who came in with somehow a surprising pro-Farhan agenda. Like he came, that was his game plan. Like Kyle Shanahan scripts the first 15 plays. Yeah. Greg's game plan was to say, I'm going to rattle these guys with some Farhan love.
Right out of the gate.
And I remember sitting right next to you, and when you had your baton and you were going at him, I remember I happened to be looking right at you when you said the words to him, Greg, this is a team that led Major League Baseball in errors in 2020.
Yes, we can sit here and talk about the defense that Farhan built for this organization. I'm even sick and just tired of saying his name, but I know. The reason why they were so bad and so mediocre is because they played bad defensively. Mm-hmm. Like the last 2 years, the last 3 years, we've looked at the Giants being 5-6 games out of the wild card conversation, and we're like, how do you win 5 to 6 more games a year? How about you play catch? How about you just don't make errors? How about you don't shoot yourself in the foot? And they have not done that in the first 5 games of the year.
No. In fact, the Astros made the one error last night on the Chris Koss punt. By the way, Christian Koss, a.k.a. Chris Koss, Daddy Mac says jump.
Jump.
Mac Daddy says jump. Chris Koss, congratulations. Scored a run on the double that Willie Adames hit, and we should talk about that now.
Yes, we should.
Willie Adames, as we said, I was saying yesterday, looked to me like he was pressing, and he just needed to relax, and right out of the gate, he gets the big 2-run double. Just that classic Willie Adames RBI. Like, he's a guy, he's known for driving in freaking runs. Some people don't drive in runs. Some people do drive in runs. He's the kind of guy who drives in runs, and Koss scored all the way from first.
Yeah.
Showing that. I got by the way, I didn't know Koss was heavily tatted on the right sleeve.
He's got some tats on him.
I said I was getting the vibes of a tatted up Matt Duffy.
It's not a bad call at all.
Skinny, fast, utility infielder, kind of like that vibe, that little juice around him, you know what I mean? And then scoring from first reminded me of Duffy scoring from second on the wild pitch in the playoffs against the Cardinals, right?
Yeah, I mean, he does have those vibes a little bit, but I think this was a spark that not only Willie Adames has been looking for, but Giants fans have been looking for. Because I mentioned the stats yesterday and how well they've been hitting with runners in scoring position, have the best batting average, second best batting average in baseball behind the New York Yankees when it comes to executing with runners in scoring position, and that's with Willie Adames struggling. So if you get Willie hot, then this lineup's really going to start looking differently.
Dude, there it is. So what we do is we call it in. Of course, it's not official until it gets called in. Then we'll say good morning to Young Tone. And we have Pat Burrell, as he heading back to the hotel with the cell phone out. And Rob Manfred said, wait a minute, you calling again? He said, the NL West, isn't that the Dodgers and Padres division? He said, make room, you empty suit, and put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 3, Houston Astros 1.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
There it is. We're building it. By the way, shout out 209. All-time text. 209 says Christian Koss is his nickname. Tat Duffy.
Tat Duffy.
Tat Duffy.
That's
you know what?
text
Can
of
I
the
get
day.
some applause
That's
right
text
there?
of the day right
That's
there.
outstanding. Tat Duffy.
We got Tat Duffy in the 9-hole today.
That's so good, man. Young Tony will say, oh, wait. Elliot Ramos, our guy.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, he and Wilmer Flores are racing to 30. Who's going to get there first? Because yesterday, Elliot Ramos, number 3.
Big fly. Boom.
Can I make a confession? I missed the strobe light.
Do you?
I do.
Well, no strobe lights yet.
Can we get it for home runs? Yeah?
We'll see.
It just made me laugh.
We'll decide.
Every single time.
Under the strobe
Plus,
lights.
I mean, it was a beautiful expression of human connection. We're going to make love under the strobe light. You just warmed my heart, young Tony. Good job, buddy. Happy Wednesday to you. What a night. What a tasty Tuesday it was. How did you process, young Tone, the double dip of victories there?
Double dip. The Sharks were also playing, as Curly just mentioned to me.
Yeah, got to make sure to get some Sharks action in, Tony.
I will confess I did not catch a minute of puck last night. But did they win?
No, they actually lost.
Okay, all right.
I got the recap from Lamont.
To squeeze them out of the tasty Tuesday.
Yeah, they lost to the Mighty
How did
Ducks.
you digest it, or were you playing golf?
No, I was watching both games. Kind of a tough task. I was also writing the script for What Did I Ask Today. A lot going. I'm a multitasker.
A lot going on. Now, were you going 2 screens? Were you flipping back and forth? What was the strategy, Tony?
2 phones. You know what they say.
Ooh.
Okay.
But yeah, no,
One's the
2
burner?
screens. 2 screens.
I will tell you guys a story. When I covered Major League Baseball, this was at the dawn of the cell phone era. A prominent Oakland Athletic was holding 2 phones in his hand and said to me he couldn't remember which one was the one that he talked to his girl on and which one was the one that he talked to his side.
Yeah, the burner phone.
Because people weren't texting back then.
Yeah.
In like 99, so he didn't have like a text history or anything. So anyway, the guy wasn't that bright either.
No,
so.
not the smartest.
Anyway,
Especially when you get caught holding both phones.
Were you using the burner phone last night to watch the Giants?
No, just computer and then TV. I was actually watching a little bit more of the Giants game, I'll be honest.
I agree with you. For some reason, I actually asked my kids, believe it or not, they were both home. It was a rare time. We were all home, and I said, what do you guys think? And they both said Giants.
Wow.
And I said, Declan, this is the Warriors. And he said, NBA is not important until the playoffs, Dad. That's what he said. I said, well, what is a Tuesday night in Houston in April?
That's a great question.
And he said, I really like the Giants. That's what he said.
I understand, Declan, but also, we're down the final stretch. You're out here playing for playoff seeds with the Warriors now. So if I had to choose which game was getting priority, like big screen versus laptop, I would have gone Warriors on the big screen, Giants on the laptop.
I actually correct myself. My brain played tricks on me. He said the NBA doesn't matter until the 4th quarter. That's what he said, not the playoffs. My bad. So that was his argument, that we would watch the Warriors in the 4th quarter, which is, a fairly viable argument. If you're a great fan of baseball, every inning's enjoyable because you love the game. You love the rhythm. You love the look. You love everything. But an NBA first half can be sometimes tedious.
I mean, we've seen 20-point leads disappear like they're nothing.
And it turns out you miss Steph Curry's first half as a result. So I picked up my phone. I said, hey, good choice. Steph just went for 32 in the first half.
Yeah, he's got 8 3-pointers.
We'll be there in the fourth quarter, and we were. And Steph actually kind of, I don't want to say he quieted down in the fourth quarter, but he didn't have, the first half was the pyrotechnics. But he did come out and try to get that record. So anyway, the Warriors, the Giants doing their thing, and we haven't even mentioned the guy, Logan Webb.
Webby.
Just Webb, baby. 7 innings, 1 run, no walks, 100 pitches, 68 strikes. And now it's no longer sinker changeup Webby. It's now 4-pitch Webby. Because the big deal is the cutter and my least favorite word in the English language, the sweeper.
The sweeper, Murph.
So he's throwing the 2-seamer, or AKA the sinker.
Yes.
He's throwing the sweeper, which used to be called a slider.
Yeah, it's just a slider.
He's throwing the changeup, but not nearly as often. And now this quote-unquote sweep, or
mixing cutter.
Pardon me, the cutter.
Yeah, had a couple nice cutters yesterday against Yordan Alvarez and then struck him out with the sweeper.
By the way, Giants should get out of town before Yordan Alvarez wakes up.
Yeah, get out of town before...
He's really quiet right now.
Yeah, get out of town before Air Yordan gets his hands on one of those torpedo bats.
Who's quiet? I know, right? He's 1 for 16 this year.
Oh, he's terrible.
The only guy quieter is Lamont Wade.
Yeah,
who's 0 for 18 with no walks.
That's surprising to me.
You know what I read? I know you want to get that Yordan. Do you have him on your team?
I do on my fantasy squad, but
we'd like him to wake up a little bit.
Yeah, I need some hits, Yordan.
That's all right. But did you see Casey Schmidt came in to play first for Wade at the end of the game? First time he's ever played first in the bigs. And he said he hadn't played it in 6 years, and he's playing there today.
Yeah, I saw Alex Pavlovich report he's going to start at first base today.
So we wondered why they kept him on the roster, after the Encarnacion injury. Well, then the answer to what Melvin and Buster and Zach Manassian must have discussed was, we'll DH Flo, a healthy Flo, and we'll spot Koss in as maybe a pinch runner and a utility guy. And Casey can go in for Lamont Wade against lefties.
See, now this was a bit surprising because I know they entertained the fact or maybe the idea of moving Tyler Fitzgerald over to first base. We saw that 1 or 2 times last season, and they worked with him a little bit at spring training. And then I thought maybe you'd get a Brett Wisely or Casey Schmidt at second base. But it sounds like they've been experimenting a little bit with Casey at first base. He has a hell of a glove. We know he can pick it at third, short, or at second. So we'll see if he can dig some balls over at first.
It's funny. I think was it the last out of the game or the second to last out of the game was a pop-up between first and second, and it looked like Koss and Schmidt weren't totally comfortable going to get it with each other there. So I was like, you guys got to iron that out.
Yeah.
Schmidt made the catch.
Yeah, the right side of the infield looks a little bit different than the left side of the infield. I'll say that.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, all right, well, guest list on a Wednesday, April 2, 2025. We will be at the Public House. 58 Social. It's changed its name through the years. You know where it is. Willie Mays Plaza for our live broadcast opening day, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Come on by, enjoy the frivolity, and I think the taps will open at some point. Good morning, Tone. What you got?
Let's do it. What did young Tony ask today at 7:15? I was doing that last night, watching all the games.
How do you feel about this entry?
Very solid.
Okay.
I'm actually just discussing with Curly. We're going to add one, we think.
Are we still keeping track of what edition it is?
That's a dude. No.
You lost a bit, Tony.
I did.
You lost a bit.
It's like the 27th or something.
It's like it's like your mock draft 27.0.
It's not 27.
I save them all. I'll count in the break. We'll do it later. Mike Krukow at 7:30 to recap the game last night, to recap the series, another series win. The big hit at 7:50. Mike Montgomery going to join the show at 8:15. Obviously, former Stanford and Cal Berkeley head coach, and now being inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Really, really cool honor for him. I know Murph is the MC of that. It was a really fun event last year. Cooler content at 8:30, and then Bob Melvin, the man himself, at 9:30.
Mel.
Sounds good. That's not even mentioning tomorrow's guest list, which Marcus doesn't know about.
Yeah, but I know it has Buster Posey on it at 7:30 tomorrow, but it sounds like there's even a bigger guest than that.
Buster's got competition. Wow. That's all I'm going to say.
Buster's got competition.
Yeah, Buster's got competition.
It's insane.
All right, back to the other guy.
I work on this show, and I don't know.
Jimmy Butler said we need 30 back. What did 30 have to say after that incredible night? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Curry doing everything tonight. Beautiful steal. Wanted that three in transition. Step back and got it. He's got 11 made threes. Looking for a Steph relocate. Corner three. Got it. He's got 12 threes. Curry, three. Tipped in by Pajemski. He went over John Morant to tip it home. Moody, corner three. Got it! How about, he didn't make a field goal the last time he was in this building. He's going to leave with 52 points tonight. What a win for the Dubs.
There it is, man. Bob Fitzgerald, Kalena Azubuike, NBC Sports Bay Area, and Steph freaking Curry doing his thing, scoring 52 in a critical game, a meaningful game, and, of course, we know what Marcus would say when he hears a song like this.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Do you want it?
I don't know.
Want it?
I'm not sure.
Here we go. Here we go. I'm sorry. Oh, I want to dance with Steph Curry.
Are you singing or screaming?
I want to feel the beat with Steph Curry.
Oh, okay.
I want to dance with Steph Curry. With Steph Curry, who loves me.
Okay, there it is.
It is more of a scream.
Nice.
I feel like when you go Whitney, you got to scream at the top of your lungs.
She screams so beautifully.
I know.
Though.
She screams well. I do not.
I actually moved out. Like I ducked.
I know
when
you had to
voice
duck.
came out, but I liked how you ended it. Sato.
Had to
with Steph
bring
Curry,
it back.
who loves me.
With Steph Curry, who loves me.
Well, that happened organically.
Because we all
stuff.
love Steph.
Wow, what a night.
You asked for it, all
yeah,
right?
No, and I'm happy I did. I'm happy I did. What a night, guys. It was incredible. Like we said, the 15th 50-point game passes Rick Barry for second on the list for the Warriors. Or actually, it's the most as a Warrior because Wilt had 108 or whatever, more as a Sixer and a Laker and all that stuff. But actually, I don't know how many he had as a Warrior. I probably should stop talking about that stat because I didn't look it up before the game. All I know is Wilt's over 100. And I know that Steph passed Rick Barry last night on the Warrior list. He also passed Jerry West for 25th all time. And he actually said after the game he was trying to pass one other guy, Klay Thompson, who, by the way, popped into my head this morning when I was brushing my teeth. I just thought about him and I said, how's Klay doing? How's he doing?
He bricked one last night with the game on the line. For
Is that right?
I think it was either last night or the night before.
Oh, man, I asked idly and you gave me a tough answer.
Dude, the sadness of just watching him kind of dwindle without Luka, without AD.
Well, they got AD
Dallas.
back though, right?
I don't even know.
Yeah, they got him back.
I don't even pay that much attention, to be honest with you.
I looked, they're down in the 9-10 range of this thing. Who knows? Maybe they make a run from the 9-10 range.
Maybe.
They're in the 9 seed. They're actually tied with Sacramento in the loss column. It looks like it's going to be, barring a total collapse and a Phoenix Suns surge, which isn't going to happen, it looks like it's going to be Kings-Mavs in the play-in game and at 9-10, and that's kind of like the sad we're not the Warriors bowl. You know what I mean? Because the Kings have been living forever in the Warriors' shadow, and they thought maybe finally the Warriors are going to slip up, and no.
I like that. Welcome to the We're Not the Warriors Invitational.
Yeah,
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
And there's a sadness there.
Yeah,
there's a sadness there. And Klay will be playing in the 9-10. But anyway, my point is that the number I'm talking about is Klay Thompson's 14 threes, which he made in Chicago. You guys remember? He was wearing the headband, right? That was in 2016. And Steph has never caught that.
He's got the 13.
Twice, I think.
It's his career high.
And last night he had 11 going into the fourth quarter, and he actually admitted that it got to him, and he started maybe trying to take a little too much aim at his buddy Klay and not thinking about the fact that the Warriors needed to win the gosh darn game. Here he is.
The first 2 shots I took in the fourth quarter were a reflection of that. Yeah. And I thought about it. And first touch shot at the transition, and when ISO left wing, missed both of those, and then I kind of came to reality on let's get good possessions if I do it or whatever. But that was the ultimate heat checks, even though I just got back in the game.
Yeah, so he admitted it. And Slater said, and I didn't catch, he actually turned to the bench and did a little my bad tap on the chest. Like, I forgot, we have to win this game.
Yeah, but you know how badly he wants that record. He has every other 3-point record there is.
Oh, dude, he's the most competitive guy in the world. And we saw how he felt about Klay in the first Mavericks-Warriors game of the year.
Yeah.
When he yelled into the camera, remember? What did he say? You don't get to leave here or something like that. What was it?
Especially after Klay did not answer the phone call the night before.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a lot of people lip reading what Steph Curry might have said to Klay that day.
He says, you stay here? You stay here?
Something like that.
I think that was it. He's like, you stay. And he said he was talking to the fans, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, he was on NBC Sports. You've told me this many times. He's the petty king.
He calls himself the king of petty, petty king.
Yeah, and so petty means I got to pass Klay.
Yeah, exactly. He wants his record. He's made the most three-pointers ever in NBA history. He's made the most three-pointers in a regular season with over 400 three-pointers. This is the one three-point record he does not have, and especially since Klay is off the team. Steph wants that record, and I'd bet on Steph to get it sometime before he retires.
I think he's going to get it.
He'll get there eventually.
When would you ever say, I don't think Steph Curry is going to blank? I don't think Steph Curry can do that. Whoever said that ever?
They should not.
Here he is with Buki and Fitz. Kalena Azubuike and Bob Fitzgerald on the headset after the game, admitting on NBC Sports Bay Area he was thinking about the record again.
That was the first 2 threes of the fourth quarter. I definitely was thinking about Klay in Chicago. This is as close as I've been with the amount of time left. But then after that, reality check. We got to win the game, so we don't want to sabotage anything.
Yeah, so he said it on TV and he said it after in the media too. Yeah.
And it's good to Steph to have that mindset because obviously, as we just mentioned, he wants that record. But he wants to win, and he wants to avoid the play-in bracket. And that's the number one story of today, is waking up with the Warriors in that 5th spot.
5th seed. And that speaks to what's gone on here. I was driving in again. I told you I'm all over the map, and they were talking about one of the national shows was saying, everybody focused on the Luka trade. Rightfully so. It's one of the biggest trades in the history of American sports, right? So it is. It's important. I get it. He said, but the Butler trade has actually meant more to the Warriors than the Luka trade has meant to the Lakers. I mean, I'll say that. Maybe you could argue against that, but the Lakers they were not in the play-in bracket when that trade was made. They were still top 6. The Warriors changed entirely. They went from a team flirting with the bottom of the play-in. We were even talking about are they going to make the play-in to now the freaking 5 seed. And by the way, they're only 2 losses back of the Lakers. If they beat the Lakers tomorrow night, which is tough because as great as Steph is and as much as actually, as I say, when would you ever bet against Steph? Maybe at Staples, at Crypto. That's his kryptonite.
That's the one arena.
He can't shoot there.
He struggles.
But if they overcome that and beat a rested Laker team at home, and they'd only be 1 loss behind the Lakers for the 4 seed. Dude, the 4 seed, now the 4 seed, you're talking home court. Now that said, the Lakers have the tiebreaker on them, so they'd have to kind of run the table. And guys, let's not forget that after they play the Lakers Thursday, here comes the 61-point man, Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, how about him?
Did you see Anthony Edwards after the game gushing about him? Anthony Edwards had an incredible night, and the T-Wolves won the game. And the first thing Edwards said after the game was, "Man, Jokic, bro,
he's unbelievable."
That's what he said after the game.
He's absolutely unbelievable.
So they're probably not going to catch the Lakers at the 4, but it's a possibility. It's a possibility. But it's all about changing their season. And here's cut to Jay Young Tone on Kerr saying, "Take the focus off of Steph for a minute. how they've gone 18-2 with Steph and the other guy, Jimmy Butler.
Completely different team. Jimmy saved our season. The trade saved our season. Everybody knows that, but you watch what he did tonight, 12 for 12 from the line. Steph goes off the floor. We're running everything through him. Just a big-time defender, big-time two-way player. Jimmy has made the rest of the pieces fit. Moses, BP, Gee, Quentin. It's just the roster makes sense. We got guys who are competitive and tough and smart, and they're, as Steph talked about, he wanted to play meaningful basketball again, and he's getting to do that. We're all getting to do that, and it's a lot of fun.
Mike Dunleavy Jr., Executive of the Year?
I mean this Jimmy Butler move, yeah. I'd have to stack it up against
top 5. Give him like a 5th place vote or something. I'd have to go through all the teams that have rebuilt themselves.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it ain't Nico Harrison. I'll tell you that. Maybe Rob Pelinka gets the award for getting Luka. Yeah. But this move truly changed the season. Like last night, there was such a big focus on them talking about playing meaningful basketball. It was just a couple months ago, where we had Steph Curry with the towel over his head at the podium during the press game, looking depressed as hell, looking like he lost his joy for basketball, just like Jimmy Butler lost his joy out in Miami. But he comes to town, changes the vibe, changes the system offensively and defensively. It's been a huge move, and that's why, for the 1,000th time, I'll give this take again. That's why you make a move to go get a guy like Jimmy Butler, because Steph Curry, even at age 37, is arguably still in his prime, putting up 50-point performances. And this is why you go all in to try to win another championship when you still have Steph Curry, one of the all-time greats on your roster.
And if we did an instant poll the day it was Jimmy Butler was traded, I think it would have been less than 50% approval rating. I think it would have been.
Yeah, because everybody wanted KD.
Everybody wanted KD, which by the way, was the worst call ever.
Yeah.
Because KD's like exactly the opposite of Jimmy Butler. He'd rather just kind of not make waves. Jimmy's there to make waves, too. And are you guys continuing to be fascinated by Jimmy's silver braids? He's definitely going for a style look.
I wonder if he's going to change it up for the postseason.
Maybe.
Like, how little leaguers will dye their hair bleach blonde?
Yes, get the buzz cut.
Yeah.
It's funny. I heard Shams running on the way and said, guys, you're all saying this about Jimmy Butler, and his season hasn't even started yet.
Just wait for
playoff
he's
playoff Jimmy,
wait
right?
for playoff Jimmy.
When my time comes, you guys will know. So anyway, the Warriors social media team does these kind of cinematic post games. So especially for you guys on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter, you guys get the video. If you're in your car, you get the audio. It's Steph entering the locker room and, of course, dapping everybody up, and then Kerr giving him a basketball and all the assorted chit-chat going on in the locker room. A couple of good asides, but this is what it was like last night.
Galaxy. 50 with the knee, son. All Galaxy. Where for basketball? You were. 50 with the knee, son. Meaningful basketball. Meaningful basketball. Ray Lewis.
Oh yeah, fellas. Here's some meaningful basketball.
Yes.
All right. Number 2, this guy passed Jerry West.
Hey, logo. Are you emotional? How many basketballs do you have? Are you emotional?
But he got the assist, so I'd like to present the game ball. Come on! There's a new standard around here. Get the ball back. Hell of a job, man. Hey, coach. Defensive player of the month? Like 12 of them. Just us, 1, 2, 3. Just us.
All right. For those of you in the car that didn't get to see the video, those of you in the YouTube and the Twitter did get to see it. Steph comes in, daps everybody up. Gary Payton hits him with a "You were smoking," and then they go up and Kerr comes in to present the basketball, and you hear off screen, you hear Gary say, how many basketballs do you have? And then you hear our favorite Buddy Hill go, "Are you emotional?
Yeah.
Are you emotional?"
I love, too, when he's walking in, you can hear Buddy in the background. All Galaxy.
Is that what he says?
Galaxy.
Okay, I didn't hear
Steph
that.
Curry on the All Galaxy team. I mean, the ad-libs from GP2 and Buddy Hield walking in, the look on Guy Santos' face when Steve Kerr hands him the game ball. But honestly, I think my favorite part about that video is Steve Kerr comes walking to the frame with a half-drank Modelo, like he's Stone Cold Steve Austin ready to go. It's Modelo time, Steve. Let's go.
415 says you can tell the joy is back.
Dude, vibes are high.
And 408 says you might have to add meaningful basketball to the already too long Warriors montage.
Meaningful basketball. Meaningful basketball.
Do some trimming now. A good editor goes a long way. But anyway, fun stuff, man. Just wanted to get you guys that. And by the way, he gave Guy Santos the ball as a joke, saying he had the assist. And then Guy didn't really give it up. And then the video ended. I'm like, wait, Guy, I hope you gave that ball to Steph, right?
Guy's out for Guy.
I think he did, because I heard Steph say later on, the logo means a lot. I think you hear Buddy Hield saying the logo in the background. But Steph said after the game that Jerry West. In fact, why don't we play that sound before we get out? Young Tone about passing Jerry West, who we lost, obviously, and we missed. He was such a gentleman. Steph Curry on his buddy, his mentor, Jerry West, a former Warrior executive who he passed.
I got a little emotional about that. That's special, obviously, in his memory and what he meant to our organization, to the league, to the world of basketball, to our organization when he worked here, and my relationship with Johnny. And I got to talk to him after the game just to share a moment on what it meant for me, my family, the entire West family. So that is special. Just understand what his career was, and that's the logo. So very special. I'll keep that ball and put it in a good place.
I'll keep that ball as long as Guy Santos gives it to me. Yeah, so he talked about Johnny. That's Jerry's son, Johnny West, who's with the Warriors front office. So married to Michelle Wee, interestingly. Yeah, so I think they have a family. So anyway, just what a night. Meaningful basketball. Meaningful basketball being played, and meaningful basketball tomorrow night at the Lakers, too. Man, this thing gets nasty, because then the Denver comes in Friday for the Terry Francois two-step. And Giants home opener, and then the Rockets on Sunday.
Nuggets.
Yeah, so it's going to be really, really big week.
Warriors come out to play.
Hey, we're giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Trevor Noah at the Mountain Winery in Saratoga on May 23rd. Stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win that. And I feel like we're going to alternate all day between Steph just dazzling us on the Warriors getting a huge win, and Buster Posey's, Bob Melvin's, Logan Webb's, Christian Koss's San Francisco Giants getting a key win. And then what did Young Tony ask us at 7:15? And tomorrow's big guest. That's all coming up. I wouldn't go anywhere. So what is going on with these Giants? Who continues to shine? Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
High fastball, swung on and missed. He struck him out. That might have been that cutter that Webb has been tinkering with. And he used it to good effect to strike out Alvarez, and he has a 3-up, 3-down inning.
Pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. He got Alvarez to chase a slider down and in. Big strikeout, the 5th of the game for Webb. He throws, and a ground ball softly hit to short. Adames fields. Adames throws, got him at first. And Logan Webb, what a job tonight. 7 innings, 100 pitches in his second start of the year. And just the 1 run allowed.
Man, those Giants 4-1. What? Buster Posey. Nobody wants to disappoint Buster Posey. Nobody wants. Oh, Buster Posey? You mean the guy who will be on our show tomorrow at 7:30?
Ooh.
And he's only a co-star in terms of tomorrow's guest list, too, by the way. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. If you're just tuning in, if you just moved to the Bay Area, welcome. I'm Brian Murphy. I've been here a long time. He's Marcus Boucher. He's getting to be here a long time.
Hello.
Behind the glass is young Tony Farias. He's new around here. Actually, what year did you get hired, buddy?
2021.
Woo!
But I only worked on the show
there,
for,
buddy.
Yeah, like 2 years now.
I know, but you the day you came in the suit for that interview was 21?
Yeah.
All right.
Damn.
And John Joe Curley, he's the Christian Koss.
Yeah, John Joe Curley's a freshman.
We just gave him his first start the other day.
Yeah, we're shoving this kid in the locker still.
He needs more tats like Christian Koss. If you're just joining us, we were earlier talking about Christian Koss's first start. He walked and scored a run. He dropped a bunt that forced an error, which was great. And I was debating, about whether to call him Chris Koss. Shout out Daddy Mac Daddy.
Jump.
All that stuff. And then I said, but God, he gave me the vibe of a tatted up Matt Duffy. And 209 said, you mean his new nickname, Tat Duffy?
For sure.
I like that very much.
It's a great nickname, Tat Duffy.
Very, very good stuff, man. So the Giants, we called it in. Giants beat Houston 3-1. And that guy you just heard in the rejoin, Logan Webb. Now listen, this guy's been around since 2019. This guy goes back to the Bruce Bochy era. Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like me talking about Bob Agnew. You know what I mean? It's like when he tells Bochy stories, like, oh, that's when Murph talks about Agnew and Tony Salvador.
Logan Webb has been around so long, Murph, that he used to pitch to the president of baseball operations.
Wow. Yeah, and successfully.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when I did that Buster book with Brad Mangian, man, and if you go, like I said, people buy those coffee table books. 2 things. 1, they never open them. They just put them on the coffee table. And 2, they definitely don't read the words. Nobody reads the words. I got you. But if you would take the time to go read the words, Logan Webb's essay on Buster is very heartfelt. Like when I interviewed him, it was like interviewing, it was like, I want to say like a kid's not the wrong word, but fan's the wrong word too. But definitely a young player in awe of a veteran. Mm-hmm. Like his words were like, man, he goes, Buster's the Giants way. And we did this book in 2021. And he was talking about how Buster is the Giants. Buster is the Giants way. How do we go about our business? We play our baseball the right way. We play our clean baseball. We act a certain way in the clubhouse. We act a certain way in the dugout. We take our ball seriously. We hit the field looking to win. It's not dazzling. It's not Billy Ball where Ricky Henderson's running all over the place or Aaron Judge swatting home runs like a fly swatter. It's like between the lines, we're going to try to out 90-foot you. We're going to catch it. We're going to throw it. Maybe not the sexiest thing in the world unless you think baseball's sexy.
I mean, winning is sexy, right?
There you go.
And that's the goal, is to win at the end of the day. And Buster Posey won 3 World Series rings with that style of baseball. And Murph, that's the style of baseball that we've seen in the first 5 games of the season. The hitting with runners in scoring position. The pitching, which has been fantastic with the starting rotation and with the bullpen so far to start the season. And then the clean defense. They're the only team in Major League Baseball that has not committed an error this season.
But last night was about Logan Webb.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And especially when you have Logan Webb out there dealing up ground balls left and right. 5 hits on the day, but 3 of those hits then turned into double plays because Logan Webb will field them up, the highest ground ball rate in baseball.
3 double plays. Christian Koss played a role in all of them. So Bob Melvin after the game, who, by the way, will join us at 9:30 today. The Giants play a day game today at 1:10, 12:10 pregame. Bob Melvin going to join us at 9:30. Very excited for that. He's always a good interview. Bob Melvin on Logan Webb.
Great. I mean, it's like, guys like him, they're smelling the finish line. So he knows that's probably going to be it for him as far as 7 innings go, which nowadays is kind of a miracle. But he knows where he is, and he knows how to finish games, and he knows he's got a ground ball anytime he needs one. And, a couple times today he needed a ground ball and got some double plays. So very aware of the situation and knew he was probably coming out pretty quick, but 7 innings will take it.
So let's talk about that 7th inning. And I'm not going to say, because I was thinking of would Gabe and Farhan have let him finish? I think the answer is yes. In fairness to Gabe and Farhan, Logan Webb led baseball in innings pitched twice in the Farhan side.
Yeah, he was the outlier of the bullpen kind of manufacturer, bulk pen kind of games that we used to see.
But that said, he is facing the lineup, the heart of their lineup in the 7th inning for the 3rd time. And Yordan Alvarez, even though he started cold the first week of the season, is still Yordan Alvarez. He's Willie McCovey, the modern-day Willie McCovey. And there was a runner on, wasn't there, when he was up in the 7th?
Yeah, because it was a leadoff single, I believe, against Logan Webb.
And Bob Melvin left him out there. Mm-hmm. And that's because he believes Logan Webb is that kind of guy that is now 4-pitch guy, smart, mix, match, up, down, add, subtract, up, all that stuff, and trusted him. And what did he do? He struck out Alvarez.
He struck him out. And, even with Logan Webb, when we talk about him not having the greatest quote-unquote stuff because he doesn't throw 98, 99 miles per hour, it's something that we should recognize. I was looking at some photos of my first Fan Fest a couple years ago, standing next to Logan Webb, and he looks like a younger kid. He's gotten bigger and stronger over the last couple of seasons. Yesterday, a lot of those 2-seamers were coming in at 94 miles per hour. So he's still getting bigger and stronger and better. But even in a situation like that last night, when he lets up a leadoff single, Bob Melvin has faith that he can get a ground ball, even against Yordan Alvarez. Now, it went even better. He ended up getting back-to-back strikeouts and then got a ground ball to end the inning. But that's the trust you want to have in your ace, and those kind of things trickle down to the trust throughout the entire rotation.
Which we got. Well, first we hear from Melvin and then from Webb about that very critical situation, because that's managing. So it's the bottom of the 7th. Casey Schmidt enters as a defensive replacement. We need to talk about that. Isaac Paredes singles to lead off the inning. Mm-hmm. You can go get him right there.
You could.
But and the next hitter is Yordan Alvarez.
So
he's the tying run.
I think that would be a spot to maybe pull in Eric Miller, get the lefty-lefty matchup.
He struck him out. Here's Melvin on pitching inside out to Alvarez.
Yeah, when you saw some of the takes and some of the swings, it's different now. Even kind of Alvarez a couple in, cutter in. He's never seen that one from him before. And with the sweeper, changeup, it's really a 4-pitch mix, and it's both sides of the plate, which is going to make him better. So he needed all that tonight.
Yeah, 4 pitches and all that. Meanwhile, Marcus just broke his chair. Yeah, something happened. Is that what just happened?
Yeah, something. The whole entire arm just fall off.
Is that a sign we're supposed to go to Daly City?
Yeah, maybe.
Is that a sign?
The whole studio is broken, Murph. The whole studio is broken.
Dude, look at that.
This thing's a hammer.
Man, oh man.
I can do some damage with this.
Yeah, you might want to...
it's a lot of damage.
Storm the steps of Bonneville.
Yeah, someone give me some Flex Seal or something.
Wow.
What's going on
big
here?
Loud noise during that Bob Melvin cut.
Yeah.
But he was talking about mixing and matching. Like 559 says to you, Logan has dad strength now.
Oh, that's right. He does have that dad strength. And I'm telling you, he's getting bigger and bigger every time I see him.
Yeah, it's kind of barrel-chested.
He's getting stockier.
Yeah, stocky. Mm-hmm. Stocky with the hair and everything, the mustache. Mm-hmm. Then he strikes out Christian Walker, who also could have tied the game with one swing. He does wild pitch Paredes to second, but then he gets he gets Diaz to ground out Willie Adames, who throws over to Casey Schmidt at first. So here's Webb on being left in the 7th inning there.
With Yordan coming up with a guy on base is not a great place to be. But Patty called a great sequence there. Almost hit one down the line. But yeah, all the trust in the world with Patty calling the pitches, and he did a great job. So Just excited to get through that part of the lineup. It's also, Bomel having trust in me to go out there and face those guys. But I think it's a positive sign. I think everyone's confidence boosted for sure.
How about that? He's talking confidence even after all these years, and Bob Melvin leaving him out there. 7 innings, gets it done. I do quickly. I know this is, again, middle relief, the least sexy thing in the world unless you're the core 4 going down on the wall down there. But a buddy of mine, lifelong Giants fan, texted me angry. Shout out Ebby about Tyler Rogers. He says, Murph, why is Tyler Rogers? I said, dude, he just posted a 0. He goes, yeah, 2 guys on. I was like, yeah, he just posted a 0. But he was very angry. Are Giants fans, I didn't know, is my buddy representing a swath of Giants fans who does not like Tyler Rogers in the 8th?
There is a portion of Giants fans who do not like him in the 8th.
Young Tony, do you like him in the 8th inning?
I love him. Why not? I mean, he gets outs.
I agree.
No.
I actually thought until he had 2 outs and nobody on, he gave up back-to-back knocks. And then he got, who was it to fist out here? I'll give it to you right now here. Bottom of the 8th. It was Brendan Rodgers singled, and then Victor Carantini singled, and he got Altuve to fist out to Casey Schmidt.
See, this is what I will say about Tyler Rogers in the 8th. I think there's a time and a place for it. Like last night was a good matchup because he's going against the bottom of that Houston Astros lineup. Cam Smith, who's a rookie, has never seen him before. And that's my thing with Tyler Rogers because of how he pitches as a submarine-type pitcher. If you've never seen him before, it's a tough matchup. But when you get deeper into the season against these NL West teams that you're playing 13 times per year, once they start getting at bats to him, that's when it feels like he starts getting hit for me. So if I had to build the perfect bridge to the 9th inning, regardless if Logan Webb's going 6 or 7 innings, I would prefer to see Camilo Doval or even an Eric Miller in the 8th inning. But I know you got to save Eric Miller for the situations.
That said, look at the numbers, man. They're really good. He led baseball in appearances last year, 77. 70 innings. Let's see, saves doesn't matter. He had 1 save, but I mean the WHIP is 1.03. I mean, we can go by any metrics you want. I mean, he'll take the ball from you over. We'll ask Bob Melvin about it.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, he trusts him. He's like, that's my 8th inning guy.
Now, I like having the trust in Tyler Rogers to come in mid-inning if it's a messy situation, like a guy on first and second, but you need a ground ball, you're looking for a double play. To me, that's the best time to use Tyler Rogers.
I don't know. I'll defend. Believe me, I didn't expect to wake up this morning like banging the Tyler Rogers drum, but I was surprised to hear the vitriol. And here we go. People are reacting already on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 831 says, I hate him in the 8th. He gets hit hard every time you're playing with fire. Actually, it's quite opposite, isn't he? Doesn't he frequently? In fact, he frequently gets in trouble on soft contact, like dribblers that nobody can field.
Yeah, just a couple ground balls with eyes.
He doesn't give up many home runs at all, does he? Isn't his things he doesn't give up bombs?
No, he's more of a ground ball type pitcher.
Yeah, he gave up 7 bombs in 70 innings last year. But anyway, and here's another one here. 707, no to Tyler Rogers. And then 707 says, my father and I have season tickets, and he can't stand Rogers. I have to read him Tyler Rogers' stat every time. It's weird.
Just like you're doing right now.
I did, and I said to my buddy Ebby, I said, just put up a 0, man. He's like, yeah, but he goes, I just don't like it.
Come on, the Giants won.
There's a different 707. Third 7. I can't stand Rogers in the 8th. It's always an adventure. Well, I'll tell you guys one thing. If Camilo Doval went out there, it's probably going to be an adventure too.
Yeah, Camilo will give you an experience also.
To be totally honest, until Doval establishes his consistency, I'd probably rather go with Webb. Now, a different 707. 707 is hot today. We've got like 5 straight 707s. Not a fan of a contact pitcher that late, but he does get it done.
He gets outs.
Yet another 707. We got like 7 straight 707 says, I can't stand him. And then finally we get 510 saying, I hate this Tyler Rogers slander. He's a stud.
Damn. I guess Tyler Rogers is not going to move up to the 707 anytime soon.
925 says the guy throws 75 miles an hour. He's the potential to get raked over at any moment. And then 925, another 925er says this outrage over Tyler Rogers must be a bunch of new Giants fans because old school Giants fans remember Brian Wilson loading the bases every time.
Yeah, but it's different. The way that Brian Wilson pitches, you think he can get a strikeout at every single moment, blowing it by you.
You know what? Let's ask Buster Posey tomorrow, too.
Absolutely.
So, all right, fun stuff, man. Fun. The Giants. Fun. And you know what's fun? What did young Tony ask us today? The moment your week turns. The heavy-hitting questions, the pressure, the sweat, and, of course, the brilliance of young Tony's questions. Next on the Sports Leader.
The Giants. Fun.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about the North Bay and world-class health care. Man, oh, man, how important is that, right? Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care. It's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being your best. Marin Health. World-class care, closer than you think.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It sound right, boys.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, the legendary feature that has swept the nation. By the way, John Lynch later in that quote said, I saw Murph and young Tony today before the game, had to release them both for cost-cutting moves. For sure. You know the deal. Every Wednesday at this time, and again, it always gets you kind of tilted just a little bit towards the weekend. Start smelling the Baby Friday tomorrow. Start smelling the home opener Friday. But most important, we get grilled by the great young Tony, Marcus. Are you doing business or is he talking right now? What are we doing here,
young
buddy?
Tony's doing business. Tell us the rules, Tony. Tell us the rules.
All right, so we got some rules here. We got a lot of rules. I prepared a list of questions. After I read the question, you will each have 60 seconds to respond.
Tony, you know how much damage I can do in 60 seconds? But I can also tell you in 60 seconds or less that the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org.
What if I see your read and tell you that we're proudly sponsored by Bigelow Tea? Grab a mug and tea proudly. Tony, we're stealing your thunder. What do you got, buddy?
All good. Business first. If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That is your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everybody can join the conversation.
We're not going to stop talking. You know that. So go ahead.
I do know that.
Go ahead. All right.
All right. They're calling it the Great 8 Chase. Alex Ovechkin scored his 800.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. We're going there.
We're going hockey?
We're starting hockey. Let's talk puck.
Wow, here comes the big old Ephus pitch to start us off. Okay, go.
This one's going right through the 5-hole.
So Ovi scored his 891st goal of his career last night. That means he is 4 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record for the most goals in NHL history. Now, from my extensive hockey research, regular season goals and playoff goals are counted separately. So if you look at the schedule, they only have 8 games left in the regular season, and they've already clinched a playoff spot. That is the Capitals, the team he plays for, if you didn't know that. Wow. So what do you guys think? Will Ovi break the record before the end of the regular season?
I just want to go right now and spend my 60 seconds talking about how you led the What Did Young Tony Ask with the Alex Ovechkin.
These are the burning questions that Young Tony needs answered.
52. Buster's 4-1, and we're going Ovi now. I mean, I love it. Okay, we can discuss later. We can riff for days on this. This is going to be a legendary moment. First of all, okay, I'll give you a legit answer. You know Ovechkin is close to my heart, despite the fact that he's Russian and we got problems. All that stuff. But anyway, the point is that you guys know me in hockey. I'm like I'm like Eddie Shore, old time hockey. But anyway, one of the few hockey games I attended was a Washington Capitals game in 2009, and I literally said my biggest takeaway from that game was it was the sporting event where I saw the most jerseys of one single player ever, and this was in 2009. Basically, 90% of the audience was wearing an Ovechkin jersey. I remember bringing back an Ovechkin jersey for Pat, the whole deal. So I've had a little soft spot for Ovi all my years. He will. What's the question? Will he break it by the end of the year?
Yes, 8 games left. He needs 4 to break the record.
Sure, why not? And get yourself an Ovi jersey and go to a Caps game.
Ooh, see, Tony, I'm gonna say yes. Because you know I am a gambling man. So instantly when Murph's giving his answer, I go check the odds out in Las Vegas. And he's actually minus 160 or minus 170 to break the record, which gives him about a 62% chance by my calculations to break it before the end of the season. Hell, why not? Let's complete the chase for 8. I'm saying he does break the record this season.
559 says, Young Tony needs a clock on his questions, especially if it's a hockey question.
Clock.
Ballsy opening there. We going lacrosse now? What are we doing here?
No. All right, shorter question for, what was that, 559?
Yeah, exactly.
So the Giants, the Warriors, and the Sharks.
The Giants. Yeah, all right.
Speaking of puck, like I said, Giants, Warriors, and Sharks, they all played a game yesterday, and coincidentally, the Giants and the Warriors both won their games around the same time. So the real question is, how can you watch both games at the same time? Wait, shout out to all the 1%ers, of course, if you have multiple screens. Which game did you find yourself paying attention to the most?
Ooh, see, now I will tell you how I watched both games because I sat my ass down at a bar at my local brewery and they had both games on right in front of me. So there I was drinking double IPAs, enjoying double the amount of fun watching Warriors and Giants. But it did feel like I was going cross-eyed because I was trying to keep eyes on both the games. I'd watch Steph Curry hit a 3. Then I'm watching Elliot Ramos launch one to the Crawford boxes. I kept going back and forth. But because of how hot Steph Curry was and the rest of the bar was actually more interested in the Warriors game last night, I found myself going with the gravitational pull of a Steph Curry a little bit more than the Giants, but I made sure to keep an eye on Elliot Ramos, Willie Adames, and Logan Webb throughout the entire game also.
So did you answer the question?
The answer is D, all the above. Right. I did gravitate more towards the Warriors.
Where were the Sharks on all that?
Oh, the Sharks were not on the TV. Right, Sharks did not make it.
He didn't hit the bell? That didn't hit 60 seconds?
No, I'm quick, Murph. Wow. I get it done in less than 60 seconds.
Somebody get this guy a ham sandwich.
Yeah,
okay.
Best in the business.
For the people who missed it, I told this story an hour ago, but I'll tell it again. We have 2 teenagers who who are into their real gambling apps and all that. So I said, guys, what do we do? And they both said Giants. I said, oh, look at you guys. You baseball. No, how could you not be romantic about baseball? I said, the Warriors are playing a very important game against Memphis. And the 17-year-old Murphy kid says, yeah, Dad, but the NBA games don't matter until the fourth quarter. I said, pretty good call. Ooh. We like the aesthetic of baseball, the gray of a Giants road uni, Logan Webb, Willie Adames, Buster Posey's Giants, Bob Melvin. So we went Giants. And then I pick up my phone. Steph has 32 points at halftime. I said, nice call, kid. We just missed the show.
Come on, kid.
So what we did in the fourth quarter, Warriors on the big screen, Giants on the phone. That's how we digested it. And like most wonderful encounters, they climax simultaneously.
Hey,
we had incredible victories.
It's always the best.
So Giants on the phone, Warriors on the big screen. We did them both, but the Warriors got the big screen for the fourth quarter. Giants got the big screen early. I missed the show, but I was happy in the end. There you go.
There it is.
Like simultaneous. You're happy in the end.
Yeah.
All right, so
everybody's happy, Murph. Everybody's happy.
There you go, so.
Climax at the same time. That was a good line.
Okay, well, there you go, buddy.
All right. Shout out to the person on the text line yesterday for letting us know that Bob Melvin won his 100th game as a manager on Monday night, and we can add one more for last night. Now, kind of a two-part question here. Number one, how many more wins will he get as a manager? And don't forget about his contract, which includes a club option for 2026. They haven't extended him at all. Number two, why haven't the Giants extended him already? Ask Buster.
Sounds like we have some questions ready for Buster Posey tomorrow. We're going to ask him about Tyler Rogers and Bob Melvin's contract there. Great question. First of all, how many wins? So I've said 86 all year, although 4-1's a nice start. So that means 82 more, which means go look at your list. He's going to pass 2 more guys and get up there. In terms of next year, it's a great question and something we maybe should be talking about because why hasn't he extended him? That's a really good question. I'm wondering if Buster Posey's like, I'm going to see if I'm going to see what this guy can do, and then we'll make a decision. Maybe I have to go get my guy. Like Bob Melvin was hired by the Farhan Zaidi regime, although I got a feeling that Buster Posey is kind of a Bob Melvin guy. That said, if you're Bob Melvin and you got a new boss and he's not extending you, you're kind of like, hey, what's going on, guy? How's your day? Do you feel like extending me today? Can I get you a cup of coffee? We'll ask Bob Melvin at 9:30. Maybe we can ask Buster Posey tomorrow. I imagine they would both defer, given that it's April 2nd and these kind of things don't come up. But I think it's a hell of a question. I don't have a really good answer as to why they haven't extended him, other than Buster wants to put a little pressure on him, and Buster might have another idea. So what if they had a bad year this year? Why would you extend? Anyway, good question, Tony. Got me thinking. Got me noodling.
It is an interesting question. 2 parts to that question. Why they have not extended him. I would agree with Murph. I think Bo Mel has to prove to Buster Posey and his organization that maybe he can still manage at this level, which sounds crazy to say since he is a former manager of the year. But we've seen kind of mediocre outputs, not just last season with the Giants, but even his last year with the Padres. We'll point out he did take down the Dodgers with the Padres 2 years ago. So we're only 2 years away from Bob Melvin making those moves in the postseason. I think eventually he will get extended. I don't think he's on the hot seat this season, but anything can happen if the Giants do fall off a cliff. I will say this, though. He's 63 years old. So the question is, how much longer does Bo Mel want to coach to? Till he's 70? Till he's 75? I'll throw out a number, maybe 6, 7, 8 years max. And you do the math, around 8 years, around 85 wins or more. That's about 680 more wins. This is KNBR 680, the sports leader. So there's my answer. Bob Melvin, 680 more wins, and he gets a contract extension with the Giants.
Let me ask you this then. If the Giants let's say the Giants don't extend him, or he only does 1 or 2 more years, would he get another job after this year?
I mean, Dusty Baker coached until he was, 74, 75?
But Dusty has like a different je ne sais quoi.
Well, we talked about
Melvin,
Dusty never winning the big game until he went to the Houston Astros. Bob Melvin is kind of in that same category as greatest coaches with the most wins who never won a World Series.
I kind of get the feeling that if this might be his last gig. By the way, 1601, he will tie Fred Clark, Hall of Famer, who managed from 1897 to 1915 with his next win. Marcus, if you give him 600 more wins, is that what you just threw him?
Yeah, give him 600. Give him 7 more seasons. Come on, Bob.
He'd finish ahead of Sparky Anderson and as the 6th highest winner of all time.
Hey, well, ask Bob today if he wants to coach until he's 70.
Well, did you say coach or manage?
Manage.
Thank you.
Yeah, people always get mad over that.
Yeah.
Whatever,
it's a baseball manager, it's a football coach.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, all right. I kind of feel like on the first Buster Posey show of the year, I don't really want to hit him with the why haven't you extended Bob Melvin question just yet. You got to be artful with these things, you know? But we would ask Bob. I don't think it's time to ask Bob that either.
No.
It's first week. I think you got to be artful about these things.
Young Tony asking the tough questions.
I think, you got to kind of know. I was recently in a situation. I was in a situation where something was wrong. Somebody gave a gift, and the gift had something wrong with it. What's the classic, do you lick a gift horse in the mouth, is the old cliche, right? But, and the guy, it's a long story, but I had to discuss with a friend. I said, do we say anything about this? Because somebody got offended by the error. And I was like, I know, I'm digressing. Bottom line is, sometimes you got to let things lie. That's the bottom line. And I think maybe now's not the time to ask the Bob Melvin extent.
We got one more here. Here we
Get
go.
him, Tony. Get him.
Funny. All right. Finally, the Giants home opener is on Friday. First pitch at 1:35. You guys will be out there early, 6 to 10 a.m. We're encouraging everyone to join the party at 58 Social. Watch the guys do the show. I will not be out there. I'll be out there after the show, obviously. Got to man the ship. The restaurant's easy to find right outside one of our favorite ballparks, Oracle Park. That's where I'm going with this. So what do you guys think? I want you to rank your top 5 favorite ballparks in the league.
5? Wow,
5 of
that's
them.
a lot. That was in 60 seconds. You have the floor, buddy.
Well, I was going to say, I've only been to 4 Major League ballparks. Oracle Park,
Is that right?
Oakland Coliseum, Dodger Stadium, and Yankee Stadium. I doubled the amount of ballparks that I went to last year, so I'll throw in Sunken Diamond down at Stanford is one of my favorite fields also. My home field,
that.
Washington Park down in Santa Clara.
So what's the
Those are
ranking?
my favorite stadiums. I mean, Yankee Stadium. Ooh, that's tough.
Give
You
me
put
the
me on the
ranking.
spot.
Come on, 1 through 5.
Oracle Park is the prettiest ballpark in the country, maybe in the world. But there's something different about Yankee Stadium. It's not old Yankee. I'll go Oracle 1, Yankee Stadium 2, Dodger Stadium 3, Oakland Coliseum number 4.
So give me that again. I didn't write it down. Go ahead.
Giants, Yankees,
Oracle,
Dodgers,
Yankee. God, Dodgers.
A's.
Listen to you.
Oh, Dodger Stadium is nicer
Well,
than
put
the
Sunken
Coliseum.
Diamond ahead of that.
Oh, well, I didn't know I can actually give a legit stadium. Well,
and Washington Park.
Dodger Stadium is kind of a sunken diamond itself. Hey, it was a
It
good
is a
place
nice
to watch
stadium.
a ball game.
Okay, all right.
As much as we hate the Dodgers. But yeah, you've been to more ballparks than I
I've been
have.
lucky enough. Those dream trips have taken us to many, 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 many places. So I'm going to go ahead and say, come on, man. I can honestly say without bias that Oracle Park is number 1. There's nothing like it's the most. There's nothing like it's nothing like it.
Nothing like it.
Number 1. The Fenway Wrigley debate for 2 and 3 is incredible. Dwayne Kuiper has the best answer. The answer is whichever one you're at. But given my Fred Lynn and Carl Yastrzemski pass, I got to go Fenway 2. I got to go Wrigley 3. Give me that 1:20 start on a Friday. And then, of course, right there, just a tight finish. PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Number 4 is Baby Oracle. Basically, it's Baby Oracle. You could argue, I mean, some people might say PMC might beat Oracle, the same kind of vibe, all that. The question is, what's 5th on that list? Because I've been to so many. Oracle, Fenway, Wrigley, PNC. But you guys, I think, since it popped into my head, I'm going to go with it. I have always had a fondness for this city. Candace's family has city up there. It's my American League club. It's a great park. I love the vibe. I'm going Seattle. Wow. I'm going Seattle, number 5. Catch me on a different day. I might give you a different answer. I do know this. Petco has been popping. That's all I'm going to say. Petco is knocking on the door because it's popping down there. But because of sentimental reasons, I always like the Mariners unis, and I've had a good time in the city of Seattle. I'm going to go with what used to be Safeco, and now is whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, and now they got that value menu with those cheap-ass beers.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
And I didn't even mention Can I count Old Yankee Stadium?
You got to throw an Old Yankee.
Okay, Old Yankee Stadium might bump out Seattle then.
Yeah.
Old Yankee Stadium 5.
Nicely
there you
done.
Go. There you go. Tony, a lot of bells, a lot of dings. Ding, 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 ding. Let's go. Mike Krukow next on the Sports Center.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 670 AM.
All right. Hey, I just want to correct Tony. Young Tony, your questions are so good that I'm always so coming up with better answers after. And before we get to Mike Krukow, Camden Yards in Baltimore, definitely top 5. I apologize to Camden Yards for leaving it out. It's definitely in my top 5. Out goes Seattle. All right, now I feel better. Everything's sponsored by Bigelow Tea here. This show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike Krukow on the Yuma guest line. Mike, the Giants are 4-1. Everything's coming up roses. They're pitching it. They're catching it. They're hitting it. Mike, we're in a great mood. Good morning.
Yeah, morning, Mike.
Yeah, you should be. I mean, this is such a fun team to watch because they do so many little things right. But I think that, when we were going through the process of spring training and they were winning every day, and everybody tried really hard not to pay attention to their win-loss record. It's spring training. But underlying the win was the formula that they used to be successful. And, it just goes back to the very first time that Bob Melvin gathered everybody and he started talking. And he spelled out the changes that were going to be made. And then the coaching staff backed it up. Kipe, when he first got down to spring training, he goes right around that batting cage. That's the first thing an old hitter does. And he's going over there trying to talk to Pat Burrell, Giants hitting instructor, and Burrell blew him off. There in the batting cage, with every pitch that was being thrown to a hitter, he'd say, runner at first and third, less than 2 outs. A situation. Do something about it. Do your situation. Do what you need to do in that particular at-bat. Runner at second base, nobody out. Every pitch that prior to every pitch that a person would see in batting practice, he would give them a situation. And this never wavered. It went through the entire spring. It wasn't something that was just sort of a fad for 2 days and it died off and you went back to the normal way things had been the last 141 years. They stayed steady to the concept that they were going to change and they were going to be better situational hitters. They're going to be better 2-strike hitters. They're going to be better 2-out hitters. Up until last night's game, the Giants had scored 21 runs. 16 of those runs had been scored with 2 outs. And that didn't happen last night. They had a 1-out double by Adames, and then they had a leadoff home run. That was their 3 runs. But point being, we really should not be surprised with what they're doing because they did it all spring long. And it was a concept and a philosophy that was bought into by everybody in that clubhouse. And it was reinforced every day by Melvin and his staff. And it was just very subtle. That's what you saw. And it played. And now it's rolled right into the season. This has been a tough road trip. For these guys to come in on the road in Cincinnati, that's a good team, and Houston, that's a good team, and they've already won both series. They're 4-1 going into this last game. And the way that they've done it is exactly the same way they did it all spring. They have bought into it. They are confident with it, and they, most importantly, believe in it. And from our perspective, to be able to talk about it and point it out, it's getting redundant. We say it every day, but it's what they do, and it's why they're having success.
It's great. And last night, if you missed it, Giants 3, Astros 1. Logan Webb. We can point, you said Adames. We can talk about Ramos. We can talk about Rogers and Walker and Casey Schmidt and Christian Koss. But Logan Webb. And Mike, we've been talking about this guy since 2019. Now, he didn't have the best start to the season. He didn't have the start he wanted in Cincinnati. He bounces back 5 days later in Houston with this 4-pitch arsenal. So you as a pitcher, can you tell us what you saw? And also, corollary to that is, again, the way he pitches deep into games and that staying in to face Yordan Alvarez in a critical moment.
Well, in Cincinnati, I thought he was out of whack. A couple of reasons. Number one, he had 40 friends and family there that he flew into Cincinnati. It was a big deal. Well, that's a big distraction. You become the tour leader, and you're responsible for getting them rooms and getting them fed and telling them where to go. And it's a distraction. And then, of course, the geek of opening day is just an unusually high adrenaline. And then you throw all that on a flat mound which Cincinnati has been a flat mound forever because they have a turtleback infield and you can have a 10-inch mound. That's the height. Well, they took and they've always measured the height of the mound from the infield, not from the dirt of the grass or the dirt of the mound. And it's always been a terrible mound. And when you have a flat mound, you have a tendency to overstride. When you have a tendency to overstride, you don't quite get out front with your release. Ideally, you want to release the ball with your hand out in front of your plant step, your stride step to the target. Well, he wasn't doing that. He was behind it. And, he really struggled. Never, ever comfortable. But, the significance is he made it work. He held them to 3 runs in 5 innings with really not a lot of command and not a lot of his normal stuff. Anyway, compare that to what he did in last night's ball game. He got out there on that mound, and he was in a good rhythm the first inning. Relaxed. There was no overgeek. And he, the mound in Houston is a good mound. And he had no problem getting out front with his release. The thing that was significant about last night's game, because we made a big point out of his first start, he didn't throw a lot of changeups. In 78 pitches, he threw 9 changeups. Well, that's about a third of what he normally threw when you compare his starts to the previous years. Well, he rolls into last night's ball game, and again, he didn't use his changeup like we've seen him before. What he's using now, he's using more cutters, and it's a new look. And it's really cool because he's experimenting. He's found pitches that he likes. He's applying that cut in on the hands to left-handers at the belt, which has become a good pitch for him. And he's starting to elevate. Once he puts in the mind of a hitter, the low location with his sinker and his slider, and the times that he does throw the changeup, he has established low. He's established the knee-high. That's what you look for when you try and hit Logan Webb. Well, now he's elevating with that cutter, and he's elevating with a four-seam fastball. So he's become two-dimensional to the strike zone with the being able to control the knees, and now he's controlling the top part of the strike zone. This is all progress and growth. He has learned how to pitch. It was evidenced by that when he got by with basically nothing and poor command in Cincinnati. He pitched. And he got something out of it. He just gave his team 5 innings, and then he took a night like last night where he had it all working and he cruised. He got 3 double plays, gave him 7 innings, 5 hits, didn't walk anybody, 6 punch outs. That was a great start, especially coming back from a start that he didn't quite have all the stuff in Cincinnati. So the way that he has grown and the way that he can make whatever he has on any given day work and help you, that's what impressed me.
Mike, on Monday, we talked about Willie Adames' slow start to the season in Cincinnati, but yesterday we saw him come through clutch in the 3rd inning with the 2 RBI double. Do you think that's the type of spark that can maybe get his bat going this season?
Oh, definitely. That was a big contribution. And that's a 1-out double with 2 men on, and he got both runs in. The significance about that swing of the bat, he'd been pulling off the ball. And when you pull off the ball, your front shoulder flies, and you don't have coverage of the outer half of the plate. And the significance of the double was he got out there with his front foot dropped, and he was a bit off balance with his lower body, but his hands stayed back, and more importantly, his left shoulder stayed tucked. So he was in position to fire the bat head at the ball, and when he did, it jumped off the ball, and he got that rake double to left field. He took it into his next at bat too, and he hit a ball deep to left center. And, it's like, it's like 439 or something out there in left center in Houston. So he hit that ball. Probably could have been a home run at Oracle Park. That's how well he hit the ball. So I think he's coming out of it. But the very fact that he got that hit and meant everything, it was the difference maker in the game, I think, giving him confidence. And I expect him to start taking off. Yeah,
one of those, you can tell he's pressing a little bit, and he gets that RBI, that big RBI knock, and scoring Christian Koss from first base. We need to talk about that. You talked about him making the team, and there he was at second base. Now, he didn't get a knock yesterday, but he did lay down a bunt that forced an error that he reached on. He walked, and he scored a run. He was involved in several double plays, but mostly he scored from first base, and that's that speed he had. So, I don't know, just that kid. He had his wife there, his baby daughter. We've seen these debuts through the years, but yet another one, and a guy who goes into the clubhouse and gets that post-game spread knowing he contributed to a win, and I don't know how you see Bob Melvin using him going forward.
Well, the one double play that they turned that went around the horn, it went right on the line at third base from Chapman, who threw a bolt over to second base. And, You watch Christian Koss take that throw and then put big-time mustard on it over to first base, and they made a really difficult double play look easy. That was the one thing that lit up my partner. You know, Kuypen's second baseman, he sees a guy put a velocity throw from the angle with which he threw it to complete the double play, and that was the only way they're going to get it. That lit him up, and he was smiling the rest of the night. This kid's a dirt dog. I mean, he's almost, parts of 8 seasons in the minor leagues, and just, you develop a mental toughness when you ride that many buses. And you eat that much bad food in the minor leagues, and you get to the big leagues, and all of a sudden you believe you should be there. Plus, he was the last guy that made the team. Plus, I'd never seen a manager tell a guy he made the team in front of the team. And that's what Bob Melvin did. And when it happened, everybody in that clubhouse lit up. They were all kind of semi-rooting for him because of his story and because of the way he plays. He's a freaking dirt dog. He will bite your ear off to beat you. And it's that type of mental toughness, that old-school mental toughness that Bob Melvin recognized, and he wanted on his team, and that's why he's here. And you're going to see that guy. I mean, he can do a lot of things for you, and willing to do whatever it takes. You should underline that. And that was a great story last night. The walk and the score from second base was great, but what he did in the field was even better.
Mike, Elliot Ramos launched his 3rd home run of the season last night. He joins Felipe Alou and Willie Mays as the only other Giants to start the season with 5 extra base hits in 5 straight games, I should say, especially after we saw pitchers adjust to him last season at the end of the year with a high fastball. How impressive has it been to see Elliot Ramos coming out of the gates this hot?
Oh, it's been really impressive. And I still think he's winning Giants fans over. I don't think that there's been a complete belief that he's going to be the guy that's going to be out there in left field for the next 5 starting opening days or next 10 opening days, even better. But what he's showing in these first 5 games is how strong his hands are. He's hitting balls out of the ballpark that he's not peering. And the other thing, too, that he can do is he uses the whole field. Remember, he's the only guy that's ever put a ball in McCovey Cove, ever, including batting practice. The only guy from the right side to do it. Well, how strong is that? He realizes he doesn't have to overswing. And I think that's what we're seeing now. He's not overswinging. He's in control. And if you're making mistakes that are out over the plate, he makes you pay. And he makes you pay in a hard way. 5 consecutive days with the extra base hits, that's historical. And he's not impressed with it. He expects that. And I think that's probably the biggest key about this guy.
My couple of other items just to talk about. One, Casey Schmidt played first base last night for the first time as a big leaguer, and he's apparently Bob Melvin, who's going to join us today at 9:30. We're looking forward to that. Stay tuned for Bob Melvin at 9:30. He says he's playing there today against a lefty. So just your thought on that. Like that's, how Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, and Bob Melvin and the staff came to the decision that that's a weapon they want to deploy.
Well, I think he's finally comfortable with all the position changes. I think, when he came up, he was a third baseman. He didn't really know the dance at shortstop or the dance at second base, and he certainly didn't know the dance at first base. I mean, it was all new to him. There were times where he literally got a start in the big leagues where he'd never played that position before. And, and he took the assignment. You could tell he wasn't comfortable with it, and I think it really affected his at-bats. And I think now when you see him come into first base, he's completely relaxed. And he's also completely relaxed in the batter's box. I think this guy has finally accepted the challenge of being able to be responsible for 4 infield positions. And he's able to take that transition when he puts the glove down and picks up the bat to put 100% of his concentration into his at-bat. And I don't think it was possible before because it was difficult for him to play different positions comfortably. But I think that's all past him now. He's crossed that bridge, and I think he may do it the rest of his career.
Shows up at the yard. Skip, where do you need me? I'm ready to go. Last one is we had a little argument. Some people were saying that Tyler Rogers in the 8th inning makes them nervous, that they want more of a fireballer there. Now, this is a road we've traveled. He's been around since 2019, so you'd think people would be over it by now. But he came in the 8th inning last night in a close game. What is it about you think Bob Melvin would say? We'll ask Bob at 9:30, but what do you see when, where's the traditional 8th inning, Mike Jackson with the lipper in 93, throwing cheese? Like, how do you feel about Tyler Rogers being the Giants' appointed 8th inning guy?
Well, you know that uncomfortable feeling that everybody feels that when Tyler Rogers comes into the game?
Yeah.
That's the same feeling that opposing hitters can have when they take a bat off in that 8th inning. Bob Melvin, in the first part of spring training, said Tyler Rogers is my 8th inning guy. And he's always said that. And that and he knows that it does a number of things. One, he's a strike thrower. Number 2, he's hard to barrel. And balls that he puts in play, I mean, they're just not hit very hard. Nobody on the opposing team wants to hit against the guy. And the other thing, too, is that he pitches the 8th inning, and he sets it up for a guy that throws hard, like Walker, like Doval. So it's it always gets back to the same thing that we talk about. What is hitting? Timing. What is pitching? Upsetting the timing. And with Tyler Walker, he upsets the timing. He can upset the timing of a hitter watching it from the sideline in the other guy's dugout. So I don't, plus the other thing too now, I mean, he can get a strikeout. Before he could get you a ground ball if you needed it, but he can get a strikeout now. I mean, this guy's evolved too as a pitcher. He's got other weapons than what we saw when he first came up 5 years ago. But I like the guy in there, and I think when you talk to Bob Melvin, I mean, he's going to give you a great argument as to put him in there. He loves him, and I don't see him going anywhere.
I love it, Mike. They're doing it 1 through 26, man. Everybody now has contributed, with Koss and Schmidt getting out there too, and actually Hayden Birdsong is the only guy. I don't know any way they get him in.
Well, I mean, he's the guy that he's the long relief guy that if you have a wreck with your starter in the first 3 innings, you're going to see him. They know they have to pitch this guy. I mean, the clock's running. This guy's so good, he has to pitch. The fact that he made the team was a bit of a surprise to me because I thought it might send him down just because he has to get into a rotation. He has to build himself up. Every day that he's on that bench, he's not strengthening his arm, and that's a concern. So I don't know. I mean, if something were to happen today with Landon Roupp, I mean, I don't know. You might see him early, but I don't. He's got to pitch sooner or later. He's got to get on the hill.
Another one to ask Bob Melvin about. All right, Mike, it's awesome. It's so much fun. And one more today, day game today, and then you and us, and we're all going to be at the park on Friday, man. Break out the red, white, and blue bunting. Can't wait. Great start to the season. Love talking ball, Mike. Enjoy the broadcast. Have a great call, and we'll talk to you Friday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow on the 4-1 Giants, 1 through 26, or no 1 through 25. No bird song yet.
Yeah, no birdie.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. But he said that he sounded a little bit of an alarm, like you got to get him going.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they stack him up on top of Landon Roupp today, get them both in some action.
Okay.
Because Landon Roupp is the only other pitcher who hasn't pitched yet because they moved up Logan Webb to keep him on the 5-day rotation.
Okay, not a bad call there, buddy. Not a bad call. All right, along with Kruk and Kai, listen, the Giants are winning. We love talking about it. But the big hit awaits, and it's one man and one man only. Steph Curry, 52 points, and the Warriors get a gigantic win. Let's dive into what it meant, what records he broke. Steph Curry, big hit next on the Sports Leader. Oh, Provident Credit Union. Look at that. I got my Yeti right here. This is Provident Credit Union filled with coffee. And it not just a Yeti for coffee, but also a smart, secure place to grow your savings. That's right. Provident Credit Union has you covered. Right. For a limited time, earn up to 3.75% annual percentage yield with a pick-a-term certificate. It's the perfect way to meet your short-term savings goals. So choose from 3, 6, 9, or 12 months. Lock in a high dividend rate and watch your savings grow with zero risk. That's right. No surprises, no guesswork, just a locked-in rate and total peace of mind. But don't wait. Offers like this do not last forever. Take advantage of this limited-time deal and start earning up to 3.75% today. If you need help getting started, the Provident team is ready to make it easy. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local community branch today. This rate is effective as of March 1st, 2025. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Trevor Noah at the Mountain Winery up in Saratoga on May 23rd. We want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you win. It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Curry doing everything tonight. Beautiful steal. Wanted that 3 in transition. Step back and got it. He's got 11 made threes. Looking for a Steph relocate. Corner 3. Got it. He's got 12 threes. Curry 3. Tipped in by Pajemski. He went over John Morant to tip it home. Moody, corner 3. Got it. How about he didn't make a field goal the last time he was in this building. He's going to leave with 52 points tonight. What a win for the Dubs.
Oh, look at that. Bob, you know when Bob's going, he got it. And he's not saying, and the Warriors have cut it to 11. Timeout Pelicans. Those were the Thunder years. No. This is the Warriors in their prime. Rolling. Good morning, everybody. Big win last night in Memphis. We'll call it in just a second. But first, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. What a night in the Bay last night in general. Calling it a tasty Tuesday as the Warriors get a critical win in Memphis that means so much to their playoff seeding, and they do it in stunning fashion with Steph Curry going for 52, 32 in the first half. At almost the same time, Giants fans got their little stoke as Logan Webb stitches 7 innings. Elliot Ramos leaves the yard, and they beat the Astros 3-1, ending at almost the exact same time. as the Warriors getting their win. So it's just a wonderful Tuesday on the Bay. One game in Memphis, one game in Houston. We digested it all back here. But the big hit has to go to number 30. He scores 52 points, Marcus, all sorts of records. He passes Rick Barry for second place on the all-time Warrior 50-point game list. Wilt Chamberlain is first. He has a chance to go after Klay Thompson's 14 three-pointers in one-game record. He comes up just shy. He gets 12. He passes Jerry West for 25th on the all-time NBA scoring list, a list he's going to continue to climb. So records everywhere, critical win everywhere. Jimmy Butler with a quiet 27, 12 for 12 from the free throw line. Draymond Green with a triple-double. And that starting lineup that you've been talking about, Curry, Podziemski, Moody, Butler, and Green. Now, what is it, 12-0? 12-0. So, man, oh, man. So, yeah, the Warriors get the big hit, buddy. And Steph captured the nation yet again.
It was a two-screen Tuesday with the Dubs and Giants on both of the screens in front of me. But there's only one story of the day, and that's Steph Curry dropping another 50-burger. Don't forget, he dropped 56 earlier this season against Orlando. Don't forget, he dropped 40 earlier this year against the Brooklyn Nets. Don't forget, the man is 37 years old and is still putting up these type of performances. Steph Curry, we're not worthy. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. And this is exactly why the Warriors went out and made a trade for Jimmy Butler, who was perfect from the free throw line yesterday, along with the 28 for 28 for the entire team. Jimmy was a dog yesterday. Draymond Green gave you another triple-double. He's on his way to winning another Defensive Player of the Year award. And it seems like everything is coming together down the stretch, and it's all circling around Steph Curry.
How many times has Steve Kerr given we've talked about this for weeks, months, years. How many times Steve Kerr, who adores Steph Curry, told him in that Quarter Gold documentary in France, you're like my favorite person in the world I've ever met. How many times he's had to describe Steph? Last night he had to do it yet again.
I mean, the guy's 37 years old. It's incredible. 52 points with people draped all over him all game long. The conditioning, the skill, the audacity, the belief. It's just incredible to watch Steph at work. I mean, I can't believe he's still doing this at this age, but he's put the work in and he's still got it.
Yeah, 37 years. I mean, again, we talked about how age has changed so much. Although it's surprising here, Justin Verlander is the oldest player in all four major North American sports, all 51 states, the oldest one. Steph's not that far behind.
No.
Justin's 40, Verlander's 42, and Steph's 37.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of people overlook his age because of what LeBron James is doing at 40 years old. But Steph is 3 years younger, and at age 36, and Draymond Green at age 36, what they're doing right now is unbelievable. But this is Steph Curry. The skill, the talent, the audacity to go out there and shoot that many three-pointers.
The audacity of Steph.
Last night, he had the audacity for the 27th time in his career to have a game where he hit double-digit three-pointers.
And we talked about all the stats we were going to say. Did you see that his Jerry Rice, Wayne Gretzky record, that the closest guy is Klay with 9?
Klay's got 9.
Dude, that's Jerry Rice Gretzky stuff, when you're blowing away, Will Chamberlain stuff, when you're blowing the field away by that much. Incredible.
I mean, they threw up a graphic last night where they showed Klay having 9 of those games, Dame having 6, Zach LaVine having 3, James Harden 3, and J.R. Smith having 3.
J.R. Smith.
He had more than the rest of the graphic combined. That's how many double-digit three-point games Steph Curry has had in his career.
By the way, I just confused J.R. Smith and J.R. Ryder. Two very different people. Thank you for J.R. Smith's lack of clock awareness, by the way, in the NBA Finals.
Anything is possible.
Lots of reactions. 831 says, I'm digging Jimmy calming everything down and facilitating while Steph goes nuts. But don't forget, there's going to be a time when playoff Jimmy shows up and Steph's on a heater, and you guys might get a whole new beautiful basketball soundbite for sure. And 707 says, how about a shout out to the new Steph Slash brother, Loon Dog, hitting another 3 for sure.
Looney's shooting like 40% from 3 this season. It's insane.
More sound from last night. Steve Kerr on how big last night was, because it gave them the tiebreaker over Memphis. It vaulted them to the 5 seed, puts them within shouting distance of the Lakers for the 4 seed, 2 back in the loss column. And they play the Lakers tomorrow night, which should be a really juicy game with no Giants game to distract you. An off day for the Giants. But Kerr on the playoff atmosphere.
It did. Felt like one, and obviously the implications were huge. Now they got to beat us by 2 games here over the last 7 to catch us. So that's helpful for us, and we're obviously fighting it out with Minnesota, with the Clippers. And you never know what happens with anybody. So you got to handle your own business.
Yeah, it did. It was great. And the Memphis has got to be like, come on, man. What's going on here? By the way, we didn't talk about Steph bowing up on Desmond Bane. When that little incident where there was a foul and then Steph decided to toss a three-pointer up and Desmond Bane slapped it down.
Steph did not look happy.
Dude, he snapped. And then you could see in his brain when he was snapping, he's like, I got to get away because I don't want to get teed. But he wanted to. There was piss and vinegar there, man.
And then Draymond went over and kind of hyped him up a little bit on the bench. I thought for sure we were going to get a night-night celebration at some point in that fourth quarter.
Actually, I wondered when Moody hit the 3 and they cut to Steph on the camera. But I guess Steph's like, I only do the night when I do it.
Yeah, he's got.
By the way, we didn't even talk to you about the John Morant technical.
Dude, what is Jaw doing?
Positive message for the kids.
Hasn't his kid learned his lesson already?
And by the way,
he's been suspended multiple times.
Put a seatbelt on his old man. You see that? Where was I at? Was I at a
somebody
CYO
put a seatbelt on him?
Was I at a CYO game?
Yeah, tee him up also.
The dad was going banana, and then when Jaren Jackson fouled Jimmy Butler to foul out, and John Morant's dad was like on the court complaining about the call. I'm like, bro, sit down. Take your L, and you're about to lose. Meanwhile, let's hear what Steph himself had to say about having, you know what? When pelvic contusions can be a good thing, because he clearly looked fresher having that time off. And Curry acknowledged it last night. Cut V, Tony, about getting a little gas here.
Body feels good. It's been a good trend. I think I hadn't played an intense game like that in a while, since obviously before the injury. And still wearing the pad back there and trying to protect myself. But other than that, feeling a good rhythm. The week off definitely helped in that sense where, the tank is pretty full and you want to try to maintain that for as long as we can down the stretch.
About that, man, when pelvic contusions can help. By the way, he also got out. Pelvic contusion didn't hurt him that bad. Apparently he played a couple of rounds of golf at exclusive places, maybe a place they're going to give a green jacket next week.
Steph Curry's getting on that course.
I'm thinking like week before the Masters, it's like, Scotty Scheffler's got a tee time, Rory McIlroy's got a tee time. Tiger's like, yeah, move over. I'm coming in. Give me time. And by the way, I'll be hitting the wine cellar after.
Hey, it's Steph. Let me play this course.
They have. Yeah, thank you. There's your Tiger.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Tiger with the little April Fool's tweet yesterday. How about
hilarious
that?
Tiger.
Draymond Green said he noticed that Steph was moving rested. Cut T, Tony here.
I think it was definitely helpful. Never feels good when you're forced to take that week off. But in saying that, I think to get a week off at this point in the season for him is great. You allow your body to rest. Other nicks and knacks that could be hurting is healing while, he's kind of letting the contusion heal. So I think it was great for him, man. He looks extremely rejuvenated. So it's good for us.
Extremely rejuvenated. I'd like to be extremely rejuvenated. When's the last time you felt extremely rejuvenated, brother?
I'd be happy just get 8 hours of sleep one night.
Oh, no. That doesn't happen no more.
Exactly. That'd be the next time both of us are rejuvenated.
And your body won't even let you anymore either.
Nah, you got to wake your ass up.
Wake up. You got to just start walking around the city.
Yeah, but it's good for Steph Curry to feel kind of rejuvenated because I don't think it's all sunshines and rainbows that he dealt with injury because they lost 2 games without him. And that could come down to play into the standings down the stretch. But when you are looking for the silver linings, shout out to Greg Silver linings, Steph Curry having his ability to reset, but not just Steph, the entire team too. Because even this weekend, when they put up 148 on the Spurs, not a single starter played more than 26 minutes. It was a glorified practice. So that was a great moment also for the entire team, not just Steph Curry to rest their legs up a little bit.
I love that 415 texted in on the Golden State Lumber and text line saying, don't forget your interview with Guy Santos got this train rolling.
That's it.
He goes, must-win game, appreciated by a great interview.
It was us all
much appreciated, yes. By the way, Mike Montgomery is going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, former Warrior head coach, and of course, Cal and Stanford legend will be joining us on the other side. We'll talk to him about his big honor and what it would have been like to coaching Steph Curry. Now, we will talk about that record, Klay's 14 threes, and Steph had 11 going into the fourth quarter, and then he started casting, and he admitted after the game that maybe he wasn't thinking about the Warriors winning the game. He was thinking about his buddy, number 11, down in Dallas. So cut D, Tony, on NBC with Fitz and Buki about the record here.
That was the first 2 threes of the fourth quarter. I definitely was thinking about Klay in Chicago. this is as close as I've been with the amount of time left. But then after that, reality check. We got to win the game, so you don't want to sabotage anything.
Yes, how about him admitting it? Hey, you admit it? That's great that he admitted it. He's like, yeah, let's go for the record.
Yeah, I think that's something that's been in the back of his mind for a while now, especially after Klay's departure. It's the one 3-point record he does not have. He's made the most threes in NBA history. He's made the most threes during the regular season, but 14 3-pointers by Klay Thompson is still one more than he's ever made in an NBA game.
Yeah, it's true, and I think he's still got it in him, obviously. Some like November game or something.
I was going to say, if this game was like in December or something, he probably would have thrown up a couple more shots in that fourth quarter, but he knows how important each and every game is when they're playing meaningful basketball. Murph.
Meaningful basketball is the line. 510 says, by the way, pelvic contusion be a great band name. Not bad. The other thing that happens is that, listen, we all miss Jerry West. Last year, the tragic passings of Jerry West and Bill Walton, we were missing these iconic guys who've all been on our show, who we love so much. And Jerry West is one of those guys. And his time with the Warriors was so meaningful. Helped launch this whole dynasty. He said, don't trade Klay for Kevin Love, right? He said, trade Monte Ellis and let Steph be the guy. Jerry West was instrumental in everything, so we miss him all the time. And when Steph passed him last night, it was a big deal. So Steph wanted to pay homage to his old executive neighbor.
I got a little emotional about that. That's special, obviously, in his memory and what he meant to our organization, to the league, to the world of basketball, to our organization when he worked here, and my relationship with Johnny. And I got to talk to him after the game just to share a moment on what it meant for me, my family, the entire West family. So that is special. Just understand what his career was, and that's the logo. So very special. I'll keep that ball and put it in a good place.
Typical Steph, man. And mentioning Johnny West, who's a Warriors executive, Jerry's son, and special ball. Or as one of the players said in the locker room, I think it was Gary Payton, when you see the video of Steve Kerr giving the basketball to Kerr, Curry actually jokingly giving it to Guy Santos, off screen you hear Gary Payton go, how many basketballs do you have? It's because when he said I'm going to put that one in a special place, I'm like, yeah, next to which one?
Yeah, what does the Steph Curry trophy room look like?
How do you see? Like, honestly, where does he? I don't know where that one goes. He passed Jerry West. Yeah, I don't know. Put it on shelf 3.
Throw it on the pile. He's just stacking up achievements.
Oh, man.
Throw it on the pile.
There you go, man. It's really, really fun to watch and treasure. Like I said, it was so important that I driving in the morning when I'm stealing stuff from national shows driving in. The one show that always drives me nuts because all they do is talk about the Cowboys is Get Up, and they went Steph Curry for 7-8 minutes.
How could you not?
He's coast to coast, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised they even went Steph over Joker last night.
It's funny because
that was a huge story also.
And that is a huge story. We have some stuff in the cooler content.
And Russell Westbrook blowing the game.
Somebody said it was maybe the Westbrook legacy game.
Oh, man. That's
too.
rough for Russ.
Anyway, the big hit is, of course, the Steph Curry 52-pointer. We hope that got you guys through your 8 a.m. commute. We have more coming to Mike Montgomery, of course, going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame next month. We'll be out there hosting that thing May 20. Is it May? Let me get you tickets there for, buddy. You have the sheet right there, bud. You got the. Thank you.
I got you. I'm Guy Santos. You're Steph Curry.
It's going to be on May 15th, Thursday, May 15th.
There's the
two big events in May. I got the Dwight Clark event the next week too, down in San Jose. This one's at the Hyatt.
The most.
Yeah, the Hyatt Regency. Well, I'd be the host with the most, right? Unless I was doing a Southern Girl.
Yeah.
Shout out Sam Rockwell and White Lotus. If you know, you know. Hyatt Regency Embarcadero, Thursday, May 15th. And Mike Montgomery, who was a Warriors head coach, will say, hey, Mike, how many games you would have won if you had Steph Curry in your lineup, too? Coming up, that'll be fun. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Trevor Noah at the Mountain Winery up in Saratoga on May 23rd. We want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, call 415-896-KNBR, and if you're caller number 10, you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
It's that time of year. It's April. It's tax season. Steve Moskowitz is the man to talk to. He's on the line right now, live. Steve, you want to help the people out and tell them what to do if you have unfiled tax returns.
That's right. This is the heart of tax season. It's early April. And a lot of people out there are thinking they're not going to file a tax return this year. And the reason they're not is they don't have the money to pay it. Or maybe it's been a bunch of years and they just don't file tax returns and they're just looking over their shoulder. Traditional tax season is when the IRS's favorite time is for making examples. You don't want to be an example. And the bottom line is there's so many good solutions. You've heard me talk about that so much. We can do everything for you. File all the old back returns, make a deal for what you can't pay. And there's a lot of good deals. Whether you qualify to just pay part, or we get the penalties forgiven, or we get you something you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. The bottom line is talk to us. Don't let another year go by. Solve the problem and do yourself, your family, and your business a favor. Let us take care of you.
That's it. He'll take care of you. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Ah, there it is. Is that your boy Larry June?
This is Larry June.
This isn't Stinson Beach, is
and
it?
2 Chainz off their new album, Life is Beautiful. Different song.
I like I meant to tell you that 17-year-old Declan Murphy came in with his AirPods the other day and said, tell Marcus thank you for Lar Russell.
Dude, I'm stacking up artists with my guy Deck.
You
First
guys
it
are-
was Larry June, now it's Lar Russell.
You guys are on the same
Tell him I
page.
got more to come, more to come.
Yeah. By the way, tomorrow's show should be great. Buster Posey at 7:30. And big guests. that Marcus doesn't even know about.
You keep teasing me with these guests.
We tease and we tease. We're waiting for Mike Montgomery to call in. Hopefully he will any minute now. We had booked him, but if not, we can keep talking about the Warriors. I actually happened to be on my Twitter timeline seeing the Ja Morant replay. Bro, what are you doing, man? What's he doing?
Come on, Ja.
What's he doing?
Put those fingers away.
Yeah, dummy. And the problem is Buddy Hield reacted by doing the same thing to him, and they both got teed up. It was almost like Buddy, if you go look at the replay, and if you're missing Ja, it looked like he was holding I mean, I can't believe he's looking, he's holding a shotgun.
Yeah.
But Buddy, it's almost like Buddy did it because it was like playing a game of, what's the game you play where you do Simon Says? It's almost like you could see his brain, like Buddy does it immediately back to him, like Simon Says, do this. Oh, I'll do this. And then Buddy kind of looks at his teammates like, oh, I guess I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
And they both got teamed up.
I mean, Buddy is a shooter.
Nice, Buddy, nice. Did we do the Bigelow? If not, I'll just tell you that we are proudly sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Okay, well, until Monty comes in, let's get back in to the Warriors situation because Monty was a Warrior coach for the 2 years. I was looking at the rosters he had. He had Monte Ellis as a rookie. He had Jason Richardson. He had Baron Davis come over, too, right before the We Believe situation. Mully was his GM. Mully hired him and did his thing. But, man, oh, man, that was so much fun to watch Steph Curry last night. Monty never got the chance to cover this guy. And so we went over the records, the near 12 three-pointers. Or pardon me, the near 14 three-pointers, passing Jerry West. You pointed out double-digit three-point baskets in a game for sure. But other guys did stuff too, man. And Jimmy Butler continued to be the guy. I heard one of the national shows saying, everybody talked about the Luka trade. Could you argue 808 KNBR, while the Luka trade might have bigger ramifications historically for years to come, like 20 years down the road.
Face of the franchise type stuff,
20 years down the road, the Luka trade will be bigger. But could you make the argument that right now, just if you had to argue this year, the Jimmy Butler trade's a bigger trade?
I think you could make that argument because I think Jimmy Butler is a better fit for this style of offense and defense with the Warriors than Luka fitting in with LeBron. Now, I know they are still getting their sea legs underneath them, and it does seem like Luka and LeBron are blending pretty well. But we talked about the fact that the Lakers might be an easier matchup now with Luka on the team.
Yeah.
Which sounds crazy to say,
right?
but Anthony Davis was such a problem for the Warriors that now I don't mind a matchup against the Lakers in the postseason if it does come to that.
I mean, we'll see tomorrow night. Tomorrow night should be good, man. The Lakers still make me feel some kind of way. I have PTSD, man, from the 80s. Go back to Fatburger. Young Tony, you know about that Fatburger story.
Oh, the hook shot, Tony.
The baby hook, man. I was just alone by myself with all my friends. People say that, when somebody's sitting there, they say, hey, look at Murph over there sitting with his friends. I'm sitting there by myself in the booth.
Me, myself, and I.
So, and I was just depressed. I hate the Lakers so much, and Magic had won the game with that baby skyhook. I was so pissed. I stormed out of my UCLA apartment, went down to Westwood to Fatburger, which, by the way, was a pretty good consolation prize. You ever go to Fatburger?
I have been to Fatburger.
Yeah, they're damn good.
They are
damn good, yeah.
They're big burgers.
Greasy, tasty. Mm-hmm. That's one tasty burger.
This is a tasty burger.
And a gentleman, back in the old days, we would affectionately call him a hobo or a bum, and we meant it in a loving way.
Of course.
And he came in and I think he had a couple whiskeys or something, maybe some Ripple. And he was like, man, and he started acting out. Did you guys see that shot? Did you guys see that? And I was like, bro, don't, come on. And he did, and he had a trench coat, like a dirty trench coat on. He goes, Magic Johnson with that. At that time, they weren't called the baby skyhook. He goes, that shot. And I was like, bro, I'm just sitting there eating my burger, man. Get out of my face.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I want to know where this guy was watching the game at.
It's a great question.
Who
I
let
was
him
wondering,
into their establishment?
I think maybe the old-fashioned times you would look through pane glass windows at bars and restaurants. You could see it through the plain glass window. That's how people used to watch like the moon landing and things like that.
Window shopping.
They all stand. Or shut at the end of the movie Eddie and the Cruisers. I believe they stand out. You see Eddie standing and watching something through the pane glass window, but I digress.
Yeah, you lost me.
Let's get back. I know. That's a very deep pull.
That is deep.
Which leads us to the fact that movie was about a rock star, which leads us to the idea that, yes, we do know that we lost the Titan, Val Kilmer. We will pay tribute later in the show. But back to Jimmy Butler. Steve Kerr, just basically SOS, saved our season.
Completely different team. Jimmy saved our season. The trade saved our season. Everybody knows that, but you watch what he did tonight, 12 for 12 from the line. Steph goes off the floor. We're running everything through him. Just a big-time defender, big-time two-way player. Jimmy has made the rest of the pieces fit. Moses, BP, Gee, Quentin, It's just the roster makes sense. We got guys who are competitive and tough and smart, and they're, as Steph talked about, he wanted to play meaningful basketball again, and he's getting to do that. We're all getting to do that, and it's a lot of fun.
Dude, do you realize the name he didn't mention? He was saying Postgame Kuminga.
No.
Who didn't play last night.
No, Kuminga, who was out there in his Yankee hat yesterday.
We heard Mark Spears, though, just say you're an absolute, let's use it lightly for April 1, you're a fool if you don't want Jonathan Kuminga in uniform.
I say he's an idiot.
That's what Spears was saying.
That's essentially what he said.
But, I mean, there they were last night without him winning the game.
And I agree. You want Kuminga on the roster. You want that option off the bench. He just does not fit in with this starting lineup, and that should not be his role right now. And we saw Steve Kerr play him off the bench, but right now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they're undefeated with this small ball lineup. I mean, because it's something we talked about yesterday with Mark Spears, too, with Moses Moody and Pods being in the lineup and the tough matchup against the size of a Memphis Grizzlies. Murph, the Warriors won the battle on the boards yesterday. They had more rebounds with a small ball lineup.
Crazy.
And it feels like it's because of Jimmy Butler connecting and just having guys in right spots, just being right place, right time. He's the connector of this team offensively and defensively.
And we haven't even seen playoff Jimmy yet. No. Season ends April 13th. Season ends a week from Sunday, and then the Warriors will be in the playoffs in some form, whether it's the 6 seed, the 5 seed, or the dreaded 7 seed, which is still out there because the Clippers are nettlesome. But the point is you're going to see playoff Jimmy. So here's Steph Curry on the NBC Sports Bay Area with Fitz and Buki about Jimmy Butler, his teammate.
That's why the trade makes so much sense for us, and why the results have been there ever since. It's a great tandem in terms of, like you said, two different styles. And when we're locked in and have good spacing, he demands a lot of attention. He always makes the right play. Like you said, he can get to the line because he's such a presence. He knocks him down, and then yes, sir, come on, big time, baby. And, even on the defensive end, the steal he had on Ja down the stretch was just high IQ basketball. Like, we love playing meaningful games. Coach said it before the game, this is a meaningful game. All the rest of them down the regular season are going to be like that. So for us to be able to step up the way we did, total team effort, but I like me and Jimmy leading it.
I don't know, I like better. 3 things there. A, Steph giving yet another classy 5-star interview. B, the fact that he dapped up Draymond in the middle of it because Draymond was finishing, I guess, his radio interview. Or C, one of my all-time favorite songs, Earth, Wind, and Fire's Let's Groove, playing in the background.
That's a hell of a combination.
Oh, come on, man. That's like, talk about a good vibe.
Yeah.
That's a great vibe out there, man.
And these are the vibes that you're looking for, because every game that Steph Curry plays for the rest of his career should be meaningful. I mean, think about it. 2 months ago, we were watching him sulk at the post-game presser.
Towel over the head.
The sadness of a Steph Curry. Yeah. And we're all screaming at the top of our lungs on 50,000 watts. You got to go out and get him an all-star. You got to get him that second superstar. And credit to Mike Dunleavy Jr., who made the move that a lot of people did not like at the time. Everybody wanted Kevin Durant. They ended up with Jimmy Butler, and it's been a phenomenal move. He's fit in perfectly. He's a different piece of the puzzle, a different type of player, but he completes this Warriors puzzle.
And even though people are down on this player, he kept Kuminga, which you hope will benefit. And also, by the way, again, I don't know, maybe I spend too much time, and I know more mature people than me would say that this is true. They would say, why are you even worried about that? But social media, I watched social media destroy Brandon Pajemski in the first 2 months of this season. Destroy him. And again, should we even care? Comments suck, says Marcus.
Yes,
that's his
they do.
T-shirt.
Comments
you get that
suck.
hat? You get a hat.
I know, you have the run the damn ball hat. I should have a comment suck hat.
Make sure it's red and white.
That's it.
Because it'll startle people.
Everybody's favorite colors.
It'll startle people. But anyway, Pajemski probably deserves a gigantic social media apology. Mm-hmm. Guy's playing really good basketball. His tip-in last night was critical. His 7 threes the other night in San Antonio. Yeah. I mean, he's part of that starting lineup we were just talking about, too.
It's the undefeated small ball lineup that they've been rolling with. And whether it's Moody or Pods or Post or Draymond or Kevon Looney hitting threes yesterday, it seems like everybody is now getting these open opportunities, these open shots, and they're taking advantage of it. And it seems like everybody is really playing their role. Nobody's trying to do too much. We know Steph Curry's a superstar. Filter in and play your role behind it, and you'll have a chance to win.
Maybe we sub out in our win call-ins, beautiful basketball, for the phrase apparently they're adopting in April, meaningful basketball. Right, Tone?
Meaningful basketball.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, fellas. Here's the meaningful
Yeah,
basketball.
yeah.
All right. Number 2, this guy passed Jerry West.
Hey, logo.
Are you emotional?
How many basketball do you have?
Who said
Gary
the
Payton.
logo? But who says the logo? Is that Buddy? Is Buddy just provide running commentary on everything?
Buddy's got great ad-libs. He's like the Juicy J of the Golden State Warriors, just dropping ad-libs throughout songs.
He's the one going, are you getting emotional? Are you getting emotional? And then
all galaxy.
Is he the one who also says meaningful basketball, meaningful basketball?
So
He's just a chatterbox. isn't
meaningful
he?
basketball. I love that, but there's nothing more than I love with that clip. If you saw it, we played it on our live stream on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, and all that good stuff. It's Steve Kerr toasting to Steph Curry with a Modelo in his hand.
Yeah.
And he's had a few sips of that Modelo. The vibes are high in that
Tell you what,
room.
even if you're coaching a Little League baseball game, a Little League All-Star game, or a CYO basketball game, or a school basketball game, if you win that game, a cold beer tastes really freaking good.
And I know that Steve Kerr, his go-to beer is a cold Modelo. Shout out Tom Tolbert and their conversations they used to have about beer all the time.
What are they charging you for a Modelo down at opening day?
Oh, $16,
By the way,
17
not
minimum.
to digress, and I know we got the cooler content coming up, but P1 Chuck, who's out there, who reminded me among many that Camden Yards is definitely in my top 5 parks of all time. All right, we've made amends. Camden Yards is in there. But the Orioles we were talking about all these teams going to value menus now. The Mariners are now selling beers at a cheap price. The Orioles have done it too.
Dude, it feels like there's a movement.
Come
We've
on,
seen
Larry.
it with the Atlanta
Do the right
Falcons
thing,
in
buddy.
football. Drop the prices. People will buy more food and they will buy more beers.
Do the right thing. Mm-hmm. All right, dude. Who's that? Do the right thing. Frankie 5'8".
Look, Godfather 2. Yeah, it's simple science. Last night, I went to a happy hour to go watch both the games last night on a 2-screen Tuesday, and because beers were half price, I had 2 instead of 1. I still spent the same amount of money, but because you gave me a discount, I bought more beer.
There it is, man. All right, hey, Cooler content on the other side. We'll chase Mike. We'll get Mike Montgomery another time. Cooler content, loaded, rich, and tribute, emotional tributes too, coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Oh, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Maybe the only thing better than Steve Kerr's Modelo would be if he had an Amici's East Coast Pizzeria with him. And he could have done it for the group because that's our theme this week is catering for a large group. We know the home delivery. Prompt, courteous, professional, all that. But what about a larger delivery? What about a setup where the Warriors walk into their locker room and there's a whole spread from Amici's? And it's not just the pizzas, but the pastas, which I really like, by the way. Really good pastas. And the wings, which are the best. And you get all those different flavors too, spicy, hot, medium, mild, all the dipping sauces. So let's go. It's a more economical way to feed a large group. You still get the best stuff from Amici's. You just eat it buffet style. That's the way to go. So maybe it's a corporate lunch delivered, getting people back in the office. Maybe it's a special event, like a Little League party or something like that. Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. Because 2 words, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza. All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content
cornucapacious of joyful news.
Yeah, baby!
on the sports leader.
Oh, yeah. Where else are you going to get Nikki T and Steve Young back-to-back? Never. It's always the cooler of content, which is sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. A lot to get to. Friday, we'll hope to see y'all out at the ballpark, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. You can see handsome Marcus. See me in my... Should I wear my Timber Tech hat Friday?
Why not?
I don't know. Those are my people. Probably wear a Giants hat Friday.
Yeah. Will you go with the hat, or will you show off your fresh new haircut?
That's a good call. Maybe I will go with
You're
the
getting a
fresh
haircut.
cut.
You got to show off that.
Yeah, it's a
that
good call.
silver fox hairdo.
Yeah, it's a good call. Shout out my man Ken Thunderhawk down there. Also, tomorrow Buster Posey joins us at 7:30. He's going to join us every 3 weeks, so why not? And also other guests that may be, I don't know, as exciting. Marcus doesn't know. We may reveal or we may not.
I mean, that's a hell of a tease.
Some work.
As exciting as Buster Posey.
As you know, John Joe Curley's got some tricks up his sleeve, buddy.
Yeah, I know. And now I feel kind of left out of the loop. Like, I was the former executive producer of the show. Now they're not even telling me who they're booking anymore.
Yeah, so you're. That's when you know, buddy.
I know, dude.
You're not, as they said in Hamilton, you're not in the room where it happens.
Oh, they're turning on me.
All right, guys. Do you want to do this Warriors video or not? What do you guys think? Yeah?
Oh, the one we just hit last segment?
Okay, so we won't. Then.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm just asking.
You know where I want to go? I'm going to pull a wild card here, Tony. Work with me. Nikola Jokic. 61 points last night. We've talked about is Steph's 52. Jokic went for 61. Yeah, it was. I saw people going, yeah, it's double OT, though. Yeah, okay.
So what?
You go score 61 in double OT. Yeah, it was a triple-double, of course. Remember we heard Ron Kreutzig came on our show and said Steve Kerr told him Nikola Jokic is the best center of all time. We're like, whoa, wait, what? I mean, Kareem who?
Shaquille O'Neal who?
Shaq who? Wilt who? But it's starting to look like he's getting believers because last night the Timberwolves beat the Nuggets in double OT. Anthony Edwards had to go off down the stretch to beat him.
Yeah.
Sitting at his locker with the Minnesota beat writers, literally, they ask him about the game, and all he wants to talk about is Nikola Jokic.
That might have been the best game of my life, like, that I've been a part of. Nikola Jokic, bro. Oh, my God. He might be the best basketball player I've ever seen, like, close up, besides myself, Bro, he's incredible, bro. The MVP race is tough, man. I don't know. He had 60. That was crazy.
How did you guys manage just the ups and the downs of it, and how crazy it was?
We was just hoping he missed. It was at one point we was just like, bro, we hope you missed, bro. Just, because trapping him, he wasn't trapping. Like, he good. Hats off to him, man. Sure.
I love it, man. First of all, I love Anthony Edwards, right? Clean up on aisle 4. Remember that? When he's all doing ping pong, swimming. He'll beat you in anything.
And I love that he's like going back and forth to himself. He's like, yeah, the Joker's the best player I've ever seen. Besides myself, but he's pretty damn good. He's the best I've ever seen.
How about him saying that when we're here saying Steph? It's like, no, Jokic is the best.
This is a conversation that we had when we were talking about whether or not Steph Curry is going to end up in the top 10 greatest NBA players of all time. You got to make some room for the Joker in the top 10 also. I mean, with his skill set, he threw a no-look pass the other day where he kind of just threw it over his shoulder.
Oh, man.
Like, he's got a sixth sense on the court.
They said when Aaron Gordon caught that pass, he was like laughing when he laid it in because he was like, what are we doing?
Dude, it's unbelievable what he does.
And the whole, just like, I saw Jay Williams on ESPN this morning saying, if LeBron had done that last night, we might have shut down the internet, But there's something about the doughy, pasty, bald Jokic that doesn't move the needle as much.
Well, I remember for the past couple of years, people have made the argument against Jokic winning more MVPs because he's too boring to watch. What the hell are you watching? How could you not watch that and just watch him essentially be able to play every position on the court? He can pull it for 3. He can back you down the post. He can drop dimes like he's Magic Johnson. The guy can literally do everything, and you're saying he's too boring because he's a little out of shape and would rather be back home racing his horses? Well, that's why he's too boring?
There's a guy named Dane Moore who covers the Timberwolves and does a Blue Wire pod. He tweeted out last night, every Wolves player I talked to post-game praised Nikola Jokic unlike I've ever heard a team I cover compliment an opposing player, not even close. So you heard the Anthony Edwards. Here's Nickel Alexander Walker, and then also later on Julius Randle talking about Jokic.
I mean, he's making a good run for MVP. You guys know who I got, but I mean, he's making it tough for sure. And the star player he is, always making the right play. Gotta respect it. Gotta tip my hat to him.
He's, by the way, he's SGA's cousin. So the Julius Randle one down here, I don't know if we rolled this one in. I'll read it to you until we roll it in. Julius Randle said, I told him he's incredible. That dude is absolutely ridiculous. That S was unbelievable. He's doing all type of crazy S out there. I don't even know how to explain it.
It's unbelievable.
So it just goes on and on and on.
He's one of one, yeah.
Wanted to get that out there because that was fun.
And also, shout out Russell Westbrook ruining his big night.
Oof.
Man, oh man, you want to talk about a collapse down the stretch. Man. Russell Westbrook, that was awful.
He missed a free throw that would have given them a secure lead, then got a transition layup and bricked it.
Man, who you telling?
Then he got a foul on the final shot of the game, too.
That's right.
That put Minnesota on the free throw line.
Okay, this one is a combination video audio. Atlanta Hawks game, halftime contest. Two guys are supposed to go make layups, and if they make a layup, they run and they play tic-tac-toe at midcourt. Then they got to run back and make a layup and come back and play tic-tac-toe at midcourt. Mm-hmm. So here we are. We got, if you're watching on video, if you're not watching on video, the guy who takes off to the basket to the right, dude, I mean, I don't mean to laugh. I mean, the guy's not dead or anything. Dude, my man blows his ACL right when he goes up for the layup.
No.
And dude, the guy on the other end is like, keeps making layups. He's like, what am I supposed to do? And the woman who's emceeing, it's like, what do we do? The poor guy just stays down in a heap. Check it out here.
They'll place it on the board, and the first to get all 5 game pieces or tic-tac-toe will be our winner. So, James, Daz, are you ready? All right, then tic-tac, go! Oh! James! Oh, no! Hold on. Let's make sure my guy is good. Oh, man.
Dude.
Well, this is not really a fair game at this point. James!
Oh, no, he's not.
Can you just, can you just be kind and come over here with me and check on James? Dog, Dad, we know you won, but okay. Turn around. Okay. We're going to check on him, but I mean, I don't see him.
No, dude.
I mean, the visual's unbelievable. He's going up for his first layup, and down he goes, dude. And her reaction, she goes, damn. Meanwhile, the other guy's making layups and playing tic-tac.
The other guy's like, I got the X right in the middle spot. I got to go win this chicken sandwich.
I don't mean to laugh. The guy blew out his ACL, but he goes down in a heap, dude. It's a tough look.
That's a terrible look.
Her reaction.
James!
Damn. She sounded like Tim Ryan when there's a fumble.
She definitely did.
That's brutal, man.
Oh, man.
That's a scary situation.
I know.
And I say this as a man that just crossed the threshold into my 30s.
Yeah.
I think about stuff like this going wrong all the time. Like, I don't step on a basketball court to play a pickup game without stretching out for a good half an hour.
Dude, people keep asking me, when are you going to come run with us? I'm like, are you kidding me?
Run.
My knees are wobbly walking upstairs. Oh, man. Okay, so that was... She says, give me her again.
James!
James.
She
Poor
says,
James.
it goes on. She goes, is he good? I was thinking we can always cut this for the board here.
No,
actually,
he's not good.
Yeah, give me some more.
He's not good.
Is he good?
Y'all want to see a dead body?
Young Tone?
Oh, no! Hold on! Let's make sure my guy is good!
I think that's a cut we can keep around.
Make sure my guy is good.
It's a cut we can keep around if, like, somebody gets it maybe into their feelings or something like that.
Spoiler alert, he was not good.
Maybe Thin Tim, if we revive the feud and he gets hurt, we may have to, like, and we hit it, yeah.
Oh, no! Hold on! Let's make sure my guy is good!
Anytime we rip Jack Loader and he gets sad that we don't come out to play during the commercial break.
Oh, no! Hold on! Let's make sure my guy is good!
Anytime we don't break on time and John Joe Curley starts yelling about the clock.
Oh, no! Hold on! Let's make sure my guy is good!
Oh, man. Pitcher gets knocked out in the second inning for the Giants tonight,
Oh, no! Hold on! Let's make sure my guy is good!
I told you. I think it's time to start adding sound.
It's good.
Okay, real quick. Do we have Nikki? Do you want some Nikki T? Is it good?
I'll take some Nicky T.
You guys lost to Arizona?
I'll never say no to Nicky T.
You guys lose to Arizona?
Yeah, Corbin Carroll, first bomb of
Who
the
hit a
year at
grand
Yankee
slam?
Stadium. Was it the Corbin Carroll bomb? I was too
Here it
busy
is.
watching Warriors
Somebody
Giants
from
last
the
night.
D-backs at a grand slam. Nicky didn't like it.
I know it's early. I know it's game 4, but the bases. Come on, man. Why was Weaver not in the game? Game on the line. Grand slam.
Okay, April 1. All right.
Well, Murph, you know how much people will bitch and complain about bullpens in the beginning of April. Shout out to the Tyler Rogers discussion we had this morning.
We got down to a Tyler Rogers Hornets Nest on April 2. By the way, Bob Melvin will join us at 9:30 today. Buster Posey at 7:30 tomorrow, and even more guests tomorrow that Marcus doesn't know about. More Nicky on the Diamondbacks getting too many hits. Here he is.
Stupid walks. Stupid freaking walks. 4 stupid freaking hits. 7 runs.
There you go, guys.
No free 90s, Nicky. No free 90s.
Like. And then finally, I told you guys an emotional. This one hit me right when I was going to bed last night. The word came that Val Kilmer, the actor Val Kilmer, died at the age of 65. Wow, way too young. Way too young. Now, he had fought cancer about 10 years ago, but they actually said it was pneumonia that felled him. Now, any number of you can choose any number of Val Kilmer roles. Like, if you're a rock and roll fan, he played Jim Morrison in The Doors. He was one of many Batmans. But for me, first of all, Top Gun, I think, would be like his signature as Iceman. And then for another generation, a few years later, he plays Wyatt Earp in Tombstone. He utters the immortal line, "I'm your Huckleberry." But I'll even go to 1984 when he played Nick Rivers in the airplane-style comedy Top Secret. He was in this very funny show called Extras with Ricky Gervais, and then he reprised his role as Iceman in Top Gun 2, which just came out a couple years ago. Did you guys see that? And he was dying of cancer in that movie. Ooh. And Tom Cruise, remember, Cruise has to go to the funeral for him. It's a big turning point in the movie. So, I was just sorry to lose him, man. So it's really too bad. So we wanted to pay a little tribute. Which one first, Tony? We're going Top Gun. So of course Maverick saves the day. Remember, so early on at the flight school at Top Gun in Miramar. He's the cocky Iceman, and he goes, "You're dangerous, man." And remember, he does that bite where he goes, "Do you remember when he bites at Cruise? Do you guys remember that?"
No.
And then he was also part of the greased up volleyball scene too. But then in the end, Maverick and Iceman team up to take down the Russians, and there's a happy landing on the aircraft carrier for an iconic scene here on video, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, or just the audio.
You are still dangerous. You can be my wingman anytime. You can be mine.
Yeah, they hug it out there. Yeah, we didn't get the video up there, but yeah, that's the line. You can be my wingman anytime. And she says, "Bull S, you can be mine." Then they hug it out after being rivals. It's a climactic ending to Top Gun with that classic theme song playing in the background. But the other one is, God, why am I blanking right now? Come on, the movie.
Tombstone?
Tombstone, thank you very much. Okay, we just got news. Jim Nance going to call in? Okay, let's get out. Let's play the Tombstone sound here. The classic line where Wyatt Earp is going to have a showdown with, I forget the name of the villain. Go ahead here.
Well, I didn't think you had it in you. I'm your Huckleberry. Why, Johnny Ringo. You look like somebody just walked over your grave.
There it was, man. So I'm your Huckleberry, and you can be my wingman anytime. We'll miss him, man. He was very good, very talented, handsome guy, and now he's gone at the age of 65. So rest in peace, Val Kilmer. Thank you for all the movies, man. Thank you. So we were chasing Jim Nance. We didn't want to say anything about it because we didn't know he was going to get back because he's with the Houston Cougars. He's not doing the Final Four. Now he's a fan, and he's driving to the Final Four to see his Houston Cougars. So we'll get that and a little Masters preview. The great Jim Nance next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Wednesday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Well, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat each and every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I went on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, very excited for our next guest who's making some time out of a busy schedule. But first and foremost, we've got to give away those tickets to see Trevor Noah at Mountain Winery. Call John Joe Curley right now. Call number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Trevor Noah at Mountain Winery on May 23rd. Everybody go check out the Mountain Winery concert season at the website, mountainwinery.com. A lot of good stuff coming up. Everybody loves going there. Everybody loves going there, just like we love talking to one of our all-time favorites, if not our all-time favorite. And he's got a different role right now. We know he laid down the microphone for the Final Four a couple of years ago, and we know he's still going to be at the Masters next week. Of course, he's doing that for another decade plus. But right now, if you need him, he might be putting the face paint on right now. We got the Houston Cougars' #1 basketball fan, and of course, the greatest, play-by-play man in America, Jim Nance, on the UMA guest line. Jim, it is always it's like a vibe. It's like, we need to talk to Jim. We need to talk to Jim. And this is the time, my friend. So good morning and welcome back to your buddy Murph and Marcus. How are you, Jim?
Hey, morning, Jim.
Hello, friends. This works both ways. You know, I needed this jolt before I go to the Final Four and Augusta. It's just like the old times, except I'm not calling the games. I'm going from the Final Four to Augusta again, but this year it's extra special to be able to watch my alma mater play for the national title. We got to get through Duke, which will be a big task, but we're certainly capable of doing that.
Now, sorry to jump in, Jim, but by reading, you're driving to Indianapolis?
I did that. No, I did that last week for the regional in Indy.
Right, San Antonio.
Yeah, San Antonio this week. I will be flying on this one. Yeah.
Okay, all right, my bad. Sorry, I'm sorry. I jumped offside. My bad.
You're fine. You're fine. No, we'll be flying in there and taking some of my family with me, and we're going to be sitting in the Houston fan section with a lot of old buddies. You know, this is a program that's very personal for me. This is where I got my entire start in my career, was through the basketball program when I was a student there, as a public address announcer, as the host of the coaches show on TV, and through the years I've stayed very involved. And Kelvin Sampson's a great friend, and I'm just really fired up about it.
Jim, what's been the biggest difference for you between watching these games as a fan versus a broadcaster?
That's a good question, Mark. So I would say this: it's more nerve-wracking sitting there as a fan, just hoping to win in advance, especially the game against Purdue in the Sweet 16, which we won at the buzzer, or a second to go. And it's just nice to be in the stands. It's amazing how rare that is for me, because I'm working every week and I'm up in the booth, and it's just fun to be right in the middle of a group of people. Last week I sat with Otis Birdsong. Now there's a blast from the past, who was the former second pick in the NBA draft and was in school with me at Houston. Great basketball player, shooting guard. And anyway, this could be a fun time.
You know, I was thinking about it, Jim. So I grew up, everybody has a certain era. Like if you're of a certain age, you go all the way back to Elvin Hayes taking on Lou Alcindor and Houston made the Final Four then in 67 and 68. For my generation, it was Primo, Clyde Drexler, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Guy Lewis and Phi Slamma Jamma, and they went to the Final Four in 82, 83, 84. Now, for my kids' generation, they're seeing this generation. The Kelvin Sampson team, they made it to the Final Four in 2021 and 2025. But, Jim, the Cougars have never won it. And I wonder how much...
We've been close.
I wonder how much this is hanging over as a storyline that's like when? We've been now, what, 7 times? 8 times?
This is our 7th time. Yeah, this is a big thing for us. Absolutely. I mean, 7 is right up there, top 10 all-time number of making it to the promised land. By the way, Elvin Hayes is still alive, still around. He's the radio analyst for the Houston games, and he'll be at the Final Four.
Fantastic.
The Phi Slamma Jamma days is when I was in school. You've heard that story before, that Clyde and Hakeem, I was in school in class with them. I gave Clyde his nickname, Clyde the Clyde. So, you know, that's really well said, though. We've gone through different generations, and now Sampson has us to a Final Four for the second time in 4 years. So this is a team that's a veteran team that in an era of college athletics where everybody's looking to run to the portal and have their hand out trying to find the best cash deal they can, our team has stayed together. They've bought into what Kelvin and his family have been selling, and that is unity, continuity, a family atmosphere. And we're going to go against a great Duke team that's young. We're old by college standards, and we're old school. We're really, truly, we're a throwback. We're like it used to be in college athletics. Our guys stay. They're loyal to the program. It's something I would like to think that a lot of folks around the country will want to embrace that in this day and age, it's a different roster every year. Not at Houston. We have our entire team back from last year, except for our point guard, who went 5 years, played out his eligibility, and went to the NBA. We have one player to replace now. He was a great one, Jamal Shedd. And we replaced him with another point guard out of Las Vegas by way of Oklahoma University named Milos Uzan. But we're just like a team that really could have been in the 80s and 90s for staying in school as long as they are.
It's great to hear the voice of Jim Nance, of course, and we do it periodically, whether it's a big NFL moment, a 49ers game, or traditionally before the Masters. But this one's different because Jim, for all those years calling the Final Four, stepped aside, took off the tie, and now is wearing the red sweatshirt of the Houston Cougars and will be in the crowd. I saw Kelvin called you in for the team photo. That must have been kind of neat at cutting down the nets for the Final Four.
He did. I mean, I was overwhelmed. When the game ended, he looked up in the stands. I was sitting with our university president, Dr. Renew Couture, and I was motioned to come down on the floor. I didn't know why. And I was standing off to the side, and he said, "Get over here." He told one of the security guys, "He's with us." And I went over for the team photo with my arms draped right around Kelvin. You know, they did a surprise last year. We had Kansas playing at our home building, the Fertitta Center. And I kind of had a hunch this might be what it's up to because they emphasized I really needed to be there. I needed to have my family with me. We were ranked number 1 in the country at this time, early March last year. We beat Kansas by 30. You can look it up. 30 was the margin. But at halftime, they called me out to midcourt, and they hung a banner in the rafters with my name on it, commemorating my 32 Final Fours and national championship calls. And there it is, right next to Otis Birdsong, Hakeem Olajuwon, Elvin Hayes, Clyde the Glide, Michael Young, Don Chaney, and Guy Lewis. So it's it's just very personal. Like I said, it's nice to be a fan. We all, as broadcasters, could fall prey to not realizing what the passion's like for those who really keep sports alive, the fans. It's just really nice to be one at this level.
Yeah, and Jim, this weekend, Houston needs you as a fan to cheer them on because they have a tough Final Four matchup against the Duke Blue Devils. What's your breakdown of how the Houston Cougars can compete with Cooper Flagg and those Duke Blue Devils?
Well, I think we match up just fine. Everybody in every game, we were picked as by the pundits to lose to Purdue. It was basically a Purdue home game in Indy last Friday. We barely squeaked out a win there. We were fortunate to win that game, to be honest. A couple of calls went our way. And then Tennessee in the regional final was 20-1 orange over red in the building. They had tens of thousands of people there. And again, all the pundits and all the studio shows, except for one guy, Jay Williams, picked us, but I'd say the other 10 picked Tennessee. It's the same old story. Everybody's got a reason why we can't win. And we won 30 of our last 31. Didn't lose a road game this year. That's going through the Big 12 with all wins on the road. 19-1 in the conference. So we're not afraid of anything. But we do know we're going against a very talented, well-coached Duke team, and I know what Duke can do. I've called all 5 of their national championships back in Coach K's days. So it's been fun. I just heard from Grant Hill right before we took this call, and I heard from Mike Krzyzewski yesterday. These Dukies are being really nice to me. They saw that I was with the Houston team last week. They're wishing me well, very classy, and I'm looking forward to the game. And I feel like, hey, listen, you said it, Murph, that we've never won the championship. It is still, though, it's a tremendous accomplishment. It is not going to be a championship Monday night for us to make it back to another.
Well, I think these days, Final Fours are now like essentially national championships. Final Fours are gigantic deals, and they're
yes, they are.
I mean, a lot of schools just hang a Final Four banner. They make it. You hang the banner. Now, my particular school, it's funny. There's a controversy at UCLA that they still only hang the national banners, and they're like, guys, maybe we should kind of honor the Final Four teams. And no, never. But you guys kind of are that team. So Duke has all those championships, and Florida has a couple. Now, Auburn doesn't have any, but, let's be honest, Jim, they're not a basketball school. You guys are actually a basketball school. So I think you guys probably, by the karmic gods, you guys deserve it more than any of the other 4 schools, the other 3 schools.
Well, don't say that to Barkley the next time you have Chuck on there. They're not a basketball school. What's astonishing is that Tennessee, when you think about the Ernie and Bernie show of yesteryear and many other pros that have come out of Knoxville, they had never been to a Final Four. We played them last week. We're going for our 7th. They were going for their first. They've still never gotten there. It's how hard it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it is an amazing.
We are a basketball school. We always have been. It's great to be back prominent again. We were dormant for a long time. After Guy Lewis retired, we went 20-something years without a tournament bid. And now we're back. Second time in 4 years.
Now, you mentioned Elvin Hayes doing the broadcast we're talking to Jim Nance, of course, as you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, who will be very busy as always, going to the Final Four this time as a fan and then on to the Masters the week after. But you mentioned Elvin Hayes doing the broadcast, which I think is awesome. Are Hakeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler and my guy Benny Anders, are those guys around too, or what do we got?
Well, I haven't taken inventory who's coming in. I would expect that Akeem and Clyde, a very high probability of being there. Benny, I'm not so sure. Benny Anders, Mr. Instant Offense off the bench. I'd love to see Benny there. I'd love to see Michael Young. And we lost one of our guards from that team. Alvin Franklin died right in the middle of this season, very young. Really sad to see that news. But there'll be a great group of Cougars that make the short trip. We finally get to have kind of a home court advantage. We play in buildings, like I said, through the NCAA tournament, where we've basically been like a road game for us. This won't be the case.
In Texas. It's beautiful.
200 miles.
Jim, so just more about this. So I read the anecdote somewhere online that you drove from your home, well, in Tennessee, maybe to Indianapolis. I'm not sure, but you said I wanted to be on the quote-unquote road to the Final Four, which you used to do with Spike Lee, with Samuel Jackson and Charles Barkley and the crew, right? But I'm wondering, like, when's the last time you truly road tripped? I mean, maybe you do it for the PGA Tour to some events. I don't know, but like I'm picturing you pulling over for the Funyuns and the Gatorade and the gas station, like blasting tunes. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, how was the Jim Nance roadie?
Murph, I love the way you think, man. You have such a great way, a sense of description, and it's so good. Over in our parts, we call it Buc-ee's. That's the big thing now. Pull over for a Buc-ee's. That's a big chain to the south and southeast. But, no, I did this last Sunday, just, 3 days ago. It was 588 miles total driving on Sunday for me. And, no, I did not have a driver. I drove myself. And from my home in Nashville to Lucas Oil Stadium, and I was on such a high. Coming back, I could have flown back on my own. So it's all good.
Last one, Jim. Just one word on the Masters. I know you got to go. Scotty Scheffler, obviously, it's his domain. He's serving the dinner. Rory, I just got my guy, and I just talked me out of it. Ludwig Oberg. Oh boy,
no, I was going to say that.
Okay, all right, I
stole
it.
I
took you out at the knees.
Boxed me out. I actually think it's an international year. I just looking at the results on the West Coast. Ludwig was there. Thomas Dietrich, Sepp Straka, Hideki won at Kapalua. Maybe it's Rory. He's won at Pebble and he won at the Players. I'm sensing one of them will service. Maybe a Shane Lowry who did not win in the first quarter this year, but I like where his game is. And, yeah, the two headliners, of course, are Scotty going for 3 out of 4 and Rory trying to become the 6th to complete the career Grand Slam. Can you imagine how great that would be? So, I don't know. I'm so stoked. It's my 40th Masters next week. I get to tie the legendary Vern Lundquist for the longevity record. And it's going to be a blast. It's going to be, again, this 2-week stretch, pinch me. I can't believe it. I'm so grateful.
Well, no joke. You hearing your voice on our show makes it like it's spring. We're ready. You're going to the Final Four. You're going to the Masters. That means we're going with you. That means you're good. Hang up. Off you go. All the best. Godspeed to the Houston Cougars. Definitely rooting for you guys. So go get it.
I appreciate that.
Go cut down the nets, Jim.
You, my friend.
Yeah, thanks Jim.
We'll talk soon.
Jim Nance on KNBR. We don't have to break right now. We actually have a couple minutes. That was fun. We weren't expecting that, actually. Had chased him a few weeks out. Jim's very busy. Usually he likes to shut it down the week before the Masters, especially when he gets to Augusta. He goes into the tunnel. He just wants to kind of do the prep and all that. He takes it obviously very seriously. Like he said, he's been doing it since '86. This will be his 40th one. He has said he wants to go all the way through 2036 to make it 50 Masters. So you'll be getting him for another 10. Bro, you'll be in your 40s.
Good.
How about that?
I mean, I want Jim Nance around for life.
And how about for a new golf lover like young Tony, who maybe 5-10 years ago, were you even watching the Masters?
Oh, yeah. My dad's always been a golfer.
Okay. So when you hear
it's synonymous. I actually listen. I mean, Hello Friends, he opened with it.
He does it every time. Yeah, but this guy's he's going face painter, man. He's going to be he's going to be like Superfan.
Yeah.
I see you said we never won one, dude. Wait till Sunday. Wait till next Monday, dude.
H-Town swinging and banging, dude.
He is kind of in Superfan mode.
Yeah, but it's super cool that you get to see him in this mode now, where he is just hanging out in the crowd with the fans instead of being the X's and O's broadcaster kind of guy. He's going to be out there potentially cutting down those nets.
I want to see him going full on. Yeah, but it's a true story. Going into this Final Four, they don't really have LJ Cryer as their best player. Nobody no Cooper Flagg or guys like that, but of the 4 storylines, I guess Cooper Flagg is a heck of a story because people feel like he's the next generational superstar. Auburn, with all due respect to Pat and Charles Barkley, I don't need Auburn winning a basketball national championship. And I got beef with Florida now. I mean, they stopped us twice in the Final Four in 06 and 07. They don't need one.
Ooh.
Truly, if you're looking for a sentimental favorite, it's definitely Houston.
It's Jim Nance.
It's Nance, number one.
I need it now that you're like throwing out the idea of like him with the face paint. Can I get Jim Nance shirtless with like an H, painted on his chest?
Spell out the U, dude. I'll be the S. Tony will be the T. John Joe the O. And Waleezy will be the N.
No, I need Nance spelling out Cougars across his chest.
Well, as you know, you like Cougars.
Yeah, who doesn't?
You might want to go there. You might want to root for Houston. But
I'll be hanging out with Nance.
Honestly, you could make them the sentimental.
Nance.
They could be the sentimental favorite. They really could be because they have never won, and they have generations of the Elvin Hayes generation, the Clyde the Glide Hakeem generation, and now this generation. They've never won one. But Benny Anders was a guard. He chuckled when I mentioned his name. He was one of those quotes. He was a quote machine. And I remember the line. I was 16, 15 years old. I'm reading Sports Illustrated. And Hakeem had come from Nigeria, right? The Nigerian, he was phenomenal. By the way, I got into a freaking heated argument with my son last night about Hakeem Olajuwon.
Wow.
In the kitchen over cookies.
Was not expecting that.
Yeah. I'll get to that in just a second. But Benny Anders had a line in the Curry Kirkpatrick story about the Houston Cougars basketball team, trying to explain how amazing they were. And Benny Anders was the point guard, and Hakeem had come over from Nigeria and was blowing people's minds. And he said, they said, Benny, what's your role on the team? He said, I drop a dime on the big Swahili, and he takes it to the hole. And I was 50. I said, I was 16. I was like, the greatest quote I've ever read in my entire life. I'd never heard the phrase drop a dime. That never come, like this was 82, 83. Nobody had ever said that in public. And he just said, drop a dime on the big Swahili, and he takes it to the hole. I was like, that guy's my favorite basketball player of all time.
That is a hell of a quote.
And so when I mentioned Benny Anders to Jim, you heard him chuckle because he was a quote machine. And speaking of which, shout out Tommy Bonk, the legendary sports writer from the LA Times, who was at the Houston Chronicle, who lives here in San Francisco now with Robin Carr. He coined the phrase Phi Slamma Jamma. He's San Francisco's own. You can find him in North Beach having pasta. And he came up with the nickname, Tony. He said this Houston Cougar team deserves its own fraternity, Phi Slamma Jamma. And now, probably the greatest.
The Fab Five.
What's better, Phi Slamma Jamma? Phi Slamma Jamma.
Slamma Jamma does sound cooler.
Phi Slamma Jamma. And Clyde,
cool,
so.
What about the Crab Five?
It's good.
Yeah,
Phi Slamma Jamma is the best. So anyway.
I won't argue.
Thanks to Jim Nance.
And real quick, can we get a check-in on your bracket? How many of the Final Four teams do you still have alive, and who's your champion?
I got two.
Who'd you pick to win it all?
Duke and Florida. I took Florida.
You took Florida over Duke.
I can't believe I did that to Nance.
Yeah, I thought you were going to ride with Nance. Now, I did the same thing. I had Houston in my Final Four, have 3 out of the 4 teams, pick Michigan State over Auburn, but I've got Duke over Florida in the championship game.
Now, do you still, I saw you had tumbled down to 9th in the KNBR pool. Are you blocked? Are you C-blocked from winning?
I don't know how to do that math, Murph, to be honest.
Young Tone, how many did you get in the
I've
Final
never been
Four?
good at math. I can't do that math.
Yeah, I had Alabama in the Final Four. By the way, I picked Houston to beat Florida in the final.
Ooh, so you got H-Town to win it all.
I've been on this for the whole tournament. Come on, we buried the lead.
Tony. Let's go, Tony.
You should have hopped on and told Nance.
Well, I know my role.
H-Town's finest.
Well, that was awesome. All right, all that and Bob Melvin at 9:30 next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kirk Reeder joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 5:30 this evening, right after the Giants game. And you can hear that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Great hitting count here, 3-1. The pitch. Adames pulls one down the left field line. That's a fair ball, base hit. Headed toward the corner. Altuve can't cut it off. Bailey around third. He'll score. Here comes Koss around third. And he will score with a head-first slide. Into second, a double for Willie Adames. 1-2 pitch. He drives this one to left field. Altuve turns, looks. It's gone! Up over the wall into the Crawford boxes. And there is some Giants history.
Dave Fleming, set to the tune we heard playing in the background of, where did we hear it earlier today? It was, at the, when Steph was doing his postgame in Memphis, the arena in Memphis, FedEx Forum, I think it's called, was playing everybody out. And I said, listen to that. Steph won, and we got Earth, Wind, and Fire. Thank you, young Tony. Speaking of more teasing, I told you guys we have a tease for Marcus. We have a mystery guest we've booked for tomorrow. He doesn't know about it. We'll tell you by the end of the show. And also, more musical trivia, because we had another pretty, what's the word, a poignant little tribute to a sports music song that'll come up later in the show, too. So lots of teases, including Bob Melvin in 12 minutes.
Lots of teases.
Live from...
you better please me with all these teases.
Ooh, who you? The Beatles. Please me like I would please you. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I know. Like every now and then, they got a little spicy. It wasn't just I Want to Hold Your Hand. Although that's kind of cute, too.
Want to hold something else.
Well, yeah, Lennon would do that. McCartney was like, I want to hold your hand. Lennon's like, yeah, please me, baby. Thanks to Nance for calling in. That was great.
Fantastic.
Jim Nance on his way to Houston. And, yeah, now we're definitely rooting for the Houston Cougars to win it all. So Tony can win his pool for sure. But speaking of the Houston Cougars, the Giants were in Houston last night. And that's what we're going to talk about here as we get ready for Bob Melvin to join us. First of all, call it in for the 9 o'clock crowd. These scores aren't official until they get registered. You know that. As my old newspaper call-in shifts, unless you call in the score, it ain't going in the paper. So we got Pat Burrell calling Rob Manfred. Manfred said, wait a minute. I thought the NL West had 2 undefeated teams. Said, yeah, don't worry about it, you empty suit, because here comes another team that's now 4-1. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 3, Houston Astros 1.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Okay, all right. And if anybody else got me, Wilmer Flores got me.
Amen.
Can I get an amen?
Amen.
For that. Last night, a couple of stars. Logan Webb, number 1. Marcus, 7 innings, 5 hits, 6 strikeouts, induces 3 double plays, walks none, bounces back from his Cincinnati start where he wasn't great. He wasn't awful. He was meh. 100 pitches, 68 strikes. Here's the breakdown. Ready? 43 sinkers or two-seamers, whichever you want to call it.
Pick your preference.
You don't like calling it a sinker.
Well, I just hate the fact that StatCast has erased the two-seam fastball. Like, you can watch a game, you won't see a two-seamer pop up on the screen anymore. They just assume everybody throws a sinker, but I digress.
43 sinkers, 24 sweepers. My least favorite word in
Not
baseball.
sliders,
Yes.
sweepers, Mark.
So 2 seamers and sinkers. So that's 67% of his pitches were 2-seamers and sweepers. So that's kind of what his primary work was. He did throw 14 changeups, too. So mostly he's running that sink up there, and he's running that slide, that sweep up there.
Yeah, he's also mixing in a cutter this season. And we saw him actually use that cutter up towards the top of the zone because last year when he did get away from his changeup a little bit too much for my preference, we saw him kind of turn over to the four-seam fastball to get a couple extra miles per hour, but then he got hit a little bit in the top of the zone. So if you can still throw a cut fastball or a cutter, a fastball that has movement, you're going to see a few swings and misses, and that's how he attacked Yordan Alvarez yesterday in the 7th inning. Back-to-back cutters before finishing him off with that sweeper.
Yeah, by the way, Giants got to get out of town before Yordan Alvarez wakes up because they've been controlling him so far. Eric Miller got him. Logan Webb got him. Now, I would say that leaving Webb in to face Alvarez and it wasn't Altuve. It was Alvarez and Christian Walker in the 7th inning would be a sign of like new baseball. I mean, old school baseball, Buster and all that. But in reality, Gabe and Farhan used to let Webb work deep into games too.
Yeah, Logan Webb has been the outlier, but I feel like now he's the model for the franchise. Like, this is how you want to develop your pitchers. We're talking about a Landon Roupp thrown today, Hayden Birdsong hanging out in the bullpen, but you look at what they have down in that staple down in Sacramento with Kyle Harrison, Carson Wishunt, and even Keaton Wynn still in the conversation. They want their pitchers to be built up like Logan Webb so that they can pitch deep into games. And we said it after the first start in Cincinnati where Logan Webb finished the game with 84 pitches. I said there's not going to be too many outings unless things go wrong where Logan Webb is going to end with his pitch count in the 80s, got up to 100 yesterday, and Bob Melvin trusted him in the 7th inning, even after the leadoff single, to go out there to try to get a ground ball, got 2 strikeouts and a grounder to end the inning.
I mean, that's the 5th start now for the Giants. Now, Landon Roupp hasn't thrown one. He's thrown today. 1:10 first pitch, 12:10 pregame. Should be fun. Bob Melvin going to join us in just about 5 minutes here, 6 minutes, so stay tuned. But I'm looking, so 5 pitches, 2 Webbs, a Ray, a Verlander, and a
Hicks.
Hicks, thank you, God. I forgot the best one. The Giants have allowed in 5 games, 13 runs, bro. I'm just, again, the smallest of sample sizes. That's what she said. 13 runs in 5 games, bro? That's down there among the, I mean, I'm just saying again, early days, but it is some numbers. The Padres have only allowed 9 runs in 6 games. What the hell's going on there? By the way, just other teams that have done that. The Phillies have allowed 15 and 4. Dude, I'm going through the list here. The Mets have allowed 14 runs in 5 games. Giants are lower than all these teams except for the Padres.
You see who's at the top of that list?
Well, the Dodgers have only allowed 18 runs in 7 games, so that's a little over 2. So the Giants, the Padres, and the Giants, and then I'm going to go down all the way, Marcus, top of the list, runs against. Tampa Bay Rays have only allowed 9 runs in 5 games.
Yeah, the Rays.
And then one team has only allowed 13 runs is the Chicago White Sox.
Bro, I don't know if the streak's still going, but I know either heading into yesterday or the day before, their starting pitchers hadn't allowed a single run. The Chicago White Sox of all teams.
Shout out Will Venable.
That's so random.
Now, the other
That's
one.
after getting rid of Crochet, him going to the Red Sox.
And I'm just like kind of noodling around. And again, I've never been a big run differential guy. It's people are like, run differential. I'm like, yeah, did you win or lose? I mean, who cares?
Yeah, that's a differential.
Like, I mean, it looks, I almost made a PG-13 joke there, but I'm not going to. Dude, but if you want to go there, the Giants' run differential is among the best in baseball.
Ooh.
They're plus 11 right now. I mean, the Dodgers are plus 21. They played 7 games. Padres are plus 22. But, bro, other than that, other than the Padres and the Dodgers, the only team with a better run differential is Tampa Bay and the Yankees. So I'm just saying, there's some early signs.
Yeah, and it's a small sample size, only 5 games. But this is what we've been talking about all throughout spring training, about the message that they've been preaching, about the style of ball they want to play. And you can look at the starting pitching, you can look at the bullpen, you can look at the defense, as they are the last team in Major League Baseball to not commit an error this season. And then you look at the timely hitting. They're one of the best teams this year hitting with runners in scoring position. We weren't saying that about this team last year and the year before. It does seem like the philosophy change that we saw be implemented this spring is already showing in the first 5 games of the season.
I mean, listen, today Landon Roupp goes against Framber Valdez. On paper, I was listening to the through a stream that I found when I was watching the Giants-Astros game on my phone while I had the Warriors-Grizzlies game on my TV. I had the Astros play-by-play guy, and he was saying, he goes, today the Astros threw their number 5 pitcher against the Giants' ace. Wesneski, I guess, was the guy. Mm-hmm. He goes, tomorrow the roles are reversed. The Giants will be going with their number 5 guy against the Astros' ace. Well, so on paper, the Astros are looking at this one as a little better.
Yeah, they have the advantage. It's always hard to win on a getaway game. I'm sure Houston's going to give it their best effort, but unless Yordan Alvarez suddenly got a shipment of torpedo bats last night, I mean, I like the way the Giants are playing.
Now, 509 points out, Giants are off to one of the best starts in baseball and they're in third place. Thank you, NL West.
Yeah, it's a tough division, man.
I mean, I know it's just, it's early. It's April 2nd, but these games matter. It'd be nice that this good start would have built them a little bit of a cushion, but it hasn't because the Padres and Dodgers are so ridiculous.
Yeah, and we knew this coming into the season, which is why we said it's important to win games early on if you do end up in a wild card race. You could be the Atlanta Braves and be 0-6 right now. I mean, at the roundtable, we were asking about whether or not the Atlanta Braves were going to be that wild card team that wins 88 to 89 games. Again, small sample size. They don't have Spencer Strider, don't have Ronald Acuna, but they've started the season now 0-6, so the Giants are in a much better spot than they are.
All right, guys. Well, excuse me. Got a little emotional there. I meant to hit the cough button. It happens sometimes. So what we're going to do is we're going to hook up Bob Melvin. Very excited. It's always great to talk to Bob. It's always a productive baseball conversation, and we don't want to, of course, diverge too much into Bay Area sports, but you never know. Of course, this segment is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Johnny Shea from the SF Standard going to join Papa and Silver today at 11:30, but we got our guy, the skipper of the Giants, live from Houston, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, our next guest, if we had offered him the start the Giants have had, I bet he would have said, yeah, I'll take it. It's Bob Melvin, the manager of the San Francisco Giants. Last we talked to Bob, was down in Scottsdale. It's great to get him here on this getaway day as the Giants play Houston this afternoon, 1:10, 12:10 pregame. Landon Roupp against Framber Valdez, and then they get on a plane, come home Thursday off, and the home opener Friday at Oracle Park, the 26th season of that beautiful park by the McCovey Cove Shore, and we will be broadcasting live 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. at 58 Social. Come on by and see us. But man, enough of that yapping. Let's get to Bob Melvin and talk baseball. Bob, first of all, good morning from Murph and Marcus, your buddies back here at KNBR in San Francisco. And number two, am I right? If I offered you a 4-1 start, the way it's gone, the way the players have performed, the way they've played baseball, would you have signed on the dotted line, Bob?
Yeah, morning, Bob.
Yeah. I mean, short answer, but even the game we lost was really close, and we had a lead at one point in time in that game. So, it's kind of feeding off what we created in spring training, just how we kind of want to do things. Obviously win-loss record in spring training doesn't mean anything, but the way we played and the way the team came together and the kind of style of baseball is all kind of carried over. So, yeah, we feel pretty good about where we are today. We're facing a pretty tough left-hander on the mound today, but I think going into this game, we certainly have a lot of confidence.
We can talk to you about any number of aspects of the start. The one I'll go with right now is no errors. And I don't want to jinx it. Baseball's a superstitious game, but man, Bob.
I'm knocking on this wooden desk here right now.
Well, I guess maybe I can phrase it this way. How pleased have you been with the gloves and the relay throws and how you guys are pitching it and catching it?
Yeah, I mean, it was such an emphasis in spring training that this is a style of baseball we're going to need to play, and the games that you saw last night are probably the games that are going to be played quite a bit of, especially when we get home and runs are a little bit more of a premium. So to get off and get off to a good start in what we've asked and talked about, going into our place, yeah, I mean, it's a good brand of baseball, and when you don't beat yourself, you give yourself a lot of chances to win.
Yeah, and Bob, we know that another main focus for you guys this spring was your approach with runners in scoring position, and we saw the success during spring training, and we've seen that same success in the first 5 games of the year. How would you describe your guys' approach as a team this year that's different from maybe what we saw last year?
Well, it's just more of each and every at bat, just having a specific plan, and it's easy to say that, but it's not necessarily, we're just looking to make good swing decisions and drive a ball. It doesn't necessarily take that. It's shooting a ball the other way. It's hitting a fly ball with a man on third and less than 2. It's hitting a ground ball to the right side with a man on second and nobody. And those are the type of runs that we can't just leave out there. And on top of that, there's just a lot of focus with that 2-out RBI thing. And to this point, knock wood again, it's been really good. So, we haven't got a ton of hits. I think we only had, 4 last night or whatever, but we came up big in big situations, and we got Wilmer Flores too. So he's been pretty good for us here as far as the long ball and the key hits.
And, of course, you have Elliot Ramos. Guys, we can talk about. Just real quick, though, going from the macro to the micro, have you guys posted your lineup for today?
Yeah, it's only one lefty against Valdez. It'll be Yastrzemski. Lee's going to get a day off today. He had that little back thing going on, so we don't want to play him 2 in a row. And with the day off tomorrow, we feel like that's the way to go with him. And then Casey's going to play first, and Lamont's on the bench today, but Lamont can always show up a little bit later. So
does that mean? Sorry, I didn't see the line. Is Matos in center then, or who? What's...
Yeah, Matos in center. It's Ramos, Adames, Flores, DH, Chapman, Schmidt at first, Matos, Huff, Yastrzemski, Fitzgerald.
Okay. Oh, so Huff today too. You give Pat, Pat gets Pat a couple days in a row.
Well, it's more the third day on the day game. Yeah, it's just in general that's what we're going to do to try to keep Patty fresh.
Did you say? So who? I'm sorry to make you repeat that. The 3-hitter was Flores today.
Yeah, Flores DHing today.
Okay, moving on up. I like it. All right, so much fun to go to and so many things to talk about. Let's talk about today's starting pitcher, the one guy who has not, one of the few guys who hasn't performed yet. I know Hayden Birdsong hasn't either. It's interesting. He's going up against Framber Valdez, their ace, and I know that's not the deal. He's got to face Houston hitters. But give us a little scouting report of what Landon Roupp's going to do, because he's now got sort of a standard to uphold, Bob. He's got to kind of match what his mates in the starting rotation have done.
And that's great. There's always competition with those guys that, we get a start like we did out of Webby today, and I know Landon's, looking forward to getting out there and trying to build upon that. So, he went back he was with us opening day, went back and threw in Arizona a game and then came back, and so he's ready to go. And we do have some length, obviously, with Hayden Birdsong. We haven't had to use him yet. We'll see how long Landon goes. If it's not a really long outing, you could see Birdsong today too, and those are 2 pretty good, talented young pitchers.
Bob, you mentioned the one loss on the season so far, the Saturday game against Cincinnati. That was Justin Verlander's debut in a San Francisco Giants uniform. 5 innings, left the game in a tie ball game. What was your breakdown of seeing him pitch for the first time in a Giants uniform during the regular season? And what do you look to see from him in the home opener on Friday?
Oh, no, it's great. I mean, he's pitched kind of pretty consistently since he's been here in spring training, and every outing to him is kind of the same. I mean, he treats every outing in his preparation for it, and, even in spring training, really driven. So, you can have an understanding of how he's gotten to where he has. And I think he's really excited to get the home opener, and I know our fans are too. So, the timing of that was pretty good, and now being his second start, he'll get a full extra day's rest going into it, so he'll be raring to go.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see Verlander in the home crowd, and that'll be awesome. But so many other different things to talk about with Bob Melvin here as he gets ready for the Giants and the Astros with Landon Roupp on the mound at 1:10 first pitch, 12:10 pregame. So you mentioned Casey Schmidt at first base. You got, I guess I read from one of the beat writers wrote that it's going to be something you do against lefties more often. Is this all a domino effect from the Encarnacion injury? And is that how when you and Zach Manassian and Buster Posey sat down, this was kind of the path forward to how to use Casey Schmidt and how to make up for Encarnacion's injury?
Yeah, for sure. And, Flo was going to get those at-bats pretty much, but, against lefties, Encarnacion and Flo both would have been in there, and now, Casey's going to be in there, and Casey hits lefties well and had a good spring, and, it's tough for a youngster like him to DH. He's used to playing in the field. It is a corner. It's a little different over there, but he's a really good defender. So we'll get him in the field, and Flo really knows how to DH. So this is something you might see a bit of, especially against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, and Wilmer Flores has been one of the hottest hitters in the league to start the season. 3 home runs already, almost matching his home run total from last season. I know we talked a lot this offseason about the health of Wilmer Flores, but how big of a part of this lineup do you think that Wilmer Flores could be? I know you mentioned that he's moving up to the 3-hole today, but if he can give you some type of that production at the bottom of your lineup.
Well, yeah, against righties, we'll probably have them a little bit lower, and that it seems like that 7 spot comes up with guys on base, especially when, it's Ramos and Chapman, those guys before, and Chapman tends to walk, and there's some traffic, and Wilmer's taking advantage of that. Against the lefties, we'll get him up there a little bit quicker and hit him in the 3-hole, so he'll hit anywhere in the lineup, and, he's always been so clutch in his career that no matter where he is with runners in scoring position, you have a good feeling when he's up there.
A healthy flow. You guys were banking on it, and it's coming through so far this first week of the season. We haven't had a chance to talk to you since Christian Koss made the team. He got to play yesterday. He walked. He scored a run. He laid down a bunt, tied up an Astro pitcher in Nantz. Mike Krukow has told us a couple of times that telling him he made the team was an emotional deal. Can you tell us the story?
Yeah, look, this guy's been playing a little bit, and this is his 3rd organization, and, probably a guy that comes to camp. He's just trying to make an impression, and hopefully we keep our eye on him, and something happens where he makes it to the big leagues. But he played so well in spring training, and he does a lot of things that we're really trying to profile here. He's a terrific defender. He's fundamentally sound. He hits the ball the other way. He can bunt. You can use him to hit and run. He's tenacious defender. He runs really well, and it's also nice to have a true pinch runner on the bench. And, Buster's thing was, look, if you perform and you do well enough to make a team, you should make a team. So instead of just calling somebody into my office and letting them know, we kind of did it in front of the whole team, and it was very well received. And I know he got a kick out of it and was kind of humbled, that had some nice things to say, and it was one of those feel-good moments for the team. So that was pretty cool, kind of as the last guy to make the team.
Bob, it feels like another underrated storyline heading into the season has been Lou Trevino in the bullpen, and we've already seen a couple good outings from him. Just talk to us about his story, being away from baseball for a couple of years, coming back, and what his role in this bullpen should be.
Yeah, it's about health. We saw in spring training, we even saw before in some of the videos that he sent us that, if a healthy Lou Trevino with the sinker moving and the cutter, and, he's got some other pitches as well. He's been a guy that's pitched deep in games and a guy that's been in important roles. So we're still trying to figure out, kind of the dynamic of the bullpen. We've used a lot of bullpen, so every day there seems like a couple guys that are unavailable, but he's had 2 really good outings, and certainly the second one was key, to keep the game. I think it was 7th inning or whatever it was, and has a 1-2-3 inning. So look, he's a big part of this bullpen right now. He had a really clean spring, and he's off to a good start.
Bob Melvin, a few more minutes here before we let him go manage a baseball game, what he does for a living here. You staying on the bullpen, and I know you probably don't want to get caught up in fan and social media arguments. I think your buddy Tito Francona said the other day, if you think like a fan, you'll manage like a fan. It's a pretty funny quote. But fans are divided on Tyler Rogers in the 8th inning. We promised them we would ask you. Some people think, oh, my God, you can't put him out there because he's throwing 75 miles an hour. Others would say, well, Bob Melvin's the manager, and he's putting him out there in the 8th inning. So tell us about your strategy of using Tyler Rogers in the 8th inning. Why is he your guy?
Well, what inning would we suggest he pitches?
I think some would suggest he doesn't pitch any innings.
Oh, all right. Well,
I'm just being sarcastic there in the sense that there's like fans get so angry. I don't know. They just don't want to see him in a high leverage situation. I'm just representing.
Well,
I'm representing a part of the fan base. I like him out there. And we had an argument on the air about it.
He's done well for us. I mean, he did well last year. He did well the year before. It's a funky arm angle that guys don't see. I know there's not going to be a ton of punch outs, but there's a lot of outs. And he certainly has done his job in that role. The guy in the 7th inning, usually it's either the 6th or the 7th, where it was Walker before, kind of how we're using Duvall right now, is the guy that comes in with guys on base, and typically when you need a strikeout. So I think part of what we're thinking is we give Tyler the clean inning where you don't need a punch out. He's not going to walk guys, and he's been successful for us. So that's kind of the strategy with him.
Yeah.
Bob, moving from the bullpen back to the starting rotation, want to ask you about Jordan Hicks, who we've seen make that transition from the bullpen to the starting rotation over the last season and a half. It seemed like there was a different approach in Houston this past week of him coming out of the gates throwing 99, 100 miles per hour. Last year, it seemed like he slow played it a little bit and maybe tried to save a little bit in the tank for later innings. Was that a concentrated approach this year for Jordan Hicks?
It was, and it was his first time doing that, so you can kind of understand, all right, I need to pace myself a little bit. It's a long season. I'm going to try to get, close to 30 starts. And, for a while it worked pretty well. His velo was 95, 96, and then all of a sudden kind of ran out of gas a little bit. And then when you reach back for something and you haven't used it, it just kind of wasn't there for him. So I think all along, through the off season, gain some weight, get a little bit stronger, and just go out there and go as long as you can and as hard as you can. And, when he's throwing that the sinker at a high velocity, typically it's down in the zone. He's getting early count outs like he did the other day, and he ends up pitching 6 innings. And I didn't really, forecast him going 6 the other day, but it was high velocity. It was on the ground. It was pretty dominant and ends up going 6. So I think that's kind of his strategy now, is just each and every inning is its own thing, and he's just going to go hard after it.
Love it. Just wrapping up here, we're asking about almost everybody on the roster because we get a chance to talk ball with you. Lamont Wade didn't have a week he wanted. He's 0-for. He hasn't drawn a walk. It's just 1 week, small sample size. But, as a manager, what do? You give him a day? He's facing a lefty today. I don't know. What do you tell Wade as a skipper?
You know what? Like he's pretty hard on himself. So I mean, he's been hitting a lot, and at the end of the day, we're talking about we're 5 games into this thing. So the night before last, he hit 2 balls hard, one hard to left, one hard to right, gets a sac fly, drives in a run. I mean, you're used to seeing him on base and so forth. Just a little bit of a slow start, and right now I think he's probably a little bit more trying to swing his way out than getting good pitches to hit, which is him and who he is. But we're talking about 5 games. Lamont Wade's going to be fine.
Yeah, similar question with Willie Adames, to your point. Only 5 games into the season. Came through clutch yesterday with the 2 RBI double in the 3rd inning. What have been your conversations with Willie Adames about him maybe pressing a little bit, trying to make a good first impression with the Giants?
It certainly doesn't feel like it. He's in a good mood every day. You can't tell if he goes 0 for 4 or 4 for 4. So I think really what's impressed me about what we've done here so far is we've had some key guys not, especially at the top, kind of not do their thing here in the first 5 games, but everybody else has kind of picked them up, whether it's, what Ramos has done, what Flo's done, what Chappie's done. Yaz is off to a pretty good start too. So, and Bailey really hasn't hit his stride. So we're getting just enough every game. And that some of these other guys are going to get hot. So it feels like our lineup is pretty deep and that we have a chance to score kind of wherever we are in the lineup. So, I mean, that's the silver lining for me is we're still getting stuff done, and some of our key guys really haven't gotten going yet.
Big time, and fans are very excited. I can tell you, here people are very excited. The first week has been well received here at home, and we'll finally end it on this, Bob, by asking, do you know former Louisville Colonel and Pittsburgh Pirate Fred Clark?
I know the name.
Do you know that if indeed you guys are fortunate enough to win a game today, that you will tie him for the 22nd most wins all time?
20. Give me that again.
So you win today. You will.
Okay.
That'll be your 1,602nd win as a manager, tying former Louisville Colonel and Pittsburgh Pirate manager from 1897 to 1915, Fred Clark, on the all-time list. So.
All right. Well, hopefully we get a win for the team today, and we move past and get a few more wins than that.
You're not watching your climb up you passed Tommy Lasorda.
I really, I was actually someone I didn't even know it was 1,600 the other night. I got it. Somebody sent it to me the next day. So, if you're lucky enough to stay around a long time, you're going to get some wins. But it's the players that go out there and get the wins. I just kind of pat them on the back when they come in the dugout.
Yeah. One last question for me, Bob, before we let you go. Have you guys got your new shipment of the torpedo bats yet?
No, they're not here yet. I know the guys are talking about them. It wouldn't surprise me if they showed up pretty soon. I mean, when you see what's going on, you can't help but be curious about it. So my guess is once we get home, there might be a few out there batting practice, but we'll see.
So we'll see him. We'll continue to follow it. So, all right, even though you downplayed it, it's a huge accomplishment that you got to 1,600 and passed Tommy Lasorda, and you're about to tie Fred Clark, and then on and on. I mean, we could keep going through some of the names, but like you said, it's a player's game, so you'll let them play it. So, and the players are playing it well. They're 4-1, and we'll look forward to today's game. Bob, we threw about 1 million questions at you. You're done. Everybody's sated. We thank you for your time and answering all the questions. And you guys are playing great. I'm telling you, you're going to come home to a warm reception. Fans are loving it. So enjoy the game.
We're looking forward to it. There's nothing like the home opener, especially in that ballpark. It's just beautiful, and the fans come out in full force, and it's just a special day being the home opener. And I think it's on a Friday too, and the guys are really looking forward to that.
We always like to remind you, you're going to put on the same uniform Willie Mays and Willie McCovey put on.
That's the best, isn't it?
All right, there you go. Bob, have a great trip home, and we'll see you Friday.
Yeah, thanks, Bob.
Bob Melvin,
okay,
Giants manager on the Yuma guest line. We'll finish really strong with a mystery guest reveal and young Tony and all that stuff. Good vibes from Bob Melvin. He's always very paid. Maybe like 20 minutes for the guy.
Yeah.
Answers every question you throw at him.
Talking ball
on
with
KNBR
Bo
104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now, we could play this song anytime because it's Giants baseball. 1:10 today, 12:10. Home opener Friday. Yeah, baseball. But we're playing it actually for a somewhat poignant reason here today. Marcus, the news is always giving you something, and I wanted to mention this. Everybody knows Bruce Springsteen's Glory Days, right? Of course, talks about an old baseball player chewing Bruce's ear about his
Glory
Days. So on Sunday, Springsteen posted on Instagram, just a moment to mark the passing of Freehold native and ball player Joe DePew. He could throw that speedball by you, make you look like a fool, ... Glory days, my friend. And it turns out that this gentleman who died at the age of 75 from cancer was the inspiration for this song, one of Bruce's Freehold Little League teammates.
Oh.
And the story was that in 1973, they were walking in a bar called The Headliner in Neptune City, New Jersey. Springsteen was walking in and DePew was walking out, as they say in the song, right? And he says, there I am going to the car in the parking lot. Here comes Bruce. I hadn't seen him since we graduated. It was great to see him again. We got to talking. We were out in the parking lot for a half hour. He said, let's go in. So we went back in and had a drink and another drink. And all of a sudden, they were turning the lights on and off. And we were talking about our youth baseball days. And Bruce wrote the song about that.
Glory days.
And he passed away at the age of 75 this weekend. And Bruce memorialized him. I thought it was pretty neat. And raise a glass to your old Little League teammates, right?
Yeah.
Who you're going to bump into a bar down the road. And next thing you know, you go, let's go back in for one, right?
Yeah.
So,
Remember that no-hitter I threw down at Washington Park underneath the lights? Glory days.
There it is. What bar will it be? In Santa Clara or Sunnyvale? Or what bar will it be, buddy?
That's a great question because the Peacock is gone. Now it's the local. They're taking out all my dive bars in Sunnyvale, Murph. I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's obviously the 2 a.m. club for me for sure, obviously. So, all right, guys. Well, I wanted to get that out there. So thank you for that, Young Tony. Check number 1. Check number 2, Young Tone.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, Young Tone. And this one, I think, goes to the passing of, well, you're a young man. So a 65-year-old actor dies. So I'm not sure you would have seen all his movies, but did you know about Val Kilmer?
I've definitely heard the name. Made me think of Top Gun. Also did a little research. The original Batman, or maybe one of the original Batmans?
Yeah, I get lost on all the Batmans. There's actually, he's made fun of the fact that he's one of the less famous Batmans.
I'm Batman.
It's Keaton, Clooney, Bale.
Ben Affleck. I heard he was terrible.
But anyway, Val Kilmer died at the age of 65 overnight. Sad news. Too young. Now, you would know him for two main reasons. We got the video on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. He was Iceman in Top Gun in 1980. He was Cruise's rival, Maverick's rival. Of course, they team up at the end. He always said, "You're too dangerous, Maverick." But they team up in the end. They take down the Russians. Here it is on YouTube and Twitch here. He says, you can be my wingman anytime.
You are still dangerous. You can be my wingman anytime.
You can be mine.
Now they hug it out. A lot of people think there might have been some a deep attraction between these two.
I would not be surprised.
And then finally, of course, and I got crushed for this, Doc Holliday. I misspoke earlier. Doc Holliday in Tombstone, uttering the immortal line here in the show in the showdown here. Tombstone, Doc Holliday.
Well. I didn't think you had it in you.
I'm your huckleberry. Why, Johnny Ringo, you look like somebody just walked over your grave.
Yeah, there it is. So Tombstone, on and on and on. Heat, Top Gun 2, Top Secret. So anyway.
I'm your
rest in
huckleberry.
peace. I'm your huckleberry.
I have always heard that line. I did not know it was from Tombstone.
By Doc Holliday. And then finally, I've been teasing for 2 days.
Ooh.
John Joe Curley did some work. And Who did he book for tomorrow's show?
I thought you might know, yeah.
But he didn't know at the start. So we started 2 days ago telling Marcus that John Joe Curley did some work. We were in on it together. We hooked it up. We got some contact information. And coming on tomorrow's show at 9:30, your favorite Bay Area rapper, Lar Russell.
It's going to be a marvelous day on the Murph and Marcus show.
How do you feel about that booking by this
I'm
kid?
hyped. The local kid from the Valley Joe, from the backyard to the studios of San Francisco.
So Buster Posey at 7:30, and my tease yesterday was, but he may be our second biggest guest.
Not like it.
Because Lar Russell, how great is this to have?
This is awesome, dude.
The day before the home opener.
This is awesome, man.
Well,
I love the fact that the Giants have embraced him to do the song Nothing Like It. We are a Lar Russell show. We will do our Giants big hits with this as our music bed. And it sounds like tomorrow Lar Russell will be making his KNBR debut.
Thought about holding it off all the way until, but I wanted people to know that he's coming on. So we decided to tease you for 2 days.
I like it.
Shout out Curly doing it again, man. Whether it's Fred Lynn, Carl Yastrzemski, or Lar Russell. Mount Curly Guestmore. Lynn, Yaz, Lar Russell. We need one more.
It's nothing like it.
So prep your questions.
Oh, I'll be ready.
All right?
I'll be ready to go.
Should we show him the video from us at the round table?
We should. And you gotta work on your dance moves tonight, Murph.
He's going to be like, I like the guy on the right, not the guy on the left.
I need Murph in here tomorrow gigging in his kids' Crocs.
We will be. And so anyway, I look forward to that tomorrow. Lar Russell at 9:30, Buster Posey at 7:30. Young Tony's Val Kilmer Knowledge was sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right, good job, Tony, John, Joe, Marcus. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
You can be my wingman anytime. You can be mine.
I didn't think you had it in you.
I'm your huckleberry. Why, Johnny Ringo, you look like somebody just walked over your grave.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Curry weaving through traffic. Jalen Wells is not leaving Curry's body. And Steph behind Draymond hitting a 3. And that's 13 years of playing together.
And here is a high fastball swung on and missed. He struck him out. That might have been that cutter that Webb has been tinkering with. And he used it to good effect to strike out Alvarez, and he has a 3-up, 3-down inning.
Curry doing everything tonight. Beautiful steal. Wanted that 3 in transition. Step back and got it. He's got 11 made threes.
Be careful poking the bear.
He throws. And a ground ball softly hit to short. Adames fields. Adames throws. Got him at first. And Logan Webb, what a job tonight. 7 innings. 100 pitches in his second start of the year. And just the 1 run allowed. Curry with a rebound. So Steph's got 10 boards. High ball screen. 45 and 10. Looking for a Steph relocate. Corner 3. Got it! He's got 12 threes! 2 off the NBA record.
And the Giants have won again. They have taken the first 2 games here in Houston.
He's going to leave with 52 points tonight. You remember that. 2 points in December, 52 tonight. What a win for the Dubs.
Hey, that was fun. A nice, tasty Tuesday. Giants get the win. Logan Webb does his thing in 7 innings, gets his first win of the year. And the Warriors, who would have thought at the time that they were looking to trade for a second star, and then they end up getting Jimmy Butler, that they would climb up to number 5. That is where they are when we wake up this morning. Steph Curry erupts for 52 points, and we are going to get into both of those star performances, as well as the Giants looking to get the sweep in Houston, because it's a short show today. Pregame begins at 12:10. First pitch at 1:10 right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. It is Papa and Silver only. That's not Greg Papa if you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch. That is a guy I was just on YouTube last night after the Warriors. He, of course, is John Dickinson. So, JD, as I say good morning to you, my friend, if I got to go 3 words, do I say run it back? Do I say good morning, bro? Do I say whoop that trick? Do I say nothing like it? Do I say Steve Nash and Chris Paul must see TV? If you know, you know. Whatever it is, What's up? I'm excited to do this.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I prefer LFG. LFG exclamation point.
Okay, 3 letters. Yeah, that works. Yeah.
Typically how I roll. I'll shorten it even a little bit. But great to be with you here for the next couple and a half hours here as we get everybody closer to the Giants and the Astros and the finale of the 3-game series and the final game of the road trip before this team comes home. Already a good road trip for the Giants. Could be a spectacular one, I think, if they can win again and end up 5-1. But, wow, last night, I mean, Steph Curry in Memphis in a game that the Warriors really wanted and needed and got. I mean, that was an all-time performance from an all-time great in Steph and Curry to get the Warriors to 18-2 with Steph and Jimmy Butler both playing. Incredible stuff. And, looking forward to talking about all of it here for the next couple of hours.
So much to get into. Of course, Steph Curry and his 52 points was the headliner. He was 8 for 10 from beyond the arc in the first half alone. He ends up going, 12 for 20 in the end, and is just 2 away from Klay's record of his 14 when he had the headband on in Chicago. And, of course, Steph, big part of that team and that game as well. So we'll see if he ever has a chance to chase it. But right now the Warriors are just worried about 2 words of their own: meaningful basketball. And that's kind of been the theme ever since they fell off from the 12-3, wasn't off to the best start, or they had the great start, and then really they went 3 of their next 12. So it was right back to 500, and then they were kind of just teetering. It felt like they were a team that could have some really nice wins. They beat Oklahoma City at home, but then we also did some post-game shows together, JD, where they lost in Toronto. And it's like, what is going on? They end up trading for Jimmy Butler. That whole situation got messy in Miami. We all know the deal by now. And I still think if Draymond or Jimmy or Steph, if any one of those 3 isn't available on a given night, this is a lot closer to the pre-Jimmy Butler team where they could win. They could also lose to just about anybody, regardless of the injury report. But when all 3 of those guys are out there, healthy, and playing well, and all 3 were spectacular last night, you see the kind of basketball they're capable of playing.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that they're capable of beating anyone. Now, we haven't seen all of the matchups. We haven't seen this iteration of the Warriors play Boston or Cleveland in the East. The Warriors, in their prior iteration, were able to take 2 out of 3 against Oklahoma City. We've seen varying degrees of success. They haven't really needed anybody to beat Houston, 3 out of 4. We'll see if they can make it 4 out of 5 over the weekend. Denver has been the arch nemesis, even with Denver. Given guys nights off against the Warriors as they did a couple of weeks ago. The Lakers have been a nemesis, but it's a new-look Lakers, so we'll see. Because the beauty of this stretch here, Greg, is the fact, and it started last night, the Warriors playing the teams that were directly above them in the standings. Now, they beat Memphis last night, so they move into 5th, drop Memphis down to 6th. But the Lakers, now with the Warriors 5th, are 4th. The Lakers are 4, next Warriors opponent. The Nuggets are 3, next Warriors opponent after that. And then the Rockets at number 2, probably can't catch them if you're the Warriors in terms of seeding and getting all the way up in the Western Conference standings. But that's the next team that follows Denver to Chase Center on Sunday. So what we're getting is a real good test here, hopefully, if the Lakers and Nuggets and Warriors all comply and play everybody here as the schedule gets more compacted. Hopefully we're getting a little bit of a test and a preview to see how this Warriors team stacks up. But, wow, I mean, last night, I think the story of the night is Steph, but I think the story of the night also is the fact that the Warriors circled a game last night and wanted to go get it with Steph and Jimmy Butler, this new-look crew. Draymond against a Memphis team that struggled a little bit. They're kind of in shambles, firing members of the coaching staff, including the head man Taylor Jenkins, going back just days ago, and they've had a very difficult schedule themselves. Memphis played excellent last night. They were really good, and we've seen them be good against the Warriors in specific ways that traditionally bother the Warriors, length and physicality and size, some of that up-front size. But Steph set the tone early. Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green were doing their thing. I think we got maybe a little bit closer to a playoff Jimmy-level performance, Greg. And the Warriors just made enough key plays throughout the game to where they were able to win it basically with the dominant first quarter and a strong final 8 minutes or so, despite the fact that for a good chunk of the game, although the Warriors were engaged, the Grizzlies were probably the better team for a good chunk of the game, but the Warriors good enough, great enough in stretches to prevail. And this team, you no longer, I don't know where you're at on it, but I think a lot of Warrior fans no longer fear the clutch game scenarios that had plagued the Warriors, and they get another clutch win last night with Steph and Jimmy and Draymond leading the way.
Look, maybe this is just a little reaction and recency bias off of what we saw last night. And because we did a YouTube show right after and had the whole reaction and watched it closely and just kind of absorbed, the feelings of the game and also getting to communicate with our YouTube chat. And by the way, good morning to our YouTube chat as well. Shout out to Pat H in particular saying, Dad, I can't see real well. Is this Dubs OT? Yeah, kind of. I mean, that is sort of our origin here. And we are going to get into the Giants a lot more in the 11 o'clock hour. We got John Shea joining us, as he will every Wednesday throughout the season. So I know you're pumped to talk to John Shea. That's going to be 11:30. We'll get into Logan Webb, and we also will tell you what has coming up. The Giants have released their lineup now officially. Bob Melvin was on with Murph and Marcus at 9:30. Elliot Ramos will be leading off. Willie Adames, then Wilmer Flores as the DH. Matt Chapman. Casey Schmidt getting the start at first base today, as was said, was going to be more of the norm against left-handed pitchers. They're going against Framber Valdez for Houston. Then Luis Matos will be playing center field. Sam Huff at the catcher spot. Mike Jastrzemski will be in right. And then Tyler Fitzgerald at second. Of course, getting his first start of the season after winning the fifth starter competition will be Landon Roupp. So lots to get into there with the Giants coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. This first hour is going to be very Dubs-centric and what we saw with Steph Curry. And to your point on the clutch game scenario, JD, it seems like they almost enjoy the clutch game scenario now because Steph Curry has benefited so much from Jimmy Butler, not just in terms of having another focal point on the offense, but look at all his shooting splits. It is at a way more efficient rate now with how he is playing offensively. 28 for 28 from the free throw line certainly helps when you're trying to close out a game. I said it to you last night. The ultimate April Fool's prank is that this team, who was last in free throw percentage with Steph Curry on the roster, goes a perfect 28 of 28, and they get the win in Memphis. So much to unpack, but let's go ahead and set the table on the other side and, of course, tell you about our contest to win tickets to see the Bay Area Panthers. Steph Curry goes for 52, and by the way, the phone lines are open. 415-808-5627. You want to talk to JD and Silver just like old times? Just dial it up, and you got to deal with Walter first. It's Poppin' Silver with John Dickinson in on the Sports Leader.
I got two words for you. Steve Nash and Chris Paul. Must-see TV.
That's more than two words.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You can have multiple screens, but where were the eyes going last night? Well, either way, it was a great night for the Bay Area because Logan Webb did his thing in 7 innings on the mound. The Giants win 3-1 in Houston. And the Warriors with Steph Curry, they jump into the 5th seed. Who would have thought before trading for Jimmy Butler that they would climb this high? We'll be breaking both performances down all the way up to Giants pregame at 12:10 today. And if you want to call in, it's 415-808-5627.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Shot clock at 10. Curry using some clock here. Butler doubled in the corner. Draymond the escape valve. Curry, three. Tipped in by Pajemski. He went over John Morant to tip it home.
Brandon Pajemski did not have all that impressive of an offensive performance yesterday. 0 for 4 from beyond the arc, 4 of 11 shooting, 8 points. But guess what? He came up with a big one there. Steph was going for his 13th three, and Pajemski was there to tip it in. Moody also did not break the box score, but hit a big corner three in which if Moses Moody had any sort of outward swag or like to talk and run his mouth like someone like a Buddy Hield, he might have pulled out the night-night. But instead, Moses Moody just gave a smile, and the Warriors win it 134-125. 44 and 31 are your Golden State Warriors as we get to the home stretch here, and JD noted out in that first segment that they are just climbing up the standings with their list of opponents. It's Memphis, it's the Lakers, it's Denver, then it's Houston. So that was one of four. These next three are very big. What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver. Greg Silver with John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa. Giants pregame will get going here in less than 2 hours at 12:10. We're going to talk to John Shea coming up at 11:30. Big focus of the first hour here is what we saw last night with the Dubs, and then we'll get into the Giants, who are also off to an impressive start. But before we hand it back to JD and get into Steph Curry, his 52, John Morant, his hand gestures, and whatever else kind of drama there was between Desmond Bane and Steph Curry, I do have to tell you about our contest giveaway. That's right. Bay Area Panthers, baby. This is day 3 of 5. You can win 4 tickets to see them take on the Northern Arizona Wranglers April 13th at the SAP Center in San Jose. All you got to do, tune in between now and the end of our show, and when we give the cue to call, just be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. That's 5627, and you'll win furnished by the Panthers. Find the official rules at knbr.com. Today's cue to call, sponsored by your co-owner, Marshawn Lynch, is...
It just clicked in my mind that if you just run through somebody's face, a lot of people ain't going to be able to take that over and 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 over again. They're just not going to want that.
Very well done there by Marshawn Lynch. And speaking of over and over and over and over, the Grizzlies were just trying to press Steph Curry over and over and over and over and over again. And it worked well on December 20th when Steph went 0 for 7. The Warriors trailed by as many as 57. That was the first game with Dennis Schroeder on the roster after they made that trade. It ultimately did not work out. They go and get a guy named Jimmy Butler. He plays Memphis with a Warriors jersey on for the first time. And I would say that overall, especially for number 30, it went much better.
I want to get into maybe the biggest big picture takeaway from last night's game, and I think it relates to Steph and the dominance and the 52. And it's the fact, though, that there was some question a couple of months ago when the Warriors, before they made the trade, and they were languishing, 25 and 26, and they needed an infusion. They needed a second star. But a lot of the discussion, fairly or unfairly, and I think you and I were in the category that didn't believe that Steph was going through a significant decline. But there were nights where it looked that way because he was the only star offensive player on the Warriors roster. But since they've acquired Jimmy Butler, the dominant, explosive, take the game over, all-time great performances are back, and they're back with some regularity, and I think enough regularity to where you look at the fact that Steph so frequently is able to do what he did last night in the Orlando game and even some other games where his point total may have been in the high 20s or the 30s, where he's taken over games for stretches, had those Curry flurries where he hits 4 or 5 threes in a quarter, that kind of thing. That, as much as anything, is an indicator of what this Warriors team ceiling can be, in my mind, in a playoff. So adding Jimmy has allowed you to get that best version of Steph. And if this team truly is going to go beyond making a little noise, if they're going to get in and win a round and maybe win a couple of rounds or even contend for a championship, they're going to need Steph to be able to multiple times, probably in a playoff series, at least once, if not twice, have a signature type game and signature type quarters that help lead this team. So I thought last night in that environment against that defense, that physicality, yeah, the Grizzlies were fouling them and dared the officials to call it. There were times the Warriors were frustrated they weren't calling it. But the high-end Steph performance, being back, and to the point where, not that you can count on it, because I don't think you could ever, but I feel like you can count on it right now, that at some point Steph is going to get to that level again. And I think that should have Warrior fans excited for the ultimate ceiling for this team, as much as we can get into the minutia and say, well, if Podziemski doesn't do this and Moody doesn't do that, maybe they can't get to this level or that. None of it freaking matters, Greg, if Steph Curry doesn't have the capability to play at the level that we've seen him play, not only last night, but in a bunch of these other games here since Jimmy Butler was acquired, because we really hadn't seen it at all from Steph Curry at that level since the first 15 games of the season when they started 12-3.
Oh, there's no doubt. And make no mistake, this is a very Steph Curry dependent team. That does not change just with having Jimmy Butler on the roster. In the Miami Heat game was a pretty nice demonstration of that. The Atlanta Hawks game was a pretty nice demonstration of that. What was their record going into the road trip? It was 7-3 without Steph. And I know getting the win against Milwaukee at home was nice, but 7-3, you're not going to take that and extrapolate it. It's going to be a lot closer to what you saw against Atlanta and Miami when you're playing against caliber playoff teams. If Steph is not there, or if he's having a real struggle of a game like he was before he had that rest night when Denver was missing all their people. He had the 7 turnovers, and it was like, gosh, Steph looks as tired and off as I've seen him in a while. He has been himself since he came back from that injury, and health is the most important thing. And I would say, that's kind of the area where it calls for caution if you're the Warriors looking at this, because, and this is why getting the top 6 seed, if you can maintain this, is really important, because you're going to get at least 5 days off. You want Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green, especially those 3, all over the age of 35, to be the best versions of themselves possible. So health is the top priority, but a close second is being able to get a top 6 seed. But let me ask you this question, JD, and you could chime in on the phone lines out there if you want to weigh in on this as well. It's 415-808-5627 to call in. So the Warriors' big 3 went nuts last night. Draymond Green, triple-double, defensive masterclass. Jimmy Butler, a quiet 27, and we joked after the game, I mean, how many points can you score? What's the maximum of it still being quiet? Maybe when your star player and teammate has 52, that helps. But 12 for 12 at the free throw line, the stability, the pace, and another option to facilitate an offense or go get points themselves down the stretch in what was a clutch game. Obviously, Steph, the 12 threes, scoring 52. Is that a positive sign when you look at how well they all played and think, wow, they could peak at the right time, they could really make a push? Or are you going to look at the other side of the coin and say, well, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Steph Curry played tremendous games, and they still were in a clutch game. They won by 9 points, and is this not sustainable for how far they could go?
I think you have to look at the opponent, and I think last night, did Memphis play excellent? And I think the answer to that question is yes. And maybe I had, at least going into the game, underrated where Memphis was at. Maybe it was just they played their best game, because a lot of teams come together and play their best game against the Warriors.
Well, and the Grizzlies always get up for the Warriors. There's been some nice trash-talking animosity since 2022 there.
Yeah, but they did not look really like the team that they had looked like recently. And they're better at home than on the road and all that. So I think opponent-specific and matchup-specific, because the Grizzlies, even though I do think the Warriors have the Grizzlies mentally, I do think they have Steph and Draymond specifically, have Ja and Jaren Jackson, I think, mentally in close games. I really do, because of 2022, even though the Grizzlies have had some big-time success against the Warriors in regular seasons. They've had some dominant games in that building, specifically at FedEx Forum against the Warriors, even in the playoffs, with the beating them by 40 and leading them by 50 and all that. But I think, to me, you look at a game like yesterday and you say, no, this was the Grizzlies delivering a pretty legitimate punch. The type of punch that they can deliver when they're playing exceptionally well, and the Warriors were able to rise to the occasion, and their older stars were able to not only take it but best it and beat it. And especially on nights where the role players, from a scoring standpoint, I think from an intangible standpoint, the Warriors role players were great, but from a scoring standpoint, the Warriors role players were a little more iffy. And so to be able to do that on the road, I think it's a testament to how good or great this team can be, because you're not going to need that in every game in a series. I think sometimes we think, to win a series, you're going to need 4 games where Steph and Jimmy and Draymond play that way. That's not how any of these series play out. You might need 2 where they play at that level collectively, but typically in a playoff series, you get one of those games from your great players, and if you don't, you aren't winning that series. So last night was a game where they, to win on the road, you need it's always your best players that lead the way. Your role players can affect the outcome, but to have the Warriors' best 3 players play at that level, I think that's a significant sign of this team having a much higher ceiling moving forward toward the playoffs.
So role players is exactly where I want to head to next on the other side. And I want to get into beyond just Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. It's very clear that you need all 3 of those guys to be healthy and available. But what about the rest? What about the way the rotation is going to shake out and how you can maximize this roster as you head into the playoffs and hopefully avoid the play-in tournament with 3 very tough games coming up? We'll play some post-game sounds from Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Moses Moody, Steve Kerr, and others. That's all coming your way. It is Pop and Silver with JD and for Papa on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Happy Wednesday. Giants pregame at 12:10 right here on the Sports Leader. And then first pitch as they look to get the sweep in Houston is going to be right here at 1:10. Pop and Silver with John Dickinson filling in today. We are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. Big stories of the day. Logan Webb, what he did in 7 innings. We'll be talking a lot of Giants in the 11 o'clock hour. John Shea joining us in about an hour. And, of course, what the Warriors did in Memphis last night, and that has been the focus. It is Dubs OT morning edition, like with Greg Silver and John Dickinson back together here. And we were on YouTube last night together as well, so encourage you to check out that podcast and find out what was in our cup and why I rightfully got shamed about 3/4 of the way through the show. JD, you mentioned the role players at the end of the last segment, and Moody and Pajemski, I guess we can call them role players, being the numbers 4 and 5, the youngsters of the starting lineup. I really looked closely at their performances last night, and neither one statistically blew you out the water. But we had a little discussion of when the Warriors have to kind of tweak their rotation, and it is going to be matchup dependent on these next 3, and if they get into a 7-game series, who kind of gets the longer leash versus maybe not. And I think Moody and Pajemski have now earned that point to where they are going to get a little bit of a longer leash, to where if it's not their night or they have a rough 5 minutes, it's not just all of a sudden like, yeah, I don't think we can really use them much this series. And I don't think anyone else outside of the starting lineup, I think it's all fair game. The reason I really liked Moody and Pajemski, and we're going to play a cut from Moses Moody coming up here in a bit, is that the Warriors are both old and young. They have their Hall of Fame core over the age of 35. They've got Steve Kerr, who's been with Draymond and Steph and Looney for a long time. And then you've got these younger guys who are now starting to find a role for themselves. And last year, there was a lot of talk about, well, Steph Curry doesn't have a second star. Steph Curry doesn't have another all-star next to him. Steph Curry needs a second scorer. And that is true. But as we said on Dubs OT many times, they did not have enough closers. Jimmy Butler's a closer. Draymond Green is a closer, but it's weird because he's not going to be that on the offensive side of the ball. And last night, although it was not pretty for the duration of the game on the offensive side, Moses Moody and Brandon Pajemski made 2 big-time closing plays in what was a playoff-like atmosphere.
They did, and I think last night was an indicator of what a playoff-level rotation is going to look like. I mean, you had Steve Kerr making late subs at the end of quarters and at the end of the half to get Steph and Draymond back into the game. And I think you need to look only to the record with the starting lineup that the Warriors put out there last night and have put out there regularly since Jimmy Butler has come aboard back in February. And it's this group with Steph and Pajemski, Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody, and Draymond Green that's now 12-0 when starting together. And you're right. I mean, this team is old and young and old, however you want to characterize it. But they are going to be dependent on Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody specifically to be the guys that I think, because of their steadiness and because of their position, like Pajemski being a guard, I think, and the Warriors being so void of other quality guard options.
And ball handling.
And ball handling. Like he's going to play like 25 minutes, probably even at his worst. He kind of has to, unless it's a night where Buddy Hield is really stroking it, or it's a night where Quentin Post is really stroking it and not getting crushed defensively. You know, if you've got that, then maybe you could move Moody to more of a 2. We've seen Moody play more 2, even though he's basically starting at the 4 right now. But those are the 2 guys that I think as much as you need Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler to be at the level we've seen them play at, and last night was an indicator, you're going to need Podziemski and Moody. Like, those are the guys that are, I think, truly, we're going to look back if they win a playoff series and say they got enough out of those two guys to do it. And I think if they don't win a playoff series, we're going to look back and we're going to look at Podziemski and Moody specifically and say, wow, well, they didn't provide enough for them to do it. Do they have to now look to go elsewhere in terms of adding or changing the roster? Not a conversation for today on April 2nd with 7 games to go. You got to figure out how that ultimately plays out, and that's a June, July question in terms of the off season. But I think the one thing that you can count on, whether they score well, whether they shoot well, Podziemski, Moody, I think Guy Santos has this. I think even Quentin Post has this to a certain extent. They're not intimidated by the moment. They feel like they have that playoff level of grit and determination, which stacks up with the big three, if you want to call it that, with Steph and Jimmy and Draymond Green. So I think it's clear if you just look at the roster, the guys that are going to be the guys who are clear-cut, going to be playing every night, good or bad for the most part. Doesn't mean they're going to be closing every night. I do think there's 2 closing spots open. So if Podziemski and Moody are not playing well and somebody else is playing well at a particular position, then that player may close, whether it's GP2, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's Buddy Hield maybe if he's having a hot night and you need some shooting, Quentin Post, whoever it is, Looney even, and we saw Looney hit a big 3 in the game last night. So what it comes down to,
it's talking about a stretch
Greg,
5.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to become one. But those are going to be the guys that if they're not playing well necessarily, and other players are not playing well, you're going to get the nod. The nod is going to go to Podziemski, and the nod is going to go to Moses Moody. And those guys are going to be out there regardless. But I think the intangibles, and I think Guy, even though he's a lesser player than those two, Guy Santos has that hustle factor, make big plays to him component to where I think you like and trust him. So, yeah, I mean, I think here's the one thing that I think you can extrapolate. You mentioned things maybe we can't extrapolate in the last segment. The one thing I think you can extrapolate for this team, Greg, is the 18-2. It's the 18-2 when Steph and Jimmy Butler are both available together in 20 games. It's the best stretch of basketball that the Warriors have had since their 18-2 to begin that 21-22 year when they won the championship. And it's not just about Steph and Jimmy and obviously Draymond after that. It's about the position that those three put the young role players in, which allows the role players to, yes, on some nights they're going to be huge components from a scoring standpoint, shooting standpoint. Other nights they're not going to be able to be, but they're still going to have to be out there and show on nights where maybe they're not scoring at that level, Greg, that they can help a team win. And I think that's what happened last night.
You put it really well, and we're going to play a clip from Moses Moody right here. But leading into that, I had somebody on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line ask me yesterday how important it was. If it was a must/gotta win, 2 for 1, Memphis loses, Warriors would win. And I said, not necessarily, because these next 4 alone. If you lost last night and you won the next 3, it's a different conversation than if you win this last night and you lose the next 3, right? And it doesn't guarantee that they're out of the play-in. But as the game was going along and the way Memphis was playing, it became very apparent to me that game held a lot of value for these young players or these role players in going to show themselves that they could win a game like that, even if Steph Curry was the one leading the way on a heater with 52 points. So Moses Moody here in the postgame said, that felt like a playoff game. I took that as, okay, good. And I know Moses Moody's played in the playoffs before, and he's played some good minutes in the playoffs before. Brandon Podziemski's never played in a series. But the bottom line is, the more playoff-like atmospheres they can experience and prevail in, that is exactly what you want to see heading into what could potentially be a 7-game series. So here is Moses Moody after the game on the atmosphere in Memphis.
It did. It did. They had that energy, had that atmosphere. And that's my thing, too. Like, when we coming down the stretch, you got to look around the standings and seeing what other guys doing, hoping guys lose and this and that. But, I mean, you can control your destiny when you meet those teams, and that's what we did tonight. So I was proud of what we put together.
And Moses Moody, a good example of somebody that's always sort of even-keeled, focused on what's in front of him, never gets too high, never gets too low. Only made 4 shots last night, only 2 beyond the arc, JD. But that one, when he had some time in the left corner to essentially seal the deal, that was as big as they get.
It was. And that shot that basically ended the game, the Pajemski putback, that was a huge play, an indicator of what and how a young player can contribute even on a night where their overall numbers in terms of scoring and efficiency and those kinds of things aren't there. The other part about last night is you show that you can do it in still what on paper is probably the easiest of the next 2 games. That if you because like last night, and it also shows playoff series and playoff games are a lot like last night. One team gets off to a great start. Another team makes the emotional adjustment. Memphis did that. Better team, really, I think, for the second and third quarters. But then you're in a fight down to the finish line, and for the Warriors to show that they could stand up to that and win and get those contributions from everybody in different ways, I think is important. But you also get that one, which means that you've got it in hand, and that makes going and playing the Lakers tomorrow night in L.A. A little more palatable, and then the back-to-back, which is going to be unbelievable, against Denver coming off of the 14-day trip. With the Nuggets at Chase on Friday night. So to get the one in hand, I think, is also important because now you know that it's not going to turn into a 3-game losing streak. And if you can get one of these next 2, you're feeling great, I think, if you're the Warriors, about your ability to get into the top 6.
He's John Dickinson. I'm Greg Silver. We got Giants pregame coming your way at 12:10 right here on KNBR. More coming up on the other side with some postgame sounds. And also, if you want, we will hear from you. 415-808-5627. Would love to take your calls on a short show today on a Wednesday. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. And I'm Greg Silver, here to tell you about the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area, some not even in California? Well, that's not the case with Chris Dolan and his law firm because they've been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, just know that your rights matter. And you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, Waymos, pedestrians, children playing all around us, it's important that we all be careful and work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. So feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees of any sort. And here's the best part, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
He's worked at that thing, for months and months and months, and maybe that becomes a part of his game. Sometimes it takes these things a while to factor in, but there might be a shot tonight where he's got a corner three, just shot clock.
1.1 to shoot here. Looney, a corner three. He got another one. He made one in San Antonio and hits one tonight.
But this one means way more. Yes, Kalena Azubuike, that three did mean a lot more because it was not garbage time. The Warriors were not up by 40 points against the San Antonio Spurs with the clock winding down. And Steve Kerr before the game with a little forecasting about Kevon Looney hitting threes. He had not made one since 2021. He has now made 2 in 2 consecutive games. JD, new stretch 5?
Yeah, probably not. Maybe next year if Loon winds up being around.
Yeah, we'll leave it to Quentin Post.
Yeah, I think leave it to Quentin Post at this point. But, Looney was somebody that could shoot at least high school and college threes. I know we joked about the Kevon Looney high school mixtape. We don't need to spend a ton of time on it, but check it out if you haven't. He looks like Kevin Durant if you go back into his high school film. Kind of a sight to see given the player that Looney's become in his NBA career. But that was a huge shot. And the ability to knock that shot down, or at least put up a quality attempt in a clutch situation is important. That just how many times do you see the ball the ball get kicked to him and it'll end up being like an 18 or a 20 footer? It's like might as well just step to that corner and have it be a 3-pointer. But that was, I think, an indication that it was going to be a night where the Warriors were going to maybe survive even after the Grizzlies really taking it to them, and the Warriors dealing with some adversity in the middle 2 quarters. They were frustrated last night with the officiating. I think rightfully so last night. I'm not one to get on the officiating typically, but the way they were really trying to be physical with Steph, I thought was at a point where there should have been a few more fouls called, maybe 2 or 3 more than were, and maybe that changes the outcome to where the Warriors are in a little bit more control, even as the Grizzlies are making their run. But I think that's another one of those things, Greg, that you put in the category of ability to overcome in a playoff-like environment, and the Warriors were able to do just that.
An old reliable Loon got it done in the corner. I had somebody on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 707, ask me about Ja Morant and the finger gestures he was making to the bench with about a minute left to go in the game. It ended up being a double technical on him and Buddy Hield. Shams Charania just putting out there a few minutes ago that the NBA is looking into Memphis's Ja Morant using finger gun motions toward the Warriors bench last night. Sources tell him and Tim McMahon. Yeah, my takeaway on that one, JD, and we don't need to spend too much time on the Grizzlies themselves, but they still could be very relevant as for the picture of the Western Conference playoff seeding. As far as that goes, and we know Ja Morant had his Instagram Live incidences and, whatever thing he's got going with guns, I don't know. Ask him. That's not for me. But that is the type of action that probably comes from a team with not a head coach and no vets to hold someone accountable.
Well, it is, and the league is going to investigate it. I know Shams had that report in terms of, I thought when it, and I didn't see it initially. I know we had somebody bring it up on Dubs OT last night. We were getting into it. But when I heard that he had done that, I think it was my immediate first thought is there could be some discipline just based on the fact of Ja's history and what he was suspended for, multiple times now in his NBA career. So I think he's not in a position where he can be joking about that, considering some of the violations of league policy that have occurred here over the course of the last year plus. So we'll see. We can leave it at that. I think you wonder, and I think this will be part of it, were the Warriors involved in Buddy Hield maybe? Were they mocking it? If the Warriors were mocking it, that's obviously something that I think would also be frowned upon, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. And so I think there's a component to that that's part of the investigation. But considering some of the allegations and what was reported on, remember, there was report, I think it was the Pacers, and I don't have the story in front of me, but it was the report that, the Pacers felt threatened. There were, guys in a SUV pulling up by their bus and brandishing a firearm. It went beyond just a little, showmanship on the court. To get it to the point where Ja ended up getting suspended a couple of different times.
Yeah, and the history absolutely plays a factor in it. In the same way that when Draymond Green was getting punished over and over for his actions and the suspensions were warranted, it's different than if somebody else had done it. If Steph Curry, when he had that little stepping into Desmond Bane's face last night, if he did something overly physical or crossed the line, that would have been different in the consequences than if Draymond had stepped in to defend Steph and done something. The history absolutely plays a factor, and so it's not a good look for Ja Morant. The Grizzlies season is very fascinating. I still don't know. If you knew that Ja Morant and Taylor Jenkins and that marriage wasn't going to work out, if you knew that you were going to move on from one of them after the season, and even if you made the decision that the one you were going to stick with was Ja Morant and move on from Taylor Jenkins, I still don't understand why you would make this move with 9 games left in the season. And the Grizzlies actually played a really competitive and hard-fought game last night. But in general, with 9 games left in the season and bringing in an interim coach and not really having vets who have championship DNA, or, you're not bringing in a Vince Carter on this roster when he was on the Grizzlies late in his career, or, Allen Iverson was on the Grizzlies late in his career. Just throwing examples at the wall here. But the point is, I don't understand how they expected to get more out of this season than would have been the case if you just wrote it out with Jenkins at the helm, because he did a fantastic job in his time in Memphis.
Yeah, there's something going on there. Did Ja attempt to get him fired? Again, we don't need to spend a ton of time on the Grizzlies, but there is a component to it that makes them less likely to make anything of their season. I said it the other night. I thought maybe last night shows that they've got a higher level that they can hit here between now and the end of the season. But I think they look like a team that might end up, as crazy as it sounds, playing for the 8th seed. Would it surprise you if, it wouldn't surprise me. They're tied with Minnesota 6-7 right now, a half game back of the Warriors and only a half game up on the Clippers. It would not surprise me at all. And look, the Warriors are still in that category too. The Warriors sit in 5th, but they're a game in front of 8th. So you could lose the next 2 if you're the Warriors and still be 8th. That's how fragile this thing is. And be in a much more uncomfortable position with 5 games to go than you are with 7. But it wouldn't surprise me in the least if the Grizzlies ended up not only behind the Warriors, but behind the Timberwolves and Clippers, and ended up in that 8-7 game. And if you don't win that, all of a sudden you're in an elimination game, maybe against Sac or Dallas or Phoenix, depending upon who ends up 9 and 10 in the West. And that would be an incredible free fall from a team that a couple of months ago looked like they were going to be destined to be 2 or 3.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa here on Papa and Silver. To JD's point there, the Warriors are a game ahead of 8th. They are 2 games back of 4th. So that does go to show how jumbled this thing truly is and how these next 3 games against LA, Denver, and Houston all the way through Sunday are crucial to the standings. And last night they took care of business. It was well done. Shams also putting out there now that the league will also look into a gesture by Warriors guard Buddy Hield ahead of Morant. Again, cameras were away from Buddy Hield. I don't know the full story there. I can't imagine Buddy Hield would end up getting some kind of suspension, but something to monitor for sure here in the Bay Area. Speaking of suspensions, Dante DiVincenzo and Naz Reid did not play last night for Minnesota in a crucial game for the standings, one that went double overtime against the Denver Nuggets. I ended up only watching the very end of that one as I was putting together my diamond notes for later today. Nikola Jokic, 61 points, and they lost with a couple of blunders there by Russell Westbrook. I was kind of hoping Denver just was able to get ahead of that one. And look, whatever it is, the Warriors can get in the playoffs, and they'll face whoever they face. But I don't want to see them face Denver in a perfect world. Right now, they wouldn't. They would face the Lakers. But Minnesota, man, every time the Warriors are winning games, Minnesota finds a way of following suit.
Yeah, they're right there, half game back, and like we were just talking, the same record now as Memphis. They've made up 3 games here in the last 3 wins. They've won 3 in a row. The Grizzlies have dropped 4 in a row, so they've made up 3.5 games to tie with the Grizzlies, or the Grizzlies to fall down with them. That's going to be, I think, the most fascinating part to this final 7 games. And the Warriors are not in any position because they are still so close to 8th, only a game separating 5th and 8th at this point. They're not in a position to try and manipulate where they wind up. They just have to try to get in. And I think if there was any question about that, I mean, you saw it last night with how badly they wanted to win that game. And if there is a situation where you could manipulate, it's probably going to be the final game or 2 of the season. And I truly think the Warriors want to be top 6. They don't want to mess around with the play-in. They don't want to play one extra game, that could turn into 2 extra games and an elimination game to boot on that. So if you have a chance to get to top 6, they're fighting to get to top 6. I would find it interesting if you get to the final day of the season and if you're the Warriors. And it's so jumbled, I don't even think you could do this with 2 games to go. It would probably have to be the actual last game of the season on April the 13th against the Clippers. If you're 5th or 6th, that's the only scenario where I think the Warriors could try to manipulate something where they know they're in for sure. They know they're top 6. They know they're going to get a series. But if they knew opponent based on what they did, I could see them maybe give some guys a rest, because at that point it wouldn't necessarily matter. You're getting the week off no matter what. So what's maybe giving somebody one more game? You don't want somebody to get hurt when you know you're going to be playing. So I could see them maybe being cautious in that type of scenario. But the reality right now, and we'll see if it changes, is it's the Lakers 5-4 for the Warriors right now. But if they go to 6, it'd be Denver. And they could go to 6 and have the Lakers go up to 3 and have it be the Lakers 3-6. Or they could stay 5th and Denver and the Lakers could flip-flop and you end up 4-5 with Denver. It really is looking more and more likely as if the Warriors are going to get one of their 2 worst-case scenarios. And what I think is really a bad scenario for the league, it would be to have Denver, Lakers, Warriors, to have 2 of those 3 teams play each other in the first round. I think that's bad for the league. I think what you want, if you're the league, is those 4 teams in the second round of the playoffs. I'll call up my Uncle Adam and be like, hey, don't do this. I mean, but this is what happens, especially in today's NBA, where the regular season is devalued. You had the Warriors get on this run late. You had the major trades involving a bunch of these teams. Like, the perfect world scenario for the league would be, I think, OKC, the Warriors, Denver, and the Lakers to be in the final 4 of the Western Conference in that second round. If there was another team maybe they could pick beyond that, it would probably be Minnesota with Anthony Edwards. Like that's what you really want. You would want Anthony Edwards against like the Lakers, or you'd want Anthony Edwards against Denver, really, because those teams play so many great games. and maybe there's a little more star power attraction with Edwards, in the United States over even Jokic. And so that would be the scenario you'd want. But it's looking more and more likely, Greg, as if the Warriors are going to face either the Lakers or the Nuggets, which I think by far are the top two most difficult matchups that they could face in the first round.
Oh, hands down. I mean, first of all, this show is basically anti-Houston today because no love for the Rockets right there, and we're seeing if the Giants can go and sweep the Astros down in Houston. We're going to talk Giants baseball coming up, and John Shea is going to join us in about a half an hour, but no, I'm with you from the league standpoint, but also I'm focused mostly on the Warriors standpoint. And to your point, two matchups that would be really difficult are the team they've lost to 9 times in a row in the Denver Nuggets and a team in the Los Angeles Lakers which I thought at the time of the trade, interestingly, I thought matchup-wise for the Warriors alone, Luka exchanging for Anthony Davis actually might make the Lakers more beatable. And I'm not saying beatable, but I'm saying more beatable in the sense that Anthony Davis was a Warrior killer. As long as Anthony Davis was healthy, he always had his way offensively, and that's the perfect prototype of a big man that gives the Warriors hell. But the Lakers have also defended a lot better than I would have expected since Luka Doncic came to the team, and J.J. Redick has had a good thing going there. So not to mention the Lakers do get to the line a lot. LeBron James knows how to control a game. He is someone also with championship pedigree, and really I think that's partially what it comes down to, JD, is even Oklahoma City, who is the clear favorite to win the West. They are 63-12. They are phenomenal. But the Warriors, the Nuggets and the Lakers are the two teams that have been through the gauntlet before, and you look at Memphis, Houston, and even Oklahoma City, and they haven't done it yet.
Right. And I think you got to finish the deal if you're the Warriors in terms of these next couple of games, which are going to be the most difficult. Houston's been tremendous. I mean, I think we kind of thought Houston was going to fade. They have not. They control their own destiny to get to number 2. Again, I hope we can learn something from these next couple of matchups with the Warriors and Lakers and Warriors and Nuggets, but you can't be messing around if you're the Warriors because it is so fragile, and there still is that scenario where, I mean, the last thing you want to do if you're the Warriors, Greg, is be in a spot where you've got to play the Clippers or the Timberwolves in a 8-7, like, play-in type game. Like, could you imagine that? And then you lose it. And then I think there would be a confidence level that the Warriors should beat Dallas or the Kings or Phoenix if they get in. It's not looking great for Phoenix with Durant out now suddenly. But I think there'd be but you'd be in a freaking elimination game at that point. Like nobody wants that. So and it goes beyond handling business. They have to play well here. I think they have to win 2 of the next 3 to really make it comfortable. They have to win 2 of the next 3. And then probably win out, or win at least the next 3 after that to comfortably be in that 5-6 slot. For me, that's what it comes down to.
Well, I hate to tell you the bad news about Minnesota, but if you look at their schedule and what's remaining, last night was the one for them to lose. At Denver, without DiVincenzo, without Naz Reid. They go at Brooklyn, at Philly, at Milwaukee, at Memphis, then at home against the Nets and Jazz to finish. So, look, a lot of things can happen. I'm not saying they're guaranteed to win out, but I'm just saying on paper, that is a much, much easier schedule than we're seeing the Warriors face, and they do not have a big advantage over Minnesota right now. They do have the tiebreaker, but they do not have that over the LA Clippers. And then, of course, the cherry on top with last night, they do clinch a season tiebreaker over Memphis, winning that head-to-head matchup 3-1 for the season, and Memphis is heading in the wrong direction. So there's a little Warriors talk here on a Wednesday. We'll go ahead, do a little pivoting into the Giants, getting ready for John Shea. Logan Webb was doing his thing on the mound. He did not have a spectacular opener. It was good enough to not send the Giants down a hole. I know we were out at Chase Center that day talking about it while Florida and Maryland were going on in the Sweet 16, but Wilmer Flores, Patrick Bailey, Matt Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee did enough to get the Giants the win on opening day, and things have been looking pretty nice since. They are 4-1, looking to make it a 3-0 against the Houston Astros. Pre-game coming your way in about an hour, and we'll get to that next. Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We got another chance for you to win tickets to see the Bay Area Panthers April 13th at the SAP Center in San Jose. When you hear Marshawn Lynch in that cue to call, be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. That's 415-896-5627, and you got a chance to win. Hey, what's going on? Good to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz here on a Wednesday. Tax season coming right around the corner, and Steve Moskowitz is always here to help out the people. So, Steve, what can you tell us about unfiled tax returns?
It strikes a large group of people from all walks of life. And usually people don't file returns just because they didn't have the money to pay it. So what I'm suggesting is this. Here it is. It's April 2nd. If you can't pay your taxes, don't say, all right, you just won't file the return. Let us handle it. And if you say, Steve, it's not just this year, it's last year and the year before that or a bunch of years, that's okay. We'll go ahead, we'll make a deal for you. We'll file all the old back returns and then we'll give you your life back. Think of what it would mean to your life, your spouse, your business, because when you don't file returns, it turns into a whole different way of life, a bad way of life. And right now, during traditional tax filing time, is the IRS's favorite time to make examples out of people. You don't want to be one of the examples. All you have to do is call for our free consultation. We'll tell you everything we can do for you. And if you want us to, we'll go ahead and do it.
There he is, Steve Moskowitz. If you can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-SALE. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And he might be on a short leash here. If he loses Alvarez, I think there's a pretty good chance that Rodriguez could come in this game. Walker on deck. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. He got Alvarez to chase a slider down and in. Big strikeout, the 5th of the game for Webb. And that's a huge one against that guy.
5th strikeout for Logan Webb. Big strikeout for Logan Webb against Yordan Alvarez. Webb gets his first win of the year. The Giants start 4-1. He goes 7 clean innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 6 strikeouts, no walks. So pitching staff, haven't seen Landon Roupp yet, and that's going to be today. We got Giants pregame coming up in about 50 minutes right here at 12:10. John Shea is going to join us in about 10 minutes. JD, after the opener, I wasn't concerned about Logan Webb by any means, but then if you just want to add on the next 4, Justin Verlander, pretty solid. Robbie Ray, perfect through 5, then had a rough 6th, but overall, a solid outing there. Jordan Hicks was fantastic, and then they kept Webb on the normal 5-day pattern. He went out last night, and then he did some Logan Webb ace type of stuff. 7 deep. Giants get the win 3-1. All it takes is 3 runs on the mound. And might only, see what they can get today going against Framber Valdez. But all in all, real opportunity in front of him for a sweep.
Yeah, I don't think you could ask for a better start through 5 games for the Giants. And I think that's even if they lose the game today. You win multiple series to begin the year, you'd be 4-2 coming home. And I think one thing that was important for this Giants team, given the way the last 3 years have gone, and yes, it's new. This is the Buster Posey and Bob Melvin era now, right? It's not Farhan and Bomel. It's not Kapler and Farhan. Like, this is a new era, and the Giants played so well in the spring. I do think it was important for them to get off to a good enough start to where it felt like the regular season was an extension of that quality spring. And that's where I think the opening day comeback win was so massive. I think it set the table for this whole first 5 games and first 2 series. Again, regardless of what happens today, and we'll see, Landon Roupp earned that 5th starter spot in a big way. And they alter it where Logan Webb gets to go on the normal rest and pitch last night. And, yeah, Logan Webb looked much more like an ace last night, inducing the double play balls, getting the big outs, going the 7 innings. Much better outing from Logan Webb there. But, I mean, this to see this team still kind of clicking on all cylinders and doing the things that they were doing in the spring. I don't think spring training results matter at all, but the way that they were playing is something that they were clearly trying to build off of once they got to games that matter, and they've been able to do it. The bullpen has held up. The starting pitching has been really good. I think you could make the case Webb's first start was their worst starting outing, but then they come back and they show that they have that ability to have kind of a crazy comeback and be clutch. Elliot Ramos, the extra base hits in the first 5 games of a season. I mean, he's playing excellent.
The other 2 Giants to do that?
Well, Willie Mays is one of them.
Of course.
Willie Mays is one of them. What's it? It was Felipe Alou, right?
Correct. 1963, Alou, and then 71, Mays.
It's pretty good company. It's pretty good company for Elliot Ramos. So they're clicking and they're playing clean. Just it's quality baseball to watch, right? It's good pitching, it's good defense. They've got it. They're hitting the ball over the wall enough to be winning a lot of these games, and so again, I think independent of what happens today, you win today, you sweep, you go 5-1. Like, damn, like, wow, like that I think is a phenomenal first trip and first week of the season, coming home with Justin Verlander on Friday afternoon. That'll be fun out at the ballpark. But no, really, I mean, everything you would want to see if you're a Giants fan to this point.
Well, your point to the opening day win, that's the most runs they've allowed in a given game this season at 4. And then They had the loss 3-2, and other than that, they've been able to take care of business. So it really is the pitching and defense identity. And I hate to go all revisionist history and be like, oh, well, we'll see if I decide to take it into account or not. Bottom line, JD, spring training results, if the Giants were 1-4 right now, it wouldn't have mattered. But they're 4-1, and so therefore I think it does actually count for something. And I'm not talking about the 19 wins, and I'm not talking about Landon Roupp's particular stats and the 14 strikeouts in 12 innings and the 3.75 ERA. That's all a clean slate. I'm just talking about the general fundamentals, the plate approach, the situational hitting, the commitment to stealing bases. It's one thing to say all these things or maybe do it in an exhibition, but it actually does mean something when you've been preaching and practicing some of these things for 6 weeks down in Scottsdale, and then it's translating to games that count. Again, 5 out of 162 is such a small sliver, but we got to analyze it day by day. And in this very small slice of the pie, I think you could say spring training absolutely does count for something, because all of these positives that we were pointing toward and any reason for optimism that could be the case for this Giants team, and only focusing on the Giants team, man. I'm not worried about the Dodgers. Okay, Mookie Betts is a freak. That guy is like getting eat by his own body, and you're like seriously concerned for his health. And then he comes back and is just hitting bombs. They're loaded. The Padres got off to a red hot start, but bottom line is you got to worry about yourselves, just kind of like the Warriors are doing right now in the home stretch. To start the year, you worry about yourselves, and the Giants are playing some clean baseball.
Yeah, they're playing clean baseball. And again, I mean, nobody wants to admit this, and the Giants certainly never would. And I think fans, choke it down, and it doesn't taste real good. But let's be honest. I mean, the Giants are playing for second in their division like that. But there are 6 playoff spots in each league and 3 wild cards, and so you can be playing for second in the division. I know the Padres are really good too, the Diamondbacks, this and that, but that immediately gives you some hope that having a really good season, a better season than maybe anticipated, can lead somewhere. So to that point, yeah, put the Dodgers out of your mind. You'll eventually see how that shakes out. And look, we saw a few years ago, I mean, I don't want to go 2021 because that clearly proved to be a fluke and not close to the norm. But nobody thought the Giants were going to win the division that year, and they ended up having an all-time great franchise year and ended up winning the division on the final day of the season. So it does happen in baseball. Again, I'm not saying it's happening here. I wouldn't pick it. The Dodgers look better than they were even then, and they won 106 games that year. So and defending champions and all of that. They're loaded. But I think the opening day game to me still is the one that flips this whole thing, because I think if they don't win that game, even if everything else plays out the way that it has to this point, if they don't win that game, they're 3-2, and sweeps are hard, and they might lose today, and then they're 3-3. I think if they're 3-3 at the end of the day, or they're 2-3 going into today, whatever it is, that would feel, as crazy as it sounds, and as much as it may not in the grand scheme of things matter, that would feel a lot like, they're a different version of the same. They're a different version of kind of a little over 500, a little under 500. Like we've seen them do both in these last 3 years. It does feel fresh, I think, because of the Buster Posey component. I think it does feel fresh because it's a full year of Ramos. I do think it feels fresh because of Willie Adames. His infusion. I think it feels fresh because of Jung Hoo Lee. Like I think there are a lot of things that make it cosmetically feel different, but they're also playing quality enough baseball to make that matter. It's funny. Early in the year, we put so much on every game and individual performances and even the team success. We want it to mean a lot. Whereas if a team is having a good week, bad week in the middle of June, I think it largely gets buried. But winning that opening day game, I think it makes the next game easier to play. It means you only have to split the next 2 to win the series. The Giants did that. You win that series, then you go into Houston and you're feeling good about yourselves, and then you win the first 2 there. So I think what you're seeing is it's clean quality baseball, but the Giants are winning enough big moments in these games and doing it in so many different ways while playing clean baseball that I think it it is the type of thing that can eventually lead to momentum. And we've seen Greg so often there's always a team that nobody thinks is going to be good that gets off to a good start and has this wild momentum, and they just carry it throughout the majority, if not the whole season. That's who the Giants are hoping they can be.
Well, I would also say this for baseball relative to any sport, not hockey. Getting in the playoffs is 95% of the battle, right? Usually with the series in basketball, the better team's going to win. The NFL, it's single elimination, but usually you see the better teams win. Now, not always. I think with baseball, the Diamondbacks won 84 games. They got in the wild card. They went to the World Series. The Giants were a wild card team themselves. They won World Series. So the battle's got to be get into the tournament and not worry about the division. Don't worry about everybody else right now. Just keep doing your brand of baseball, which they have been doing to a T. Sneaking a quick call here before we get to John Shea, because it is our good friend CA down in LA, wants to get a quick word on some hoops in before we talk to Shea and get ready for Giants-Astros Game 3. CA, is it weird talking to us during the hours of the daylight? What's happening?
Man, what's going on? Thank you for taking my call. It's great to hear y'all in the day. Normally I'm working, but today, I was like, you know what? I got JD and Greg Silver on. Let me do what I can do.
Don't use your PTO on us. Don't do that.
No, it's all good. I'm thankfully working remotely, and I'm actually driving to the office right now. So I still got like 20 minutes left. So I figured this is the perfect time. But I appreciate your concern, man. I know y'all talking about baseball. I don't really got too much for baseball outside of go Giants, and how about that new Lar Russell song for the anthem? But yeah, talking about hoops, I just wanted to call in and say at first I was super skeptical about acquiring Jimmy Butler, but considering the fact that we honestly didn't give up anything, and it's looking like JK is kind of forced to just take whatever deal we give him, I'm all in. It's gone from me being, like, oh, here's another game that we're gonna blow. It's not exciting. Like, I don't have any faith in us to man, like, we're really out here fighting every game. We jumped from 10 to 5 in a matter of weeks. I'm all in, especially in this short time period that we have left on Steph, Dre, and Jimmy's contracts. I know y'all were talking about role players previously. I'm a fan of our young guys, and I'm a big believer in them. Love Moody, love Post, love Pods. My question to you guys would be, ideally, what role would you like to see Moody and Pods in the future? I know they're playing, I guess, up, but that's kind of just my question to you. Where should they be playing in the rotation? What's their fit going on, moving forward? And again, thanks for taking my call. Love to hear y'all on the radio, man.
Hey, appreciate it, CA. Always great to see you in the YouTube chat. Nothing but positive vibes down in LA. And good to get some of our regulars during the daytime, JD. So much to unpack there, but we got John Shea on a clock, and he's got to get ready for Astros Giants. So I want to make sure we get to him, and then let's unpack some of that on that 10:50 segment as we kind of do a whole wrap up, look ahead to the Giants, and share some final thoughts on the Warriors. How's that sound?
Yeah, it works. Let's do it.
John Shea next with JD and Silver, just like old times on the Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on? Papa and Silver, John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa. Papa will be back tomorrow for a full show. We got about 40 minutes until Giants pregame, making about 35 now. And this is a rare segment for me because even when we have a guest, I'm always in the majority by name, just by the fact that Greg Papa is my co-host. But now, with John Dickinson by my side and John Shea on the UMA guest line, I have quickly become the minority. So it's just like old times when it was JD and Silver. John Shea, that is. How's it going? And happy Wednesday, my friend.
Good. Thanks for inviting me on to Warrior Talk here.
Yeah, right.
Well, yeah, Shea.
John Shea, Dubs OT.
Yeah, we got to get your take on this. I know you're a hoops head, obviously cover baseball for a long time, but and congratulations on joining the SF Standard and all of that as well. But yeah, man, I know you're a hoops head, so what we'll get a quick one. What do you think of the impact of Jimmy Butler?
It's just incredible, isn't it? I mean, when I go to the GM meetings or the winter meetings, I always make sure to set the night aside to watch Steph and these guys because we're not going to have him forever. It's like watching Mays or Clemente or Ruth. There's only so much we're going to get of him. He's not going to play 5 or 10 years from now. So every game is, even when they were horrible before Butler, it's always so fun to watch. And then dropping 52, come on. I mean, suddenly Butler makes everybody better. Not that Steph needed to be better, but he's playing so much better because it's not 1-on-5 anymore, and Butler just opens everything to everybody. And suddenly these role players are having a hand in these triumphs. It's quite remarkable. And over the last month versus the previous month, we're seeing a whole different game in terms of smartness and just game awareness and making free throws and making passes and not turning the ball over, not doing silly things. Because even Steph, when he's double teamed or triple teamed, you can't help but doing silly things. You're trying to throw these rainbow passes and get picked off, and now it's 3-on-1 on the other end. But it's so fun to watch. And last night I think the Giants and Warriors ended within like 5 seconds of each other. So it was kind of fun to.
It was nice.
It was nice. It was nice. But it's fun to watch, and moving up in the standings is something that you shouldn't imagine, 6 weeks ago before any of this began.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to talk standings as far as the MLB because the NL West is a combined 20-3 right now, which is just insane. But I will say, as a little tie-in for the Warriors and their clean basketball and execution, that's a good way to talk about the Giants and their 4-1 start. So obviously we got Landon Roupp getting his first start of the season, his 5th start in a Giants uniform period today. But want to get your take real quick, John, on some short-term plans for Hayden Birdsong, because right now this is a good problem to have. All 4 starters of the Giants rotation have delivered quality starts. They've gone at least 5 deep. The team as a whole has not allowed more than 4 runs in a game. But, what are the short-term plans for Birdsong if we don't end up seeing him today? Because this is a good problem to have, but he's also got a pitch, and I want him in AAA if he's not going to be used up here.
No, absolutely. And this wasn't really made public, but he was going to be the long man if or when Jordan Hicks failed and, or came out early, which just didn't happen. I mean, this rotation has been unbelievable. So a long man, what's his duties? Well, nothing at all except watching from the bullpen. And I was really surprised, Roupp got the job over Birdsong because he was valuable in the bullpen. It would have been so easy to make Birdsong the starter and Roupp the reliever, but they did the opposite, which made Birdsong's role just up in the air on a daily basis. Just be ready every day. Just in case something happens to Webb weirdly in the second inning, it's you for the next 3 or 4. But that hasn't happened. Almost one turn around the rotation. Roupp's coming up next. It's weird because Webb's already thrown twice. But, we could see him today, finally. But meantime, all these dudes in AAA are just dealing. And he could have been one of them. He could have already had a start. He could have, they've thrown their starters down in AAA just 4 innings in the first go-around, and all of them have looked pretty amazing. Harrison and Wisenhunt and Seymour, they're striking out everybody. And meantime, the guy who's more advanced than those guys and ready to pitch in the majors hasn't pitched in the majors. So it's a weird dynamic, and I'm still surprised, and I'm wondering if they'll flip this soon, because you're right, Birdsong needs to pitch, and he's not pitching.
John, what have you made of just the defense to this point? It's remarkable. You plug in Adames, you get Jung-Hoo Lee back, you move Fitzgerald to second base, and all of a sudden, you emphasize it certainly in the spring, but all of a sudden this team's playing exceptionally clean baseball. That I think is what a team of their talent level has to do to maximize what they have. But are you surprised at how well they've played fundamentally here in the first week?
Well, I'm surprised they have 0 errors. I mean, 1 week of any season with 0 errors is tremendous. They're turning double plays. They're making all the routine plays, some exceptional plays, led by Chapman, and even Wade has made some great plays. Ramos, a diving catch or two. Lee can chase him down in the outfield. And I think the thing to look at is up the middle. Chapman is going to be good. Ramos is turning out to be a very solid left fielder. Yaz was a Gold Glove finalist. Matos, we'll see in the long run. But Wade has made tremendous strides. We thought of him as an outfielder mostly, and he's really worked hard. And anytime somebody throws in the dirt, he scoops it. So I think what we have to look at here is up the middle. Obviously, Bailey, the Gold Glove, there's nothing wrong there. We haven't seen Lee over a full season, but Adames and Fitzgerald, that's going to be the thing to look at. I mean, Adames last year had iffy advanced metrics. The year before, he was much better. Fitzgerald played second base a little bit in the minors, not a ton. As we all know, if a shortstop can be good at short, he could probably be good at second and other positions. That's a very athletic position. And so how Adames and Fitzgerald go, I think will kind of determine how the defense goes overall. Fitzgerald has looked really good. He's made some very tough plays look easy. And he's got that shortstop arm, so anything up the middle is not a problem throwing to first base. And he's a long, tall guy. He uses a glove that's a little bigger than most second basemen because he is taller than, so that extra reach, especially, ground-hugging ground balls are something that, he has to reach further for. So that's what he told me. He's got like a quarter-inch, half-inch bigger glove than most second basemen. So I think those are the two guys to watch, but it's really an above-average defense overall. I don't know if they're going 162 without making errors, but it's pretty cool to watch because they're making all the routine plays. They're not letting the defense kill them, and with the pitching and the defense and the hitting. I mean, you look at the general stats. I mean, they're not hitting great. They're hitting a 206, but the numbers behind the numbers is what separates this team. Runners in scoring position. They're first in baseball, runners in scoring position and 2 outs. They're like 8 for 17. And they weren't that at all last year. And they're second, I think, in the majors in hitting and running runners in scoring position, darn near 350. And last year was way down at the bottom in the 230s. So that's a big difference. And then you look at the pitching, same thing, the numbers behind the numbers. The ERA is okay. It's top third, but it's not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. But you look at the strikeout to walk ratio, and it's top 3 in baseball. Fewest walk, top 3 in baseball. So those things are what they did in spring training, and that's having a carryover effect. So the important thing of throwing, first pitch strikes, not walking guys, and give up a home run, but not after a walk or two. So make it a solo home run. So those numbers behind the numbers is what really is lifting this team and the defense. And obviously, even though Verlander and Adames haven't been maybe super great, and the only loss by the Giants has been the Verlander start, I believe, and Adames really hasn't been hitting a lot.
Yeah.
But I think those guys, it's like a Jimmy Butler effect. They're making people better. They're making the rotation better. They're making the defense better, and they're making the lineup better just by their presence and experience and clubhouse leadership. It's a pretty cool thing to look at.
Well, I can tell you that John Shea has a Jimmy Butler effect on our show for sure, and we're going to do this every Wednesday throughout the MLB season, the Giants season. And, JD asked about the defense, and that is going to push me to get your thoughts on the bullpen. There was a discussion going on with the morning show about comfort level with Tyler Rogers in the 8th inning, but just with the bullpen in general, do you see through 5 games, John, that they are more inclined to throwing strikes because of this defensive trust level that might not have been there the last couple of years?
Well, I hope that's not the only reason they're throwing strikes, because they have faith in the defense picking up the ball. I just think Camilo Doval has made a huge mental advancement over last year when he was kind of a nervous wreck. Why are these lights on me? I'm coming in a tie game in the 7th or 8th inning. They're still putting a light show on. I can't throw first pitch strikes. And I spoke with them at length in spring training. I noticed a big difference in, I don't care what role they give me. I just want to return to my all-star form. I don't want to be the guy I was last year. So he came in with a different mindset, and I think that's kind of carried over into the season. He was good in spring training, and he's been good so far, and he replaced Walker for a game as the closer. I wouldn't be surprised if he turns into the closer. But, yeah, Tyler Rogers, he's had some hiccups. The only guy who's pitched poorly is probably, Spencer Bivens, who's kind of a borderline major leaguer anyway. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, he's had a long journey. It's a great journey, and he's good enough to pitch in the majors. I mean, he's a wonderful ball player. But, he's not the 7th, 8th inning guy. And they still have their guys. They're not going to strike out everybody with Walker and Tyler Rogers and Eric Miller from the left side. But Duvall, I think he's going to kind of help make or break this bullpen, and so far so good.
John, as you look at Elliot Ramos, a lot of the Giants' projection to be the best version of themselves, I've used that term a couple of times because I think it plays, is a full year of Ramos, but a full year of Ramos performing at the level or maybe even continuing to grow and get better compared to the all-star level that he played at in such a short time last year and then carried to the end of the season. How impressed have you been with him to this point? I mean, he's doing things that Willie Mays and Felipe Alou were doing years ago here in the first week of a season. But how much is his ability to be an all-star player continuously help to elevate this team's ceiling?
Yeah. So you're saying he's the next Mays.
That's exactly.
I am
what
not
he's
saying that.
Yes,
I am not
is.
saying that, John.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. No, I've seen a new level of confidence with him. I mean, a year ago he was in the minors. They sent him down early, and he worked himself back only because of an injury. Became an all-star, first homegrown, all-star outfielder since Chili Davis back in the 80s. And so he's doing some firsts. Remember, he's the first right-handed batter to hit it in the Cove on a fly. And so now he wants to be the first left fielder to play 2 straight years since Bonds in 6 and 7. So he's kind of warming into this role as a left fielder and middle of the lineup hitter. And I think the move from center to left has been great for him because he doesn't have to run around so much, patrolling left center and right center. He can just hang out in left field, and he's made some very nice plays. But I think the comfort level of doing it and having succeeded and going to the All-Star game has kind of put some, not pressure on him, but some confidence that maybe he didn't have before, that, hey, I can do it in this league, because he's been up and down, and he didn't hit in the minors, then he did, and he comes up and he doesn't hit, and he produces, or he does well for a couple of weeks, he's sent back, but now he's here to stay, and I guess you're seeing the effects. Now, we haven't seen him in a prolonged slump, and if that happens, and it will happen, we'll see if he mentally is tough enough to get out of it, but again, so far so good, and yeah, so it's funny, you look at the home runs, and you figure, man, they're hitting some home runs, but only only 3 of them have hit home run. Ramos and Flores have had 3 apiece, and Chapman hit one. And that's it. So, but you're not gonna mess with Ramos, who's going to lead off against lefties and hit in the middle of the order against righties, and he's been productive on both sides of the ball.
John, really appreciate you coming by with us. As always, good to do it during a couple day games to start the season, and I imagine you'll be out there Friday. Papa and I will be out on the field for our show, Murph and Marcus at 58 Social. So if you want to swing by and say what's up, please do. But if you got work to do, we fully understand. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, see you bright and early Friday.
Absolutely. He is John Shea of now the San Francisco Standard. So congratulations to him on his new gig. We'll be talking to him every week and always appreciate his time. JD, coming up, let's get ready for Giants pregame. And we'll also unpack CA's question about the Warriors and their role players, doing a little bit of both. But before we get there, I got to tell you that Papa and Silver here is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. Giants baseball and a little Warriors talk coming up next. Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
It just clicked in my mind that if you just run through somebody's face, a lot of people ain't gonna be able to take that over and 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 over again. They're just not gonna want that.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for hanging out, Papa and Silver. If you can believe it, we got less than 15 minutes before we get to Giants pregame. That's right. First pitch, 110, looking for 3 straight, 3 for 3 in Houston. I guess it would be 4 straight if you're going to date back to the Cincinnati series where they ended up taking 2 out of 3, and they will win their second series of the year. It is now their 4th straight series that they have taken against the Houston Astros. That ties all major league clubs doing that to Houston with, wait for it, the Cincinnati Reds, the team that they just saw. And that was before Ellie De La Cruz had a torpedo bat. So JD and I going to wrap things up here in the last 13 minutes or so. Man, the show flies by. Great to have John Shea on with us. And the 2 big stories of the day, well, I guess 3 if you want to say what Webb did last night, what Roupp's going to do coming up, and, of course, Steph Curry and the 52 points, and spent a lot of that first hour on the Warriors. We'll talk Giants here in this last 10 minutes or so, but did want to revisit our buddy CA and his call, talking about the role players and just general thoughts on the Warriors. Very surprised at how the Jimmy Butler trade has shaped out, but essentially the question was a lot to do with, what is the long-term space and position for a Podziemski and a Moody? And my answer to that is I'm really focused on the short term, and I want to see how it goes in the playoffs. The playoffs are very malleable. It depends a lot on matchups. It's a lot of the phrases that Steve Kerr will say that will drive fans crazy when things aren't going so well. But the bottom line is the way Kerr has adjusted a lot over the course of a 7-game series. Yeah, it helps to have Steph Curry. It helped to have Klay Thompson, and it helps to have Draymond Green. But making the little adjustments and figuring out the right tweaks to make is a big part of why they went to 6 finals, why they have 4 rings. So what are your thoughts overall on Moody and Pods? Because I think a lot of this is going to depend on, let's see what happens when they get into a 7-game series. Let's see how they face against a certain opponent.
Yeah, I think both, in terms of their long-term careers, both project to be starters, but you have to have clear-cut two stars probably. I think ideally you'd want them to be like your 4th and 5th best starters, which is right now what they are. They're your 4th and 5th best starters. I do think Pods works with Curry in the backcourt. I do think, Moody, it's interesting. I think Moody's most natural position, if you had to pin one down, is a 3. But he's playing. He's kind of playing. Him and Jimmy are both basically 3.5s, I think, on this team.
I mean, he's kind of been like a 4 at times, but also he's the point of attack defender on defense. So it's it's a little positionless basketball. And we had Eric Musselman on this week as college coach, and I asked him what attracted him to recruit Moses Moody. And, he talked about the person and the way he was raising his parents, but he also said that positionless basketball was a big part of it.
Muss is great at that. Muss is great at spending 5 minutes to say nothing, but have it sound amazing. He is such. I'm not a big Muss guy, but in case you didn't know, going back, that's a little JD inside baseball. But yeah, no, the versatility is important for sure. And I don't know. I think he projects to be a starter. I think he can be. I think Podziemski can be a starter. I don't think either are future All-Star. And I think, depending upon what the Warriors view needing to do in the offseason, how this thing ends for them this year, I think either one could be equipped to be bench players moving forward, but you have to have better options in terms of who's going to be starting in front of them. And right now, the Warriors don't have better options in terms of who's going to be starting in front of them. And it takes a specific kind of player to play with Steph. It takes a specific kind of player to play with Steph and Draymond. And I think we're finding that it takes a specific kind of player to play with Jimmy Butler because Jimmy is so good at the ability to set up the rest of his teammates and get them quality looks. So I think Moody offensively, being somebody that having his game offensively simplified, Greg, I think is huge to where it's basically catch and shoot, which I think he's pretty good at, or in the flow of an offense, he's driving a closeout and getting to the bucket without as much resistance. to where if you're looking for him to be, some kind of a creator. The one thing for Pods that has to get better is the catch and shoot. He's good at off the dribble threes. He's better at off the dribble threes than catch and shoot threes. He's got to be able to get those kickouts. It feels like the one that he misses so often is that wide open one in the corner. You're like, you got to hit that. And those are the ones he misses.
Yeah.
And so I think, that's if there is a flaw, I think he does everything else pretty well. But no, I think you can play him next to Steph. I think, his ability to rebound bigger than his size is big. His ability to move the ball, even though he's not a true point guard, I think as a 2, it helps and works with Steph. It's just the prototypical shot making. I know we talked about it last night on Dubs OT a little bit. He's been close to 40% since the first month of the season in terms of his 3-point shot. So it's come around. But you still, don't always feel like he's going to knock down that open one. So I think that's an area for improvement. But the one thing that's clear, Greg, that this starting lineup right now with Podziemski and Moody in it, with Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler, that's the group that Steve Kerr's going to have to ride to the finish line, I think, here for the rest of the regular season, but also as far as the Warriors go in the postseason.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Giants pregame coming up in about 7 minutes here on the sports leader. Keep it right here. Rip off the knob. 104.5 FM, 680 AM is your place to be if you're out and about driving around. You asked me last night, is this starting lineup and last night's closing lineup of Podziemski, Moody, Butler, Draymond, Steph capable of winning multiple series? And my answer was, it's the lineup that has the best chance to win multiple series for whatever reason. Not crazy on the athleticism, not crazy on the size, but it works. And all those guys are capable at guarding. Draymond Green kind of engineering it all, being able to guard. Let's talk about positionless basketball, guarding 1 to 5. And he might be in line for his second ever Defensive Player of the Year. Wanted to get some fun with numbers, an old Dubs OT bit for both the Warriors and the Giants here as we get ready to wrap things up. You got a lot of stats, and you'll probably have some that I won't mention. So Steph Curry and Nikola Jokic are the only players in this decade to have a game with 50 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, and 5 threes made. Happened on the same night last night. 61 for Jokic in the double overtime loss, 52 for Steph. Steph is also the first player in NBA history to go 45 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals, and 10 threes, and he did that through 3 quarters.
Unbelievable. My favorite note of the night, and this one actually didn't make the show last night, it's the 50-point games after turning 35, and you throw in the playoffs here. Steph has 5 50-point games since he's turned 35. LeBron has 2, and those are the only players who have done it more than once, had a 50-point game after turning 35. So what Steph is doing right now is truly incredible, unprecedented, even among the guys like LeBron who are ageless, even now into his 40s. Steph has been incredible. And I think the other part of last night, Greg, for Steph, it was everything. It was, the numbers that you mentioned, it was 52, but it was the 10 rebounds and the 8 assists and the 5 steals. I mean, he was doing it defensively for the Warriors last night as well.
Oh, there's no question about it that he was, and they had to play some defense, and John Morant was having his way. Not really a good 3-point shooter, but he was making it. I was laughing, by the way. I knew it was going to be some rendition of this game, maybe not quite as competitive and maybe not quite as down to the wire, but when the first 3-pointers of the game were made by Draymond Green, John Morant, and Jimmy Butler, I was like, oh, okay, I see what kind of night it is. Not to mention that Kevon Looney ended up getting in one himself in the corner. Some Giants numbers to pass along, and got to give some courtesy here to Chris Babcock doing the 49ers stats. Last time that the Giants were 4 games above 500. You want to guess the date on this one?
Last time they were 4 games above 500.
Yes.
I'm going to say I don't think they did it last year.
They did not.
Right. They did not. Okay, I'm going to say August of, I don't have a specific date, but I'm just going to say August of 2023.
That's a good guess. It was September 13th of 2023 was the last time.
Okay.
So yeah, that is, let's see, they, for 3 games above 500 last year, it took them until August 10th, 119 games into the season. And then, do you know how long it took them last year to win 3 games in a row?
Oh, wow. Yeah, it wasn't it. It was May, right? It was
47 games into the season. So I don't know exactly what series that was, but yeah, that's probably around May to win 3 in a row. They didn't do it on the road 3 in a row until game 53. So again, very early in the season, but last year was kind of infuriating in the sense that they weren't really completing sweeps. It didn't matter if you were playing the White Sox or the Nationals or the Rockies. I think they did end up sweeping the Rockies once, and they weren't really getting swept either. So it was a constant 2 out of 3, 1 out of 3, give one here, take one here, kind of be around 500, but never too much above, slip under. And it was just this constant tug of war that they had. And so I kind of agree with you, JD, when you say that if they were a 3-3 team right now or a 2-3 team, in that sense, it would feel a different version of the same.
It definitely would. And I was looking it up here as you said it. The first time they won 3 in a row last year was May 15th through the 19th. They won 4 in a row. And this was in their hot streak there after they had fallen 5 under there. And they beat the Dodgers, swept the Rockies, lost at Pittsburgh, and then they had the another 4-game streak with the comebacks. Remember, they had the crazy comebacks in Pittsburgh and against the Mets.
Yes.
On the road in May, and that was to get back to 500, basically. They had an 8 out of 9 stretch. So a couple of 3-game streaks there, but the first one, not until May 18th had they won 3 straight games.
So final minute and a half here or so before we get to Giants pregame. Giants, we're going to see Landon Roupp coming up. We got Diamond Notes coming your way. We're going to catch up with Joe Rizzo in the booth as part of our Giants pregame. But JD, also want to give you a chance to tell everyone what you got coming up because you're our Dubs OT guy, and the Warriors are entering a big-time home stretch this way.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Tomorrow from L.A., going to head to L.A. tomorrow morning, bright and early flight, as I'm prone to do. And from L.A. tomorrow, Dubs OT, so I'll be on hand for the Warriors and the Lakers. Hopefully it's a showdown-type game with everybody playing. And then back in the Bay, I'll be out at opening day. I'll stop and see you guys. Early flight Friday, it's how I roll. Be at the ballpark Friday, checking in on the Giants and the Mariners. And then Dubs OT Friday night, back at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. So it's going to be a fun back-to-back. Going to try to rest up today. And then we got you covered for all of these remaining Warriors games.
That sounds like a nice invitation for any of our local folks to go check out Giants Mariners opening day. Say hi to Papa and Silver from the field. Say hi to Murph and Marcus and Dirty Work, as we're all going to be out there at Oracle. Then you can also head down to Harmonic Brewing. Come check it out and put it on JD's tab. Thank you to John Shea for joining us earlier at 11:30. We'll have that interview available to podcast. Thank you to Walter. As always, we may have his whip around tomorrow. Papa will be back. But right now, it is time for Giants pregame against the Astros, and that starts now.
It's the Giants wrapping up their season-opening road trip here today in Houston. And the Giants will be going for the sweep. They've taken the first 2 from the Astros. Giants today will send Landon Roupp to the mound, making his season debut. Houston countering with their ace lefty, Framber Valdez. I'm Joe Rizzo, along with Dave Fleming, getting you ready for day baseball here in Houston. Our full Giants pregame show is next.
Hey, everybody, it is April 2nd in Giants history, and it doesn't take long. New This Date in Giants history producer Danny Dunn writes these scripts. Doesn't take long until his search engine finds the name Barry Bonds. All right? He'll learn, Danny will, that it will be a war through the years of how many times we say the name Barry Bonds versus how many times we say the name Willie Mays. They are the all-time TDIGH leaders. But here we go, April 2nd, 2002. The Giants are in Dodger Stadium. Oh, already I'm feeling the tension. The hated Dodgers at Chavez Ravine. But Barry's going to go deep. Not once, but twice on a splendiferous day, April 2, 2002. We start at the top of the second. Kevin Brown's pitching. He can be nasty, but so can Barry Bonds. Take a listen.
Bonds swings, and there's a high drive deep into left center field. Going way back is Jordan, and this ball is gone. A home run. Number 1 for Barry Bonds. A 3-run shot, and suddenly it is a big inning.
Yeah, I love hearing those boos at Dodger Stadium. Hey, Dodgers, you're going to boo all the way till the Giants win the National League flag in 2002, so get used to it. And by the way, get used to Barry Bonds, too, because in the 7th inning, he's facing lefty reliever Omar Dahl. He was kind of nasty, as I recall. As I recall, he had sort of a deceptive release. Not to Barry Bonds. Take a listen.
Here's the pitch, and there's a high fly ball. Down the right field line, the ball heading for the corner. Green is looking up. This ball is way back. It is gone. A home run. You can wave it bye-bye. And a ball hit directly down the right field line.
Joe Angel on the call as Barry hits number 2 in Dodger Stadium. You can see the crowd had kind of lost their enthusiasm at that point because the Giants led 9-2. How about Levon Hernandez on the mound? Going 8 innings. Kids, ask your parents what it means to have a starter go 8 innings. 2-run ball. He only struck out 3. He pitched to contact, baby. And by the way, Levon, he even went 2 for 4 at the plate. For the second time in this date, I'm going to say, kids, ask your parents, what's a pitcher doing hitting? It's called National League Baseball, kids. But I digress. 2 runs scored and an RBI for Levo. Bonds hits 2. It's all good, baby. At April 2nd, 2002. And this has been Brian Murphy with This Date in Giants history.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here, and I am excited to take you out to the booth where we're going to catch up with Joe Rizzo as the Giants look to get a sweep against the Houston Astros. It's a big one. It's a 1-10 first pitch, and it's the first start of the season for the shocking 5th starter in the rotation, Landon Roupp. Joe, what's going on? How are you?
I'm doing well, Greg. It's funny. I've only been out here for a couple of days. And I show up, and all everyone's talking about is we can't wait to get home. It's been a long road trip. The team's obviously been playing well, but they had the day off in Cincinnati right in the middle of the series. So it's just kind of felt for everyone else that they've been on this trip forever. And the thought and the discussion around the clubhouse is it's time to go home. It's time to play in front of our hometown fans. So I think everyone is really looking forward to that. But first things first, a chance to make it a real happy flight home and an opportunity to win 5 out of 6 here on this opening road trip.
Yeah, and a real chance for Landon Roupp to show what he's got and put some of that spring training shine to the major league stage. Now, he did appear 23 times last year, but it was mostly out of the bullpen, and this is only going to be his 5th major league start. So a big topic has been about Giants and spring training and what we saw in the Cactus League, and does it matter? And my point, Joe, is that I think now that with what you're seeing and the clean baseball and having not logged an error, I would say that a lot of this is proving to matter. But Landon Roupp is someone we have not seen yet. So what are you excited about seeing from Roupp today, given what you got to know about him at the Cactus League down there in Arizona?
Yeah, and the other thing about Landon Roupp is he's always been a starter coming up through the Giants minor league system. He was drafted as a starting pitcher. The Giants developed him as a starting pitcher. So last year was kind of the new thing for him, pitching out of the bullpen, which was the role he had primarily, at least until the very end of the season. So I think he adapted well to that new role last year, and now he's back in a more familiar setting. And look, he earned this, not only with how he pitched in the spring, but how he threw the ball in September. I don't think we can discount that. At the end of last season, the Giants may have been out of the playoff race, but those were very important games and starts for Landon Roupp. He was shutting down playoff caliber teams every 5th day last September. So I think he went into the offseason very confident. I think it was that stretch of games that kind of proved to him that, hey, I'm a big leaguer. I can do this, and I can do this as a starting pitcher. And I think he carried that into the spring, where he, as we all saw, he was one of the club's best pitchers in the Cactus League. So he earned this opportunity. He's got the great curveball. We know all about that. The curve is kind of what got him to the big leagues. But I think he quickly realized, yeah, I've got this plus curveball, a strikeout pitch, but these are big league hitters. And if guys are going to see me for a second or even third time in an outing, you need more than just the curve and the sinker. So he really worked hard this spring to develop that changeup, to be a reliable third offering for him, throwing it a lot to both right-handers and left-handed hitters. And then he's got this cutter as well, which we started to see from time to time in the spring. So it really is a full starters arsenal, and I know the Giants were real happy, not only with the numbers. We can all look at spring training numbers, but I think a big point of emphasis when the team was evaluating Landon Roupp this spring, how comfortable or uncomfortable are opposing big league hitters against his stuff, especially against that third and fourth offering. Because if you're going to be a starter, again, you need more than those 2 pitches generally. And he checked off all the boxes. It's been a long wait for him. He hasn't pitched in a game in over a week. I know that they sent him down to Arizona a few days ago to pitch in a minor league spring training game just to kind of stay fresh and stay sharp. But I'm sure he's been counting down to this outing for quite some time, and we're all anxious to see what he's going to bring to the table here today.
Landon Roupp last year as a rookie allowed just 2 earned runs through 15 innings, but that was out of the bullpen, and now he's going to get his first start of 2025 and his 5th ever in a Major League Giants uniform. We'll catch up with Joe Rizzo some more on the other side. KNBR, the sports leader. Greg Silverback here with Joe Rizzo as we get you ready for 1:10 first pitch. Giants taking on the Astros. And, you know, Joe, you mentioned in the last segment how everyone's eager to get home and play in front of their home fans at Oracle Park. And just, you know, the road trip's been nice. It's been successful. But I think with the way the season started, it's understandable. So what would a sweep and a 5-1 start mean significance-wise relative to the last couple of years of just middling around 500?
It'd be huge for this team, and I think when you consider who they're going up against today. I mean, the Astros have it set up here this afternoon with their ace. Framber Valdez is a perennial all-star. He's been a top 10 Cy Young guy the last, 3-4 years. And if you're the Astros in this situation, I mean, you don't want to get swept at home. They're about to go on a long road trip. It would be a real bitter taste in their mouth. So they've got it set up for their ace here today in front of their hometown fans to salvage something. So if the Giants can come in here and spoil the party with an inexperienced and kind of an unknown on the other side with Landon Roupp on the mound, that would be headline grabbing for me. Now, look, it's a game on April the 2nd. It's obviously not make or break. And,
sure.
And even if you lose a game like today,